Chapter 842. Ka. This time, when the wooden chest opened, Xiao Chen's eyes lit up, revealing intense interest. The chest contained 3 black arrows covered in talisman scripts and flowing with light. Xiao Chen scanned them with his spiritual sense and felt the surging energy contained in them. There was also a jade strip beside the 3 arrows. Xiao Chen held the jade strip in his hand and sent his spiritual sense into it. Then, he obtained some information about the arrows. This arrow was called the Star Breaker Arrow. As its name suggested, it could pierce through a star. Of course, the star here was definitely not a very large star. However, based on the might described in the jade strip, this arrow could pierce through a Grandmaster-level martial sage if they did not pay attention. The might of this arrow was focused on breaking. No secret treasure would be able to block it. The only problem was that it could only be used once. As Xiao Chen continued reading, the smile on his face grew wider. Unexpectedly, the Star Breaker Arrow's forging method, the materials needed, how to carve the formation scripts, the ratio of fire, and many more were listed in great detail. That's it. Inside the treasury hall, Xiao Chen chose the first secret treasure he needed. Perhaps the others would be lucky and obtain an unknown king-grade secret treasure from Wuxia. However, Xiao Chen did not envy them at all. Being able to obtain a secret treasure like the Star Breaker Arrow that suited him made this trip worthwhile. Furthermore, there were the various spirit veins that he obtained earlier, the black astral coins that he extorted from Wei Hua, and 3 mature departed spirit flowers. This trip to the Sage Mark Monument was a perfect one. After putting away the Star Breaker Arrow, Xiao Chen started to choose his second secret treasure. Xiao Chen had a relaxed mood and walked quietly. Occasionally, he chatted with Ao Jiao about some interesting things. Xiao Chen formed a sharp contrast with the other cultivators in the treasury hall, who were filled with surging killing qi and in a rush. As a result, he slowed down a lot. By the time Wuxia and Tianyushi reached the 5th floor, he had barely reached the 3rd floor. Even the ghost race and corpse race cultivators, who were slower than Wuxia, had already caught up to him, rushing to the 5th floor in a hurry. They feared that Wuxia would clear the final hurdle and snatch away the last precious king-grade secret treasure. When Xiao Chen arrived at the transportation formation on the 3rd floor, he saw an empty stone platform and shattered combat puppets littering the ground. Needless to say, Wuxia had already taken away the king-grade secret treasure. Most of the stone rooms on the 4th floor had not been opened yet, giving Xiao Chen more choices. The combat puppets inside also grew stronger. Xiao Chen had reached a point where he could not defeat them without going all out. As the 10-day deadline for entering the Sage Mark Monument approached, Xiao Chen still had not chosen his second secret treasure. Along the way, he came across some secret treasures that tempted him. However, after careful consideration, he chose to give them up. There were practically no cultivators left in the treasury hall. Most of them had obtained 2 secret treasures and were sent out of the Sage Mark Monument. However, Xiao Chen still had not come out. Outside the Sage Mark Monument, the sky was clear for thousands of kilometers around. The sun shone brightly. Occasionally, figures came out of the Sage Mark Monument, revealing joyful expressions. Not to mention the treasury hall, the Sage Mark Monument was filled with natural treasures. As long as a cultivator was not particularly unlucky, they would gain something. Boom! A golden radiance shot out from the Sage Mark Monument. Under the illumination of the sunlight, the glow on the figure's body seemed even more dazzling. Wuxia came out. Those 2 took away all the king-grade secret treasures of the 2nd, 3rd, and 4th floors. I wonder if they took away the king-grade secret treasures of the 5th floor? Immediately, the cultivators of the various races below cast their gazes over. Everyone knew about the deity race's actions around the treasury hall. Nearly all the cultivators heading to the treasury hall were obstructed, giving Wuxia and Tianyushi an advantage. Soon, another beam of light shot out of the Sage Mark Monument. The sons of the human race's 3 holy masters, the fiend races Kong Yuan and Yuan Su, the ghost races Qing Cheng, the corpse races Wang Can, Wei Hua, and the other demonic geniuses all walked out with extremely unsightly expressions. Based on the expressions of these young cultivators, the result was clear. Diwuk and Tianyu she had snatched away the 4 king-grade secret treasures. At this thought, everyone sucked in a deep breath. Of the 5 king-grade secret treasures, aside from the one that Xiao Chen had given up on, the deity race had taken away the rest. Diwuk's schemes and strength were displayed once again, becoming the biggest winner of this trip to the Sage Mark Monument. Where is Xiao Chen? Why is he not out yet? After the corpse race's Wei Hua landed, he immediately asked the cultivators of his race about Xiao Chen's whereabouts. Wei Hua's lips twitched as he did his best to suppress the rage in his heart. The same scene happened with the ghost race and the deity race. They all asked about Xiao Chen's whereabouts. Their gazes all turned sullen, like they wanted to eat someone up. Clearly, they were not concerned about Xiao Chen. After receiving a negative answer, they all burst into an uproar, their expressions filled with doubt. Perhaps the biggest winner of this trip to the Sage Mark Monument was Diwuk. However, in terms of who was in the limelight, even Diwuk would be suppressed by Xiao Chen. First, Xiao Chen kicked Diwuk away at the Sage Mark Monument. Then, he single-handedly tricked the ghost race and corpse race experts. After that, Xiao Chen repelled the various experts in the treasury hall and helped the merfolk race obtain the extreme thunder sword. He treated the king-grade secret treasures as nothing, giving them away so easily. Xiao Chen's unconventional actions, his exceptional sharpness, and his strong strength. Whether the deity race's people admitted it or not, Xiao Chen already had some of the glory of the Qing emperor back then. However, at this moment, all the young demonic geniuses of the various races had come out. However, Xiao Chen was nowhere to be seen. This was very strange. Hence, a scene that had not occurred in 1,000 years appeared in front of the Sage Mark Monument. The cultivators of the various races had already obtained something. However, because of one name, they all stood guard in front of the Sage Mark Monument, unwilling to leave. The people waiting outside for Xiao Chen to come out to vent their frustrations felt very conflicted when they did not see Xiao Chen come out. Xiao Chen, who was in the treasury hall, felt conflicted as well. He felt conflicted over the fact that the deadline was approaching, but he had not found a high-quality sage-grade secret treasure like the Star Breaker arrow that moved him at first glance. After putting in a lot of effort, Xiao Chen knocked out 3 combat puppets in a stone room on the 5th floor. Then, he arrived at the treasure chest containing the secret treasure. If Xiao Chen still could not find a secret treasure that moved him, he could only return and pick a secret treasure that he had in reserve. When the wooden chest opened, a folded black cloak appeared. This cloak was different from ordinary cloaks. Its design was exquisite, and the materials it was made of were exquisite. There were feather shoulder pads on the shoulders. Silver threads were embedded at the edges of the cloak. It did not look like the silver of the mundane world but some kind of rare and precious metal. Xiao Chen raised his hand and stretched out. Then, he slowly unfolded the folded black cloaks. Without sending in his spiritual sense, he could move the secret treasure. However, if he wanted to bring the secret treasure out, he had to place a spiritual mark on it. After sizing up the appearance of the black cloak, Xiao Chen rather liked it. It gave off a desolate and cold feeling. Then, Xiao Chen took out the jade strip from the chest. His expression turned grave. The information in it was rather simple. It only said that this black cloak was called Tian Hai. Such simple information made Xiao Chen hesitate. He did not know how to choose. His intuition told him that this cloak should be extraordinary. However, his rationality told him that the risk was not worth taking. The secret treasures that he had chosen earlier were much more reliable than this. Tian Hai. Xiao Chen muttered the name a few times, trying to figure out the effects of this cloak from its name. However, he still could not make heads or tails of it. Let's choose this one. This cloak was made of at least 23 superior materials. The feathers on the shoulder pads should not be for decoration. At the very least, it should be able to increase your speed. When Ao Jiao saw that Xiao Chen could not make up his mind, she helped him analyze it. Alright, I'll listen to you. Xiao Chen nodded. He stretched out his hand and put on the cloak. After that, he placed his own brand on it. Before he could even experience its effects, he was teleported away by an invisible force. His field of vision suddenly opened up. Xiaochen floated to the ground and looked around. He discovered that he had returned to the outside world. However, the situation seemed a little off. Outside the Sage Mark Monument, the cultivators discussed why Xiaochen had not come out yet. This was especially so for the cultivators of the ghost race and corpse race. They even started cursing. Xiaochen had tricked these two races too badly. Most of them had not even reached the treasury hall before they were sent out. This was especially so for Wei Hua. Right now, he was thinking of how to get back a huge sum of money from Xiaochen. 500,000 black astral coins was not a small sum. If not for his ancestor holding a high position in the Corpse God Palace, he would not have been able to afford it. If not for Wei Hua's ancestor holding a high position in the Corpse God Palace, he would have been the Underworld Fire Sovereign, one of the 4 great corpse monarchs. Wei Hua even felt like jumping into a river. The corpse race and ghost race cultivators stared at the Sage Mark Monument with fiery gazes. The moment they waited for Xiaochen to come out, they would immediately surround him and attack him, not caring about morality or justice. Even if they could not kill Xiaochen in front of everyone, they would at least beat him up and take back all the benefits he had obtained, destroying his reputation. Diwuk was in a pretty good mood. However, when he thought about how Xiaochen had used his words to slap him in the face before the Sage Mark Monument and send him flying with a kick, he could not help feeling angry. No matter how much self-restraint she had, she could not help getting angry, waiting for Xiaochen to come out. If he could not vent this anger in his heart, it would be unbearable. Today, Xiaochen's reputation would fall and he would be taught a lesson. Diwuk's gaze was as sharp as a sword as he stared at the Sage Mark Monument, not saying a word. Xiaochen felt that something was wrong with the situation. The reason was not that these people hated him to the bone or that undisguised killing intent. Instead, it was that even though he had already come out, these people did not seem to notice him, still staring at the Sage Mark Monument. After thinking about it, Xiaochen concluded that the problem should be with the activated Heavenly Sea cloak that he wore. Heavenly Sea. Heavenly Sea. Xiaochen suddenly understood the meaning of these 2 words. What else could it be other than deceiving everyone? Even with Diwuk's mental energy, he could not sense Xiaochen's presence. Xiaochen's heart could not help but pound wildly. It looked like he had made the right choice. Chapter 843. They hated him to the core and were waiting for him to come out so that they could swarm him and beat him to death without a care for the consequences. Xiaochen's lips could not help but curl up in a smile. With the Heavenly Sea cloak, it looked like he did not need to use the backup plans that he had prepared. Those backup plans were rather troublesome and might not be able to completely hide from this group of people. It's great now. Just you wait. Even if you wait to the end of the world, you will not see me come out. However, I will not let you vent your frustrations. The next time they met, as long as it was not such a grand scene, Xiaochen was confident of leaving easily. Xiaochen did not know how long the Heavenly Sea cloak's ability to deceive everyone would last. He felt his heavenly sage laws depleting quickly. This was not a good place to linger. After glancing at Yingqiong and his first senior sister, Xiaochen sent a voice projection to each of them. He told his first senior sister that he was safe so that she would not worry about him. Then, he arranged to meet with Yingqiong 3 days later to discuss some matters. Without waiting for the 2 to reply, Xiaochen pushed off the ground and left this place with a calm expression. The group of people in front of the Sage Mark Monument continued to wait bitterly. They kept imagining how they would teach Xiaochen a lesson after he came out. 1 hour later, Xiaochen was already far from the Kunlun mountain range. As he flew quickly in the air, the feathers on his shoulders slowly unfurled, forming 2 exquisite wings. Each wing created a long trail of air, raising his speed by about 20%. Xiaochen fiddled with the wings and discovered that he could control the direction of the 2 wings. With a thought, he immediately adjusted his direction. This discovery delighted Xiaochen. The speed at which he adjusted his direction was several times faster than before. If he could familiarize himself with it, it would be very beneficial in battle. The cry of a goshawk came from ahead. Xiao Chen wanted to test out the Sky Sea Cloak's abilities. As he looked at the goshawk, a faint killing intent rose in his eyes. All of a sudden, the goshawk shrieked and flapped its wings to fly back in a hurry. It flapped its wings so fast that some of its feathers fell. Xiao Chen frowned and couldn't help but stop. Had he been discovered? It seemed like the ability to deceive everyone would lose its effect once killing intent was revealed. The excitement in his heart slowly calmed down. Xiao Chen entered deep thought. He had to find a time to figure out the flaws in his plan to deceive everyone. Otherwise, he would be in deep trouble at the critical moment. As the sky darkened, Xiao Chen changed out of the Sky Sea Cloak and put on a normal cloak. He then arrived at a city controlled by the Ying family. The Sky Sea Cloak was too dazzling. There were many hidden dragons and crouching tigers in the profound domain. One might run into a Grandmaster-level martial sage at any time and snatch away their treasures. At that time, one would not even have a place to cry. 3 days later, Xiao Chen waited for Ying Qiong in an inn in the city. After verifying that the person before him was really Xiao Chen, Ying Qiong's face filled with horror. He could not figure it out. How did you come out? Ying Qiong could not help asking out of curiosity. The people of the ghost race, corpse race, and deity race are going crazy. The 10-day deadline passed long ago, and they still have not waited for you to come out. Xiao Chen raised his eyebrows slightly. The image of those people suppressing their frustrations appeared in his mind. However, they could not wait for him to come out, suppressing all their frustrations in their hearts. Xiao Chen could not help smiling faintly. What's wrong? Are they still there and not leaving? Ying Qiong gave Xiao Chen a strange look. Then, he said, you are not embarrassed to say that? You humiliated Di Wuk, and the ghost race and corpse race suffered so miserably. They even wished that they could skin you alive. How could they leave so quickly? Xiao Chen really did not mean to say that. The existence of the death throne made it hard to resolve the grudges between him and the ghost race and corpse race. The matter of the departed spirit fruit was just a fight between the two sides. If Xiao Chen were the one who lost, he would be in an even worse state than these people. As for Di Wuk, given his ambition, Xiao Chen had long since become a thorn in his side. The conflict between them was even harder to resolve. It was practically impossible for them to coexist. Since Xiao Chen was Di Wuk's enemy, how could he feel any guilt for everything he did? If he showed any mercy, he would be the one consigned to eternal damnation. Xiao Chen took a sip of wine and said, I did not ask you to come here today to talk about this. Look at these. Xiao Chen stretched out his hand and wiped it on the table. When he moved his hand away, there were 10 flowers as gentle as moonlight on the table. A refreshing fragrance wafted out, spreading throughout the entire room. Ying Qiong was slightly stunned. Then, he exclaimed in shock, these are the lunar cassia flowers from a peak-grade spirit tree. Where did you get them? Furthermore, there are 10 of them in one go. Naturally, Xiao Chen could not tell Ying Qiong where the lunar cassia flowers came from. So Xiao Chen took a sip of wine and said calmly, the lunar cassia flowers have better healing effects than rank 9 medicinal pills when consumed directly. Several sage-grade medicinal pills use the lunar cassia flowers as the main ingredient. Ying Qiong picked up a lunar cassia flower and sniffed it. She closed her eyes and revealed an immersed expression on her jade-like face. After a while, she opened her bright eyes and said, I am very clear about the value of the lunar cassia flowers. There is no need to say more. You want to sell these lunar cassia flowers, right? 10 lunar cassia flowers can be sold for a good price. However, it is not a price that will move you. You should keep them for yourself. At this point, Ying Qiong suddenly stopped. A strange expression appeared on her face. She looked at Xiao Chen and said, don't tell me you still have a large number of lunar cassia flowers. Otherwise, you would not have called me over alone. Xiao Chen was startled in his heart. This woman was indeed very intelligent. With just a little thought, she had already guessed the situation. More or less. I have a large number of lunar cassia flowers that I need you to sell. However, you need to ensure that my identity does not leak out. I can give you these 10 lunar cassia flowers as compensation. Incheon smiled faintly and stretched out her hand, not standing on ceremony as she accepted the 10 lunar cassia flowers. She said, "This is simple. The Flourishing Heaven Pavilion in Leisure Feather City will be holding a large auction soon. At that time, all sorts of people will be there. Given my position there, I can help you get rid of a large number of lunar cassia flowers without anyone noticing." Leisure Feather City was one of the 3 largest cities in the Profound Domain. Cultivators of the various races gathered there. There were countless experts in the city. If there was an auction there would definitely be a lot of good things. Xiao Chen felt excited. Right now, he was quite wealthy. There were many things that he wanted to buy and was qualified to participate in the auction of that level. Suddenly, Xiao Chen thought of something. He said, "I recall that the Flourishing Heaven Pavilion is a business of your clan, right?" Incheon denied it. "No, it is a joint business of the sovereign noble clans of the various races. In name, it is managed by an Emperor Venerate. However, in reality, 12 holy venerates manage the daily affairs. Below the holy venerates are 36 heavenly venerates. Below them are the great venerates of the various branches. I am one of the 36 heavenly venerates. The authority I can use is rather large. There is no problem in helping you. However, how many lunar cassia flowers do you want to sell?" Xiao Chen thought for a while before replying calmly, "About 500. Incheon sucked in a breath of cold air. He looked at Xiao Chen incredulously and said, 500? Did I hear wrongly? Don't tell me you found a laurel tree that had just bloomed? When the lunar cassia tree bloomed, white flowers would fill the treetops. However, when the wind blew, the flowers would fall off easily. In less than 30 days, all the lunar cassia flowers would be gone. This was another reason why lunar cassia flowers were so rare. 500 lunar cassia flowers would cost tens of millions of astral coins. This was not a small number. If the number were not too large, Xiao Chen would not have sought Incheon's help. How could several dozen lunar cassia flowers attract any attention? The lunar cassia tree was a treasure trove. It bloomed only once every 500 years. If it were not so valuable, Xiao Chen would not have taken the risk to scam the ghost race and the corpse race. Incheon recovered his wits and smiled bitterly. "It looks like your harvest in the Sage Mark Monument is no worse than Wux. I have to think carefully about the faction that can buy 500 lunar cassia flowers in one go. Is it very difficult?" Xiao Chen asked with a frown. Incheon said after some thought, "It is not difficult to sell them. However, if you sell so many lunar cassia flowers at the same time, the other party will definitely lower the price. I have to help you think about it carefully. Otherwise, you will suffer a huge loss. Just wait for my news." After Incheon left, Ao Jiao asked in confusion, "Xiao Chen, why are you in such a rush to sell the lunar cassia flowers? You already have tens of millions of astral coins now. You do not lack money." Xiao Chen put down the wine cup in his hand and explained, "The cost of teleporting from the Kunlun realm to the Sky Dome realm is astronomical. I definitely have to bear the cost myself. Furthermore, after returning to the Sky Dome realm, I intend to stay there for a long time before leaving. I need to prepare sufficient cultivation resources." When Ao Jiao heard Xiao Chen's explanation, she did not say anything more. However, she still reminded him, "You just advanced to Martial Sage, and you want to return? The Sky Dome realm is not like the Kunlun realm. Your cultivation speed will definitely slow down. Now is the time for the younger generation to put in effort. It was not easy for you to catch up to them at the starting line." In the past, Xiao Chen's cultivation had always lagged behind his peers. He had been chasing after them bitterly. Now that he had reached the new starting line of Martial Sage, he finally stood at the same starting line and charged into the Martial Emperor's Dao together. If Xiao Chen gave up on this opportunity to advance at the same time, he would have to spend a lot of effort to catch up. Xiao Chen stood up and walked out of the booth. He said, "Don't worry. Since I already decided to return, naturally, I have already considered everything clearly. I'm just reminding you, not worrying about you. Don't overthink." Xiaochen smiled and did not say anything. Inside the room of the inn, Xiaochen cultivated calmly, consolidating the foundation that he had just advanced to martial sage and familiarizing himself with the various changes that came with advancing to martial sage. Xiaochen, who was in a leisurely mood, did not know that the rumors about him in the outside world had already caused a huge commotion. 10 days had already passed. The ghost race, corpse race, and deity race cultivators waited for 3 days. However, they still did not see Xiaochen appear. Their patience had worn thin. With nowhere to vent their frustrations, one could easily imagine how depressed these people were. However, most of them were worried about why Xiaochen did not come out of the Sage Mark Monument. Since ancient times, no one had ever heard of someone not appearing in the Sage Mark Monument. Chapter 844. The moment the Qing Emperor's descendant appeared, he was trapped in the Sage Mark Monument. There were all sorts of rumors flying around. The most exaggerated one was that Xiaochen had already fallen in there. However, this version was the most widespread. Occasionally, when Xiaochen ate at an inn, he heard others talking about this. He could not help but find it laughable. Half a month later, Ying Qiong appeared before Xiaochen, somewhat fatigued. When he saw Xiaochen's complexion and aura becoming more stable, he could not help but feel that Xiaochen's improvement was really fast. "I contacted the buyer. The buyer is the Kunlun Realm's alchemy holy land, the Medicine God Valley. 500 lunar cassia flowers are valued at 25 million astral coins. The main reason is that the quantity is too large, enough for them to use for 10 years. Xiaochen calculated in his heart. Then, he raised his head and said, "This is a very fair price. You must have put in a lot of effort. When are we going to make the transaction?" 10 days from now, at Leisure Feather City. We have to depart now. A warm look flashed in Ying Qiong's eyes. He continued, "The elder in charge of the transaction would like to meet you." "Of course, I did not reveal your identity." Xiaochen decisively rejected, "Never mind. I am not interested in these people." Only Xiaochen dared to reject the Medicine God Valley's alchemy grandmaster. The Medicine God Valley was not strong, but they had connections with the various experts of the Kunlun realm. Even martial emperors could not guarantee that they would not need the Medicine God Valley's help when they needed it. They would have to ask the Medicine God Valley for some medicinal pills refining fees. Ying Qiong did not find this strange. This was not his first day knowing Xiaochen. He said, "All right, I'll help you reject him." Leisure Feather City towered in the sky. Aside from the main city, there were 5 satellite cities connected by rainbow bridges. Many people came and went in the sky. The city was vast and majestic, looking very prosperous. Cultivators of the various races gathered in the main city. Experts of the deity race, corpse race, ghost race, human race, and fiend race could be seen everywhere. This was especially so because of the flourishing Heaven Pavilion's auction. Martial sage experts could be seen everywhere in the city. The threshold for this auction was extremely high. Without being a martial sage, one would not be allowed to enter. This was the auction with the highest standards in the continent. If Xiaochen wanted to find an auction of a higher standard than this, he could only search the boundless starry heavens. Grandmaster-level martial sage auctions were common there. Because it was necessary to be cautious, Xiaochen put on the Sky Sea cloak, and he did not stand out in the crowd. There were many true inheritors of the noble clans and sects here. A secret treasure that looked dazzling would not attract too much attention when compared to the many king-grade secret treasures of the noble clans and sections. After Ying Qiong helped Xiaochen trade for the lunar osmanthus flower, he used his heavenly venerate status to easily arrange a VIP room for Xiaochen. "Let's meet again after the auction. If I can obtain the position of Holy Venerate in the flourishing Heaven Pavilion, my status as the Ying clan's successor will be stable. I still have some work to do, so I'll take my leave first." As the 2 old men took Ying Qiong away, Xiaochen entered deep thought. This was the first time he felt the pressure of this girl. It was not easy to obtain the position of Holy Venerate from the 36 heavenly venerates. Furthermore, Xiao Chen still had to deal with the overt and covert attacks of the clan. The power struggle of a large clan was truly chilling. Just as Xiao Chen stepped into the flourishing heaven pavilion, a few gazes that he did not sense slowly left his back. Is it him? It is him. On the way here, Ying Qiong did not have a second person accompanying him. Good, 500 lunar osmanthus flowers in one go. He definitely has a mature lunar osmanthus tree. Perhaps he also has a peak-grade immortal spirit ring on him. Otherwise, he would not be able to make the lunar osmanthus tree mature. The VIP room was luxuriously decorated, dazzling with gold and jade. However, it did not look tacky at all. Xiao Chen carefully looked around and discovered that the sparkling decorations were not the gold, agate, or jadeite of the mundane world. Instead, they were other rare metals, each of which was very expensive. They added a sense of weight to the room, diluting the tackiness of the extravagance. The exquisite wooden chair was covered in the soft fur of a superior-grade spirit beast. When Xiao Chen sat on it, he felt very comfortable. He could not help leaning back. Spirit fruits unique to the Kunlun mountain were placed on the ebony tables and chairs at the side. A faint fragrance came from them, making one drool. From the details, one could see the difference between this auction and the previous auctions. A light flickered on the wall in front, and the scene on the auction platform turned into a water screen before Xiao Chen. Xiao Chen felt surprised. This should be a formation laid by Emperor Wu, who cultivated a water-attributed cultivation technique. To them, this was just a small trick. A spirited old man walked up the auction platform. His hair and eyebrows were all white, and his eyes gleamed with vigor. As he walked, he exuded a calm aura. Xiao Chen was mildly startled. This was actually a superior-grade martial sage. Furthermore, his cultivation was very deep. This old man's family name is Hong. I am the MC of the Flourishing Heaven Pavilion's auction this time. Everyone here is a reputable person. Everyone here knows the rules of the auction. If there are any disputes, please resolve them outside the Flourishing Heaven Pavilion. Even without this old man saying it, you all know the consequences of those who maliciously disrupt the order of the auction. After old Hong finished speaking, he did not bother with any nonsense and directly revealed the first auction item. The first auction item is a peak sage grade medicinal pill, the Rising Dragon Overlord Pill. It contains the bones of 18 different inferior dragons, refined by a Grand Master alchemist of the Medicine God Valley. After consuming it, it can increase a cultivator's aura by 30%. If one is lucky, it might even produce a trace of dragon might. After giving a simple introduction of the medicinal pill's effects, old Hong announced the starting bid. The starting bid is 180,000 astral coins. Each increment must be no less than 20,000 astral coins. Xiao Chen raised his eyebrows. Auctioning off a peak sage grade medicinal pill at the start was really bold. Medicinal pills were normally divided into 9 ranks. Above rank 9 was sage grade, and above sage grade was king grade. Above king grade were emperor grade medicinal pills. As for whether there were teleportation immortal pills above emperor grade, Xiao Chen did not know. The Rising Dragon Overlord pill was second only to king grade medicinal pills. In a regular auction, it would not be strange for it to be used as the finale item. Unexpectedly, it was only an opening item here. Xiao Chen was very interested in this medicinal pill. He had consumed the monarch blood grass before. His bloodline already contained a trace of an ancient sovereign's aura. If he consumed this Rising Dragon Overlord pill, that arrogant and unparalleled sovereign's aura would be even stronger. 200,000. 200,000. 300,000. The effect of aura on cultivators went without saying. Ordinary rank 9 medicinal pills that could increase a cultivator's aura would be bought by many. As a peak sage grade medicinal pill, the Rising Dragon Overlord pill would naturally be hotly contested by cultivators. After selling 500 lunar cassia flowers, Xiao Chen's net worth reached more than 35 million astral coins. He was no less wealthy than a Grand Master-level martial sage. Xiao Chen was determined to obtain this medicinal pill. However, this place was filled with crouching tigers and hidden dragons. He could not appear to be unparalleled and attract attention. When the bid reached 500,000 astral coins, Xiao Chen started to raise the bid unhurriedly. He did not increase it by too much or too little, just keeping it up like this. When the bid reached 1,500,000 astral coins, only one person remained competing with him. Xiao Chen tested the waters a few times and discovered that only one person followed. So, he suddenly raised the bid by 500,000 astral coins. That martial sage, who had been following Xiao Chen for 20,000 astral coins, immediately stopped following. In the end, Xiao Chen managed to obtain this Rising Dragon Overlord pill for 2,200,000 astral coins. After several auctions, Xiao Chen had gained some experience. If one were to use a sky-high price to scare everyone away, not only would the auctioneer not agree to it, those who weren't interested in the item would also turn their attention to it. Perhaps, they might even argue with the auctioneer about it. Xiao Chen could only slowly grind it down until he was certain that there were not many people competing and that he knew the bottom line of the bidders. Only then could he kill it in one strike and obtain what he wanted. Of course, nothing was absolute. This was just a general technique, it was not a law. Soon, a maidservant brought out the Rising Dragon Overlord pill. Xiao Chen paid the bill straightforwardly. Then, he held the jade bottle containing the medicinal pill in his hand. After pouring out the medicinal pill, Xiao Chen took a look at the second auction item. He was not interested, so he swallowed the medicinal pill and used this rather boring time to refine it. Boom! The medicinal pill melted the moment it entered Xiao Chen's mouth. Then, it split into 18 dragon-shaped energies that rampaged wildly in Xiao Chen's body. Instantly, there seemed to be a tsunami surging endlessly in Xiao Chen's body. As he slowly refined the medicinal energy, Xiao Chen clearly felt the sovereign's aura in his bloodline grow denser, gaining the sharpness of an absolute overlord. Xiao Chen clenched his fists and activated his sovereign's bloodline. A surging tyrannical aura surged out, and there seemed to be 18 berserk dragon roars reverberating in the air. The light in Xiao Chen's eyes disappeared. He closed his eyes and sensed for a while. He gained a new understanding of the sovereign's aura that was originally unfathomable. With Xiao Chen's current aura, he should be able to hold his own against Grandmaster-level martial sages. He would not be suppressed by the other party's aura before the fight even started. Ao Jiao thought to herself, only Xiao Chen can have such an effect. Without the accumulation of a sovereign's bloodline, others would not have such startling improvements in their auras. An inferior-grade martial sage could fight against a Grandmaster-level martial sage with his aura. How shocking would that be? The auction continued. Occasionally, Xiao Chen glanced at the items. Sometimes, he even bought things that he had no use for. This made Ao Jiao feel strange. No matter how rich Xiao Chen was, he could not spend it like this. Xiao Chen smiled faintly but did not explain. When he returned, he had to bring something to take care of some old friends. Clearly, he could not return empty-handed. There were many good things in the auction. After Xiao Chen, he managed to win 2 more secret treasures that he was rather satisfied with. One was a pair of jade white absolute heaven gloves, a high-quality sage-grade secret treasure that could increase one's speed by 20%. The other was a pair of boots that could increase one's speed. Compared to the pair of gloves and boots in the treasury hall, these were slightly inferior. However, they were sufficient. At the very least, their effects would not weaken before he advanced to Grandmaster-level martial sage. Chapter 845. There were many good things. However, not many of them made Xiao Chen's eyes light up. Occasionally, there were treasures that shone brightly, but they were of no use to Xiao Chen. Even if he managed to obtain them, he could only waste them. Xiao Chen could not help feeling bored again. He asked, Ao Jiao, the dragon mark fruits in the immortal spirit ring have reached 700 years of age, right? Yes, they have reached that long ago. If I consume the last 10 odd rank 3 spirit veins, I should have no problem reaching 800 years of age in 1 month. Xiaochen thought for a while before saying, never mind. I'll take them out now. Keep the remaining spirit veins origins. I have other uses for them. Although Ao Jiao did not understand, she still did as he said. She flicked her finger, and 5 dragon-mark fruits with alluring spirituality floated out. Xiaochen placed the dragon-mark fruits beside him. Right now, a casual strike of his could bring his vital qi to 1,150 tons of force. His explosive power could reach 1,180 tons of force, but he was still far from reaching 1,500 tons of force. After he consumed all 5 800-year-old dragon-mark fruits, his explosive power should be close to 1,500 tons of force. The next item to be auctioned is a king-grade secret treasure. This secret treasure was originally an ancient warship from the immortal epic, the Blessed Light Ship. After the Qing Emperor modified it, it became the standard king-grade warship of the Dragon's Gate. After the Dragon's Gate was destroyed, most of the Blessed Light ships were destroyed. This is one of the few that survived. I do not need to explain its significance. The Dragon's Gate's warship starts at 2 million astral coins. Old Hong's words on the auction platform immediately made Xiaochen, who was preparing to consume the dragon-mark fruits, stop what he was doing. Then, he stared at the simple, exquisite, yet tyrannical warship. 2,100,000. 2,200,000. 2,300,000. As soon as the starting price was announced, many fervent bidders immediately surged out from all directions, and every single bid was an increment of 100,000, causing them to seem extremely frenzied. The Blessed Light Ship formed the Dragon's Gate's fleet. It had once followed the Qing Emperor and swept through the world, becoming unrivaled in the starry heavens. In the battles with the demons, it had created countless glory. It was the only king-class warship that was comparable to an emperor-class warship and could be mass-produced. Its combat power was far superior to other king-class warships of the same kind. Aside from the emperor-grade warship, no other warship could compare to it. Be it speed, firepower, or the level of formation runes inscribed, they were all incomparable. Unfortunately, in the final battle of the Sky Dome realm, the unrivaled fleet was completely destroyed. The Qing Emperor also died and left the Kunlun realm. When the Dragon's Gate was at its peak, its headquarters were destroyed. In an instant, the Dragon's Gate collapsed. If not for the fact that there were still some peak major characters who had a good relationship with the Qing Emperor, it would have been a problem for the Shao clan's direct bloodline to continue. The blueprints for the Brahmin ship of Radiance had disappeared a long time ago. It was truly not easy to find such a ship. The major figures of the various sects were all competing with each other in the hopes that they would be able to replicate it. If they could, then the strength of their sects would definitely increase qualitatively. Only king-grade warships could travel freely in the starry heavens. Such a Dragon's Gate's warship could rival a Grandmaster-level martial sage. The price soared rapidly. Soon, it reached 5 million astral coins. However, there was still an endless stream of people bidding. The bustling scene did not diminish at all. A fanatical flame appeared in Xiao Chen's eyes. No matter what, I have to buy this Brahmin ship of radiance. I have to buy it. Xiao Chen clenched his right fist tightly. However, he thought rationally and did not rush to make a bid. 10 million astral coins. It was unknown who the honored guest in VIP room 7 was, but he called out 10 million astral coins in one go, immediately scaring off several martial sages who followed suit. Only 5 or 6 people with the ability to compete remained. Xiao Chen did not make a move, continuing to observe the situation unhurriedly. When the price continued to soar to 15 million astral coins, only 2 people remained bidding. 15 million astral coins already surpassed the value of a king-grade secret treasure. If not for the Qing Emperor's glorious deeds in the Dragon's Gate and the military merits of the Dragon's Gate's warship, 10 million astral coins would already be an astronomical price. When the price was finally set at 16 million star coins, one of the 2 remaining people could not continue and had no choice but to withdraw with regret. Old Hong revealed a satisfied expression. 16 million astral coins was more or less the price he expected. He could finally strike the gavel and close the deal. 20 million astral coins. Just as Old Hong was about to speak, Xiao Chen, who was in VIP room 7, calmly called out his own bid. The entire place fell silent. The three old men in VIP room 10 were slightly stunned. One of them, a white-clad old man, flew into a rage. He had spent so much effort to pay 16 million astral coins. How could he have expected to be instantly outbid at the crucial moment? The two old men on the left and right said, "Old Bai, don't be anxious. The two of us still have some astral coins on us. It should be enough to help you obtain this worship." The white-clad old man thought quickly, and a sinister expression appeared on his face. He said, "There's no need. It is not worth it to pay more astral coins. I have my own ways." Good. 20 million astral coins going thrice. This Dragon's Gates worship, the Blessed Light Ship, goes to the distinguished guest in VIP room 28. Old Hong was slightly stunned. Then, he beamed and closed the deal. Inside the VIP room, Xiao Chen smiled faintly. Then, he picked up a dragon mark fruit and placed it in his mouth. As he refined the medicinal energy of the dragon mark fruit and nourished his vital qi, he quietly waited for the maidservant to bring up the Dragon's Gates worship. After refining the 5 dragon mark fruits, Xiao Chen's entire body surged with heat. His vital qi surged like a great river, giving him an inexhaustible supply of vital qi. The glove on his right hand flickered with a jade-white luster. Half of the 5 fingers were exposed. Then, Xiao Chen clenched his fist. The crackling of his bones sounded like small claps of thunder, resounding continuously in this average-sized VIP room. A strong wind formed by the surging energy surged wildly in the room. However, under Xiao Chen's control, the wind did not break anything. The exquisite paintings and the paintings on the walls remained intact. Not only did Xiao Chen's vital qi increase, but his control over his strength had also improved. The finer details were even more extraordinary. Creak. The doors to the VIP room opened. A pretty maidservant carried out a jade plate and brought up the blessed light ship. The strong wind in the room immediately found an outlet. It immediately held out like a berserk saber that could break a sharp blade. The pretty maidservant could not help but pale in fright. Under the cloak, Xiao Chen's expression did not change. He quickly opened his tightly clenched right hand, and the strong wind instantly scattered. Only the maiden's clothes and long hair fluttered in the wind. This esteemed guest, the Dragon's Gates warship, the Blessed Light Ship, has arrived. Please inspect it. The maidservant calmed herself and carefully walked over. Xiao Chen stretched out his hand, and the 1-meter-long Blessed Light Ship flew over. When Xiao Chen looked carefully, he saw 18 sails on the ship, stacked together densely, occupying most of the ship's surface area. When Xiao Chen extended his spiritual sense, he discovered dense talisman scripts carved on each of the sails. When he scanned them with his spiritual sense, they gave off motes of light. Several blue dragon patterns hidden in the clouds were carved on the 2 sides of the ship, looking very realistic. The dragon's eyes looked ferocious, exuding might. The dragon mouth opened slightly, and Xiao Chen touched it. Then, he closed his eyes and felt it. There was a complicated formation in the innermost part of the ship. There were 18 grooves in the formation. There should be astral cores or peak-grade spirit stones in them. However, they were empty, so the formation could not be activated. Xiao Chen opened his eyes, and the bow of the ship stood straight in front of him. Amid the boundless light, supreme Sanskrit chants rang out. The blue dragon carvings on the 2 sides of the ship seemed to come to life. A formless dragon roar resounded in Xiao Chen's mind. Good. It is indeed the Dragon's Gates warship. Furthermore, it is an intact warship. After Xiao Chen inspected the ship, he happily paid the bill. The maidservant smiled as she took out 18 inferior-grade astral cores. Then, she said respectfully, "These 18 inferior-grade astral cores are a complimentary gift from our pavilion." There is also this golden VIP card. In the future, as long as you spend money in the Flourishing Heaven Pavilion, you will enjoy VIP treatment. Xiao Chen put away the golden VIP card and the astral cores. After thinking for a while, he said, the Flourishing Heaven Pavilion should have superior grade astral cores for sale, right? The maidservant nodded and said, naturally, we do. One superior grade astral core costs 100,000 astral coins. However, superior grade astral cores are one of the few treasures that are not discounted. Even an individual cannot buy more than 20 at a time. I hope this guest can understand. Superior grade astral cores could only be obtained by hunting extremely high-ranked astral beasts. Not only was the risk high, but the efficiency was also low. Even in the starry heavens, they were extremely rare treasures, all the more so in the profound domain. Xiao Chen knew about this. He waved his hand and said, it's fine. Just give me 20 superior grade astral cores and 100 medial grade astral cores. Just as the maidservant was about to leave, Xiao Chen suddenly called out, help me put this transaction on the Ghost Pavilion's heavenly venerating Qiong. It is because of him that I am spending money in the Flourishing Heaven Pavilion. Xiao Chen guessed that there was a lot of competition between heavenly venerates. By doing this, he should be able to help the other party a little. The maidservant's expression changed slightly. She exclaimed, so, it turns out that you are an honored guest brought in by a heavenly venerate. I apologize for my lack of manners. I will do as we agreed. 20 superior grade astral cores and 100 medial grade astral cores cost Xiao Chen close to 4 million astral coins. Now, the 35 million astral coins he had were less than 10 million. To prevent any changes, after the maidservant left, Xiao Chen started to place his spiritual mark on the Dragon's Gate's warship. When the spiritual mark was completely placed, the 1-meter-long warship paused for a moment and directly entered Xiao Chen's body, merging with his flesh and bones. After the king-grade secret treasure merged with his body, Xiao Chen's aura could not help but gain the weight of time, becoming as heavy as a mountain. Xiao Chen felt excited. He had not expected the Dragon's Gate's warship to have such an effect. When he subdued the reincarnation lamp in the past, there had not been such a huge change. Xiao Chen closed his eyes and remained silent. Then, he sat cross-legged in the booth and started to slowly refine the Dragon's Gate's warship, getting the various formations and laws it contained to become more compatible with his body. However, Xiao Chen did not expect to completely refine the warship in one day and achieve 100% compatibility with his body. Chapter 846. If Xiao Chen wanted to completely refine a king-grade secret treasure, he still needed to raise his cultivation. He could not rush this. Soon, the maidservant returned with the astral core. Xiao Chen opened his eyes and thought for a while. Then, he prepared to leave this place immediately. There were many people eyeing this Dragon's Gate's warship. It was hard to guarantee that no one would make a move on him. After making his preparations, just as he was about to leave, Xiao Chen suddenly noticed the next auction item. It was an extremely rare saber monarch grass, which could improve a bladesman's saber intent. Xiao Chen immediately stopped. He decided to bid for this saber monarch grass before leaving. Little did he know, this decision in the blink of an eye prevented him from getting rid of some trouble. In booth 36, the white-clad old man that Xiao Chen used to instantly destroy the Dragon's Gate's warship held a 9-colored disc in his hand as he continuously formed hand seals. 9 different colored circles were spinning continuously on the round plate. Waves of mysterious energy were surging into the round plate non-stop. The white-clad old man's expression turned extremely grave. His eyebrows were deeply furrowed, looking like a large, Chuan character. Ka-Xie. Ka-Xie. Beams of light shot out from the disc, and a scene appeared on the disc. It showed the booth Xiao Chen was in. The scene showed a pretty maidservant bringing the astral core to Xiao Chen. Then, Xiao Chen put away the astral core and prepared to leave. Ka-Xie. The old man stretched out his hand and pointed. The beams of light on the disc gathered and encased Xiao Chen. When the light faded, a green dot appeared on the disc, flickering continuously. The white-clad old man relaxed his frown and heaved a sigh of relief. He said, "All right, my heavenly secret divination disc has already planted a trace of heavenly secrets in him. Now, no matter where he runs, he will not be able to escape." The ferocious-looking old man on the left asked, "Why did it take so long?" "The heavenly secret divination disc? Could it be that the other party sensed that trace of heavenly secrets and took precautions?" The white-clad old man shook his head and said, "No, the cloak he is wearing is somewhat strange. It is ethereal and slippery like a fish. I spent a lot of effort to catch it." The old man on the right said, "This fellow has quite a few good things on him. I wonder which sect's old monster he is from." The three of them were inner sect elders of the Heaven and Earth sect. The Heaven and Earth sect did not have any race requirements. They were rather famous in the profound domain and had considerable power. However, they were only slightly weaker than some sects and clans with sovereign martial emperors. The white-clad old man exuded a scholarly aura, looking very righteous. He looked at the heavenly secret divination disc in his hand and sneered, "We are alone. Even the old monsters of other sects will die if they encounter the three of us." Inside the private room, Shaochen frowned slightly, feeling an inexplicable sense of irritation. He sent out his spiritual sense to check carefully. However, his expression remained unchanged as he continued to bid for the saber monarch herb. Blade's men were a rather different group of cultivators. Shaochen did not have many competitors. He spent 2 million astral coins to successfully purchase this saber monarch grass. After Shaochen obtained the saber monarch grass from the maidservant, he did not linger and left this place in a rush. Although Shaochen did not sense anything with his spiritual sense, he kept feeling that something was wrong. After leaving the flourishing heaven pavilion, Shaochen looked around. Then, he followed the crowd to the bustling streets, heading out of the city. Young Master Huang, that person left from the side door of the flourishing heaven pavilion. He left before the auction ended. In a restaurant across from the flourishing heaven pavilion, a youth in embroidered clothes listened to the reports of two of his subordinates. This youth was called Huang Bai. He was the son of one of the 3 grandmaster alchemists of the medicine god Valley. His talent in alchemy was extraordinary as well. This time, Huang Bai had come with the elders of his sect to make a deal with Ying Qiong. He had sent people to investigate in secret and discovered that Xiao Chen was only an inferior grade martial sage. Hence, he felt evil. Behind the elders of his sect, Huang Bai prepared to make a fortune, be it 25 million astral coins, a complete lunar cassia tree, or a peak-grade immortal spirit ring. Any one of these would be sufficient to tempt him. Huang Bai nodded and said to the two beside him, "He is only an inferior grade martial sage. With the two of you being medial grade martial sages, you should be more than enough to deal with him. Make your move after you leave the city. I will wait here for your good news." The two obeyed and left. They swallowed a medicinal pill, and their auras immediately vanished. With their mental energy, they found that their cultivation was no different from that of an ordinary person. This was the rarely seen aura-concealing pill. After consuming it, one could hide one's cultivation for 2 hours. Even if the target discovered it, they would not care. After leaving the city, Shaochen gently pushed off and landed on the ground in Leisure Feather City. After getting his bearings, he headed for the Tianwu Domain's Haotian sect. There were still many cultivators on the main road. Shaochen did not stop moving. However, the further he went, the more he deviated. This made the two cautiously following behind rejoice. If there were fewer people, they would be able to make their move immediately. Suddenly, the two were stunned. When they looked up, they discovered that Xiao Chen's figure had disappeared. Xiao Chen, who was clearly in front of them earlier, suddenly vanished. Whoosh! Whoosh! The two no longer carefully hid themselves. They quickly flew over to where Xiao Chen had disappeared and looked around. Strange, why can't I see him? The two exchanged glances, feeling suspicious in their hearts. Are the two of you looking for me? Suddenly, a voice rang out behind them. The two's figures flashed as they quickly turned around. When they saw Xiao Chen wearing the heavenly sea cloak, who seemed to have appeared out of nowhere, they were extremely astonished. Under the cloak, Xiaochen revealed a faint smile. His earlier actions and the aura he gave off had exposed the two's cultivation. Just two medial-grade martial sages wanted to target him. They were too naive. Xiaochen's worries turned to nothing. Back in the booth, Xiaochen had felt that something was wrong. However, he could not detect it. Only when he left the city and checked with his spiritual sense did he see these two ordinary people. Only then did he understand. It turned out that there were experts who had consumed medicinal pills to hide their cultivation and were following him. When the two medial-grade martial sages saw that they were exposed, they did not say anything more. Their auras burst forth, and a weapon appeared in each of their hands. Then, they pressed forward and charged at Xiaochen. If it were when Xiaochen had just advanced to martial sage, he would have felt some pressure when facing two medial-grade martial sages and would not have dared to attack rashly. However, now that he had not been a medial-grade martial sage for several decades, Xiaochen would not fear regular medial-grade martial sages. He had too many trump cards he could use. After activating the sovereign bloodline in his body, the horrifying aura that Xiaochen gained from the rising dragon overlord pill surged out. In an instant, a formless dragon roar resounded behind him. As Xiaochen's aura soared, the two medial-grade martial sages suddenly felt a huge pressure bearing down on them. It was like they were facing an ancient sovereign overlord and not some inferior-grade martial sage. When Xiaochen attacked, openings instantly appeared in his moves. He took a step forward, and his aura was like a mountain pressing forward step by step. Vital qi surged in his right hand. Using his fastest speed, Xiaochen grabbed hold of the two's openings and attacked. Bang! Two crisp sounds of bones breaking resounded. Xiaochen punched the two medial-grade martial sages in the chest and sent them flying into the air. Blood leaked out of their mouths continuously. How can this be? We have rank 1 sage bodies. He shattered our ribs with a casual punch. As the two fell to the ground, they saw horror in each other's eyes. Xiaochen was clearly only an inferior-grade martial sage, but the aura that he burst out with instantly suppressed them. His casual punch seemed to have more than 2 million kilograms of vital qi. This was simply horrifying. Xiaochen did not give the two any time to think. He pushed off the ground again, and the two wings on his shoulders moved in different trajectories in the air. He moved so fast that only a blurry afterimage and two long afterimages could be seen. All the vital qi in Xiaochen's body surged like a flood, surging endlessly. With a casual punch, he could achieve 1,600,000 kilograms of force. Occasionally, he would explode with a force that could approach 1,500,000 kilograms of force. The sound of his fists tearing through space was like a clap of thunder in the two's ears, causing their ears to buzz. The ripples in the air even affected the two's movements. Fighting 1 against 2, Xiaochen held the absolute upper hand. The two could not see Xiaochen's movements clearly. They could only see two undulating streams of energy spinning in the air. Xiaochen turned into many afterimages. As he attacked, his fists flickered, forcing the two back several times. In less than 100 moves, Xiaochen severely injured these two and made them vomit blood. They became incredibly weak and fell to the ground, unable to get up again. Xiaochen stopped moving, and all the afterimages slowly vanished, revealing his true body. He said coldly, "With your insignificant cultivation, you dare to target my Dragon's Gate's warship? I really don't know how to evaluate you." "What Dragon's Gate's warship?" "We are the Medicine God Valley's people. You'd best let us go. Otherwise, with the Medicine God Valley's connections, there will be no place for you in this world." The two people on the ground spoke intermittently, trying to use the Medicine God Valley's position to pressure Xiaochen. When Xiaochen heard this, his expression changed drastically. However, it was not because of the Medicine God Valley but because they did not know about the Dragon's Gate's warship. In that case, the strong enemy that made Xiaochen feel strangely frustrated was someone else. Haha. Unexpectedly, the one who won the Dragon's Gate's warship alone is actually a little friend. A voice resounded in the air. Xiao Chen looked up and saw a white-clad old man slowly descending from the sky. He looked around and saw two other old men in two other directions, sealing off his escape routes. Xiao Chen checked the cultivation of the three old men, and his heart immediately sank. Unexpectedly, all of them were bona fide superior-grade martial sages. The white-clad old man looked at Xiao Chen and said sullenly, "Hand over the Dragon's Gate's warship and the cloak you are wearing, and I can spare your life." Xiao Chen carefully sized up the white-clad old man in front. Then, he glanced at the two old men in the other two directions. One of them looked ferocious and wore black robes. He had an indistinct, sinister smile on his face. The other wore green robes and had a skinny face with a small goatee. Xiao Chen committed the appearances of the three to memory and evaluated their strengths. Then, he came up with a rough countermeasure. Chapter 847. Xiao Chen raised his head and looked calmly at the other party. Then, he grasped something with his right hand and said, "Sir, have you heard of this saying before? It is better to bully an old man than to offend a young man. The river flows east for 30 years, then west for 30 years. Today, you rely on your age and cultivation to suppress me with numbers. Have you ever thought about your future?" The expressions of the three old men could not help but freeze. Unexpectedly, after Xiao Chen saw the three of them, he did not panic. Instead, he remained strangely calm and said such words. The white-clad old man snorted coldly and said, "Junior, you overestimate yourself. You might scare most people. This old man is an inner sect elder of the Heaven and Earth sect. Emperor Wu is in the sect. Even if you become Emperor Wu in the future, what can you do to me? Cut the crap. Hand over the Dragon's Gate's warship and your cloak, and I'll let you live. Otherwise, you can forget about leaving today." Xiao Chen's gaze turned cold. He raised his head and said, "In that case, I will stand here. Let's see how you will not let me live." Xiao Chen's aura clashed fearlessly. The aura of an overlord allowed Xiao Chen to fight one against three without any pressure. The clash of auras created intense shockwaves that howled endlessly in the air. The wind howled deafeningly. When the white-clad old man saw the fearless Xiao Chen's sharpness, he felt bewildered. He did not know what gave Xiao Chen the confidence to remain so calm at this moment. "You are just bluffing. You're just bluffing. Let's see how long you can keep up the act." The white-clad old man steeled himself. He did not think that with three superior-grade martial sages here, they could not do anything to an insignificant inferior-grade martial sage. That would be a huge joke. The white-clad old man's figure wavered, and two beams of light, one black and one white, flickered around him. Then, he charged at Xiao Chen as fast as a meteor. This was the moment he had been waiting for. Xiao Chen narrowed his eyes and released his tightly clenched right hand. Many superior-grade astral cores gave off dazzling light like flowers scattering in the sky, encasing him. Bang! The 20 superior-grade astral cores gave off a bright light. When Xiao Chen infused his energy into them, they exploded. The energy contained in one inferior-grade astral core could injure an inferior-grade martial sage. The might of 50 superior-grade astral cores exploding together was easy to imagine. Intense explosions blended together, shaking heaven and earth as surging shock waves swept out. The white-robed old man, who was charging forward at an extremely fast speed, was simply unable to dodge and was directly hit by the explosion. The white-robed old man came quickly and left even faster. His clothes were completely blown away, leaving behind only a saint-grade inner armor. His hair was in a mess, and his skin was a bloody mess. It was an extremely horrifying sight. His scholarly temperament was completely gone. A second ago, he was still in high spirits, but in the next second, he was in a sorry state. Although his internal and external injuries were not fatal, his combat power was reduced by at least 50% in a short period of time. The other two old men were greatly startled. Clearly, they had not expected Xiao Chen to consume such a precious superior-grade astral core in one go. And it wasn't just one or two, it was a total of 20. Whoosh! A light flashed. Right after the explosion ended, an electric light appeared under Xiao Chen's feet. His figure shot forward, and he kicked the white-robed old man, who had just landed, back 1 kilometer. Unexpectedly, Xiao Chen sent a bona fide superior-grade martial sage flying with a casual kick. After him. The 2 old men reacted and casually summoned out a spirit beast. Then, they carried the white-robed old man in the direction that Xiao Chen had taken, giving chase. The white-robed old man coughed intensely a few times. Then, he changed into a new set of clothes. After recuperating for a long time, his injured face recovered somewhat. "Old Bai, are you all right?" the ferocious-looking black-robed old man could not help asking. The might of 20 superior-grade astral cores exploding struck the black-robed old man. Just thinking about it made him tremble in fear. Fortunately, Old Bai wore a peak sage-grade defensive inner armor. Furthermore, Old Bai's physical body was already a rank 2 sage body. Not to mention anyone else, even if it were the black-robed old man, it would be pretty good if he could still breathe. Old Bai's expression turned sullen. He did not answer the old man's question. Instead, he took out the heavenly secret divination disc and looked at it. Then, he raised his head and said, "Turn around. This brat is really crafty." Unexpectedly, he circled around behind us. If I didn't have the heavenly secret divination plate, I would have really let that guy slip away. The green-robed old man controlling the spirit beast waved his hand, and the huge bird he sat on spread its wings. A strong wind blew, scattering the white clouds. Then, the bird sped towards the spot of light on the heavenly secret divination disc. This bird was called the White Roc. It possessed the bloodline of the legendary Kuan Peng and could fly very fast. In the entire heaven and earth sect, there were only 2 of them, 1 male and 1 female. Xiao Chen executed the Thunder Dragon steps to its limits. Using the heavenly sea cloak speed, he managed to leave the 3 far behind several times. However, when he slowed down, the other party immediately caught up. This was extremely strange. Xiao Chen carefully checked his body and did not find anything that had been tampered with. Left with no choice, he asked Ao Jiao, "Are there any secret treasures that can figure out the position of others or leave a mark on you that you cannot shake off?" Ao Jiao quickly answered, "There are many. I know a few: the divine calculation and manipulation, the ask not mirror, the 8 trigrams derivation diagram, the heavenly secret divination disc." Xiao Chen could not help but stop. When he saw the black spot appear behind him again, he could not help but frown. He said, "It looks like I really fell for it. No wonder I felt something was wrong at the Flourishing Heaven Pavilion. Actually, there is no need to worry. You have the Haotian martial emperors will clone. You can instantly kill these people," Ao Jiao said without much concern. Xiao Chen shook his head and said, "I can't. I can only use the martial emperors will clone in desperate situations. Right now, I am still far from it. They are just superior-grade martial sages. I already used 20 superior-grade astral cores. How can I waste the will clone? What do you plan to do then? There is no way to run." "That might not be the case." Xiao Chen looked up at the clear sky and summoned out the Dragon's Gate's warship, making it quickly grow larger. He said, "Let's go to the starry heavens and head directly to the Haotian star. I don't believe that 3 superior-grade martial sages will dare to go through the barrier of the sky with me." Xiao Chen gently leaped up and landed on the deck of the Dragon's Gate's warship. Then, he quickly went into the hold and placed 18 inferior-grade astral cores in the grooves of the formation. A light flickered, and the entire warship immediately came to life. It was like a huge, sleeping dragon awakening from a dream, filled with boundless energy. With his spiritual sense, Xiao Chen could feel every part of the warship. It was like this warship was his incarnation. With a thought, he could control it as he pleased. Unfortunately, he had only refined it for 1 day and could not bring out much of its combat prowess. Otherwise, with this warship, Xiao Chen would be able to easily kill off the pursuers. Whoosh! Xiao Chen appeared on the deck and controlled the warship to fly up continuously, 10 kilometers to 20 kilometers, heading for the formless barrier of the sky. Oh no! This fellow is going to use the Dragon's Gate's warship to go through the barrier of the sky. The ferocious-looking old man on the white rock said with an unsightly expression. It looked like Xiao Chen was about to catch up, but he soared higher and higher. Without a king-grade warship, one would have to be a Grandmaster-level martial sage to break through the barrier of the sky. The white-robed old man, who held the heavenly secret divination disc in his hand, showed an uncertain expression. As he watched the Dragon's Gate's warship slowly break through the barrier of the sky, he showed a conflicted expression. The three bona fide superior-grade martial sages personally made a move. In the end, not only did they fail to catch up to Xiao Chen, but they even got tricked by him. Without half a year of recuperation, they would not be able to recover to their peak. I planted a strand of the heavens in him. I don't believe that he will never return to the Kunlun realm, the white-robed old man said hatefully when he saw that he could no longer catch up to Xiao Chen. The Dragon's Gate's warship passed through the barrier of the sky. When the white-robed old man saw that he could no longer catch up to Xiao Chen, he could not help but say this hatefully. A faint azure barrier encased the Dragon's Gate's warship, preventing the chaotic flows of space in the starry heavens from invading. Chapter 848. As Xiao Chen stood on the deck, he turned his head back and glanced at the formless barrier of the sky. He felt startled. He wondered where the immortal epoch got such a grand feat to create such a huge barrier, surrounding the entire Kunlun realm. What kind of enemies were they dealing with? Could it be just astral beasts? When Xiao Chen thought about it, that should not be possible. The highest-ranked astral beast, the Destroyer, was only slightly stronger than a sovereign martial emperor. During the immortal epoch, those powerhouses would not have been frightened by these astral beasts. Hence, Xiao Chen somewhat disagreed with the views of the later generations. Everyone believed that the barrier of the sky was to prevent astral beasts. It was just that the peak of the martial epoch had passed. To them, astral beasts were horrifying existences that could not be dealt with. Once Xiao Chen descended to the Kunlun realm, there would be a great calamity. He used his own strength to consider the thoughts of the ancient people of the immortal epoch. The star beasts that were a headache in the eyes of the warriors might not be a problem in the eyes of the immortal cultivators. The real trouble might come from a more distant starry sky. Retracting his gaze, Xiao Chen shifted his gaze to the vast sea of stars. Being in the starry sky of the universe, all he felt was insignificance. Xiao Chen was slightly troubled. He had heard that the Haotian planet was only 10,000 miles away from the barrier of the sky. Moreover, most of the sect's bases were at this distance. Even if they couldn't find the Haotian planet after breaking through the barrier of the sky, they would still be able to find the bases of the other sections. That way, they wouldn't be lost in space. However, when he came out, he realized that he was gravely mistaken. As far as the eye could see, all he could see were stars, innumerable, and endless. There were all kinds of them, big and small, and it completely exceeded his expectations. There were also other things in the star state, such as the asteroid belts, the river of light, and the black holes. Once trapped in those forbidden areas, one would definitely die. At this moment, he finally understood the importance of a star chart. Without a star chart, it would be impossible to move an inch in the Milky Way. Back then, when Xiao Chen followed the Heavenly Battle Palace's two palace masters, he felt that the journey was very peaceful. Occasionally, he encountered trouble, but he easily dodged it. Now that he was steering the ship through the starry skies, it didn't feel like that at all. Don't worry, there should be a starry sky relay station nearby. Since I didn't reject your decision to enter the starry sky, there must be a way out. Ao Jiao's voice rang out at the right time, which calmed Xiao Chen down. Xiao Chen did not dare to act rashly. He only let the Dragon's Gate's warship drift with the chaotic space. He asked, "What is a starry heaven relay station? How come I have never heard of it before?" Ao Jiao smiled and said, "With your experience, naturally, you have not heard of this before. Grandmaster-level martial sages and above already possess the basic strength to travel the starry heavens alone. The Starry Heavens Relay Station is a place for these Grandmaster-level martial sages and above to stay. Some were established by independent martial artists, purely for the sake of appreciating the beautiful scenery of the starry sky, or for personal romantic pursuits. The establishment of this kind of starry sky relay station is relatively simple. It only needs the fixing star stone and an array formation that can roughly defend against starry sky meteorites and cosmic storms. There is another type that is more specialized. It is the relay stations established by the large factions. Their relay stations are spread throughout the Kunlun realm's starry heavens, allowing people to travel back and forth between relay stations. These relay stations are very resistant to cosmic storms and the various unknown dangers of the starry heavens. Xiao Chen now understood a little. It looked like the world of the starry heavens was much more marvelous than he had imagined. However, how should he find these starry heaven relay stations? Ao Jiao noticed Xiao Chen's doubts. She smiled and said, "Without a star chart, you will not be able to find the relay stations. Don't act rashly for now. Just let the Dragon's Gate's warship circle around the barrier of the sky. Sooner or later, you will run into a starry heaven relay station. There are many starry heaven relay stations established by independent martial artists around the barrier of the sky. There is no need to worry about not being able to find one." Not having a star chart was really problematic. However, since Xiao Chen had already made his decision, it was not time to regret it. He perked himself up and asked, "How long do I have to wait?" "Don't worry. It will not take long. Those starry heaven relay stations all have fixing star stones. They are fixed in place in the starry heavens. As long as you circle the barrier of the sky, you will run into one sooner or later. Furthermore, it will be very easy to discover them." When Xiao Chen saw this, he did not ask any further. Instead, he reflected on his experiences on this trip. Now that Xiao Chen had reached his current cultivation realm, he could no longer limit himself to the younger generation. Martial sages were already roughly at the top of the pyramid. The number of older generation experts that Xiao Chen would have to face would increase. He had to consider these experts that he could only look up to in the past. In the future, it would be normal for him to run into superior grade martial sages or even grandmaster level martial sages. When he ran into such experts, he would have to think carefully about how to deal with them and how to protect himself. He also had to prepare some trump cards that would allow him to escape easily from these experts. After a while, Xiao Chen took out the saber monarch grass. He planned to use this time to absorb the saber intent contained in it. There was a dangerous place in the Kunlun continent called Heavenly Thunder Peak. During the ancient era, a powerful saber emperor comprehended his Tao here. Eventually, he successfully broke through and became a sovereign saber monarch. After that, he mysteriously disappeared, leaving behind many legends in the Kunlun continent. Some said that he became an illusory martial god, others said that he died long ago. Aside from the legends, there was a kind of very ordinary grass growing on the heavenly snow peak where that saber emperor comprehended his Tao. However, the instant that saber emperor advanced to sovereign martial emperor, this grass mutated, storing the saber intent that he inadvertently leaked. This grass became very precious. Furthermore, it continued to grow. Every time spring arrived, there would be many martial sages going to fight for the saber monarch grass. Xiao Chen placed the saber monarch grass in his palm and circulated his spiritual sense. Then, he closed his eyes and started to absorb the saber intent contained in the grass. Buzz! 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 Buzzing saber intent resounded in Xiao Chen's sea of consciousness. Thousands of strands of saber intent scattered everywhere, kicking up huge waves in his sea of consciousness. Every strand of saber intent was surging and terrifying. The waves in his sea of consciousness made Xiao Chen tremble for some reason. With some effort, Xiao Chen merged the saber intent in the saber monarch grass with the saber intent that he comprehended. The saber intent in the grass was too tyrannical and ferocious. The process was very slow. However, Xiao Chen gained a lot. With every strand of saber intent that the saber monarch left behind, Xiao Chen could feel his saber intent improving significantly. When all the strands of saber intent were collected, Xiao Chen's 80% comprehension had reached peak 90% comprehension. The originally formless saber intent in Xiao Chen's sea of consciousness could be vaguely seen. An indistinct small saber floated in the sea of consciousness. This should be the shape of the saber soul. When one saber intent reached 100% comprehension, it would undergo a qualitative change, giving birth to a soul. Swordsmen had a sword soul, and bladesmen had a saber soul. When a cultivator comprehended a soul, when they executed various martial techniques with their weapons, the sharpness of the weapons would be able to pierce one's heart, making them tremble in fear. The saber techniques they executed would be much sharper. However, it was not that simple to condense a soul. Out of 10,000 bladesmen, only one would comprehend saber intent. Of those who comprehended saber intent, only 1 in 10,000 would be able to condense a saber soul. One could easily imagine how difficult it was to comprehend a saber soul. The saber intent in the saber monarch grass in Xiao Chen's palm drained, turning into withered grass and disappearing. Xiao Chen opened his eyes, and with a thought, his gaze seemed to be able to pierce through the boundless starry heavens. It was incredibly sharp, deterring others from looking directly at him. Xiao Chen raised his head and looked around. Then, he asked, Ao Jiao, how long did I take to absorb the saber intent? Ao Jiao counted on her fingers. Then, she said, about half a month. I even missed a starry sky relay station. Xiao Chen raised his eyebrows and said, let's head back. I don't want to drift anymore. You should remember the route to that starry sky relay station, right? Naturally, I'll help you remember it. Turning the bow of the warship around, Xiao Chen controlled the 18 sails of the Dragon's Gate's warship to advance at full speed in the direction Ao Jiao pointed out. The 8 jets at the stern of the warship released a scarlet tail of flames. The Dragon's Gate's warship was like a blue dragon soaring through the clouds in the starry heavens, looking very imposing. In less than half a day, a jade-green spot of light appeared in Xiao Chen's vision. That was the unique light of the star-fixing stone. It was unique in the boundless universe. Xiao Chen's face lit up in joy. He could not help but increase his speed. The talisman scripts on the sails flickered with light as they buzzed. The star-fixing stone was one of the top 100 stones on the Starry Heaven's Strange Stone ranking. It did not provide any practical help to cultivators. Its wondrous use lay in the word fix. Any object connected to the star-fixing stone would be firmly fixed in space. No matter how strong the Starry Heaven's storm was, it would not be able to blow it away. This was because it was already connected to the structure of that space. The star-fixing stone was the foundation of a Starry Heaven's relay station. Without the star-fixing stone, there would be no Starry Heaven's relay station. A relay station that always drifted in the starry heavens would not be of any help to cultivators on an adventure. The price of the star-fixing stone was based on its size. A palm-sized star-fixing stone would cost a regular superior-grade martial sage 10 years of savings. The larger the star-fixing stone, the more expensive it would be. That jade-green spot of light slowly closed in on Xiao Chen. When it was 5 kilometers away, Xiao Chen, who was on the bow, could already see the relay station clearly. Although it was called a relay station, it was actually a mountain peak that had been chopped off and turned upside down. All sorts of buildings had been erected on that flat platform. The jade-green light came from the inverted triangular ground below. The star-fixing stone was probably embedded in the core of this triangle. This Starry Heavens relay station was very small, no more than 1 kilometer in radius. With Xiao Chen's cultivation, he could circle it 4 or 5 times in one breath. The buildings on the platform were very simple. Aside from a shop, a few wooden houses, and a courtyard, the other places were all planted with flowers and trees. 2 old men sat at a stone table in the courtyard, drinking tea and playing Go. Not far away, a girl about 7 or 8 years old practiced her saber alone. The entire scene looked very harmonious. Xiao Chen put away the Dragon's Gate's warship. Then, he stood on 2 clumps of electric light. In a flash, he arrived at the top of the platform and was blocked by a formless restriction. The 2 old men glanced at Xiao Chen and did not pay him any more attention. However, the girl practicing the sword shouted in a tender voice, Daddy. Daddy. There is a guest. Business is here. Chapter 849. Whoosh. A jade pendant flew out from below, passing through the restriction and flying towards Xiaochen. Xiaochen stretched out his hand and grabbed it. Then, he passed through the restriction without any obstruction. When the girl saw the cloaked Xiaochen, she felt very curious. She stared at Xiaochen with her large eyes. A lazy voice came from the shop in the courtyard. It said, "Little girl, don't get distracted. Continue practicing the saber." The girl giggled and made a funny face. Clearly, she was not afraid of the person speaking. However, she still obediently continued practicing the saber. The girl did not hold a real saber in her hand. Instead, it was just a saber carved from bamboo. While it looked very proper, it was actually full of openings. When Xiaochen saw this scene, he smiled faintly. Unexpectedly, he could see such a leisurely scene in the deep starry heavens. It made him feel calm for some reason. Xiaochen stepped forward and arrived at the shop. There were some old, miscellaneous items on the shelves. Clearly, no one had touched them for a long time. Behind the counter was a middle-aged man with a long beard. There was a startling scar on this man's face and 2 thick eyebrows. One could still vaguely see the sharpness of the past. This person's appearance perfectly described the word ferocious. However, at this moment, he held a small teapot to his lips in his right hand and a book in his left. He looked very refined. In Xiaochen's sea of consciousness, the vague, wrinkled 90% comprehended saber intent suddenly trembled as though it had seen something very scary. The relay station's owner raised his head and exclaimed softly. Then, he smiled and said, "Your presence brings light to my humble dwelling." Unexpectedly, a demonic genius of the younger generation came to this rundown place. Furthermore, you are a pretty good bladesman. The owner's words did not contain the shock that most people would show when they saw a genius. Instead, it was more of a mocking and joking tone, an indifference that came from being accustomed to the world of mortals. Xiaochen felt some fear in his heart. This person was not simple. Not only did he have an unfathomable cultivation, but he was also a very strong bladesman. "Senior, do you sell star maps here?" Xiaochen asked from under his hood. When it came to business, the owner of the relay station put down the ancient book in his hand and forced himself to be spirited. However, there was still a hint of laziness in his voice. "Star Atlas, how big do you want it to be? What level of Star Atlas do you want? Different levels have different prices." Xiaochen thought for a moment and said, "Just give me the most ordinary one." "Then it's a primitive one. 100,000 star coins, no bargaining." The relay station owner tossed over a jade slip. Xiaochen caught it and sent his spiritual sense into it. Instantly, a vast 3-dimensional map of the starry sky appeared in his mind. On the star map, the major relay stations were marked. Planets with sects stationed on them would also be marked with words. Dangerous places would be marked with color, and there were even simple text descriptions. Unknown forbidden lands were marked with a simple question mark. This star map was much more detailed than the one that Xiaochen had seen in the past. Soon, Xiaochen found the location of planet Haotian. Then, he quickly drew a route from here to planet Haotian in his mind. Xiaochen withdrew his spiritual sense, and he revealed an expression of joy. He happily paid 100,000 astral coins and prepared to leave. However, the relay station owner stopped him and said, "Young man, you still have something that you have not given me." Xiaochen was stunned for a while. Then, he recalled that the other party had tossed him a jade pendant at the start. After thinking for a while, he did not rush to return it. He said, "I see that Senior's relay station does not seem to be marked on this star map. If Senior takes this jade pendant away, it will not be easy to find this place in the future." However, the relay station owner smiled and said, "This is a small place in the first place. I only do business with some friends. If not for your young age and the fact that you are a bladesman, would not have let you in." Xiaochen wanted to make friends with this person. He wanted to keep the jade pendant with him, so he thought about how to broach the subject. Xiao Chen, most of these starry heaven relay stations were once famous people of the Sky Dome realm. They were tired of the fighting and killing of the cultivator world and retired to the starry heavens, putting an end to all worldly grudges. Normally, they do not wish to be disturbed by others. Ao Jiao explained softly from the immortal spirit ring. When Xiao Chen heard this, he could not help but feel sad. It was rare for him to meet a true bladesman expert. If he missed this opportunity, it would be a pity. This humble one has been rude and disturbed you. Xiao Chen was rather straightforward. After he heard Ao Jiao's explanation, he did not say anything more and directly handed over the jade pendant. The relay station owner smiled faintly and received the jade pendant. He said, "You are rather open-minded. I know what you are thinking. If you can drift to this place again in the future, we will be truly fated. At that time, we can have a good chat." Xiao Chen performed a cupped fist salute and left this place. As the middle-aged man watched Xiao Chen leave, he sighed softly. After not appearing for so many years, the Kunlun realm unexpectedly produced such a young outstanding talent. The relay station owner shook his head and picked up the teapot with his mouth. Then, he leaned back on the chair and continued reading. With the guidance of the star chart, Xiao Chen piloted the Dragon's Gate's warship and flew through the starry heavens. He immediately felt much happier. Half a month later, Xiao Chen successfully descended on planet Haotian and arrived at the base of the Haotian sect. When the various elders saw Xiao Chen's true body, they all revealed joyful expressions. This was especially so for Shui Lingling. Although she had received Xiao Chen's voice projection and knew that he was safe, she only relaxed when she saw him in person. When the various elders left, leaving only Shui Lingling and the first elder, Han Xinghe, Xiao Chen spoke of his purpose. "What? You want to return to the Sky Dome realm at this crucial moment? Did I hear wrong?" The usually calm Han Xinghe was extremely shocked when he heard this, somewhat unable to accept it. Shui Lingling also showed a confused expression. She asked, "Junior brother, why? Now is the start of the age of geniuses. All sorts of ancient wondrous lands will appear one after another. There will be endless fortuitous encounters. No younger generation genius would let go of such an opportunity. Why are you thinking of returning to the Sky Dome realm?" Han Xinghe continued, "Furthermore, the spiritual energy of the Sky Dome realm is very thin. With your luck and talent, going there will be a waste of time. If you get left behind by the other geniuses, it will be very difficult to catch up." Xiao Chen had already made up his mind long ago. He said calmly, "I know what you are talking about. However, my cultivation technique has reached a critical juncture. There are things in the Sky Dome realm that I have yet to resolve. If I cannot resolve this knot in my heart, it will be hard for me to undergo a heart tribulation. Furthermore, I really want to go and meet some of my old friends in the Sky Dome realm. I have to return on this trip. Otherwise, the regrets in my heart will remain forever." The first elder, Han Xinghe, and the first senior sister, Shui Lingling, tried to dissuade him. However, Xiao Chen had already made up his mind and did not budge. Han Xinghe shook his head helplessly and said, "Never mind. Since you are so determined, it is not good for me to say anything more. However, everything has to be done according to the rules. If you want to use the Haotian sect's transportation formation, you have to go to another realm. The inner sect elders can use it for free once every 10 years. The first elder and the vice sect master can use it at will. Given your qualifications, you will not be able to enjoy this. Xiao Chen, you can understand this, right?" Xiao Chen nodded to indicate that he understood. Traveling between realms required a significant number of astral cores. Furthermore, they were all superior-grade astral cores. Naturally, the sect's resources could not be wasted. "Good. 2 trips back and forth will cost a total of 5 million astral coins. This is the best discount we can give you," Han Xinghe said sullenly. 1 trip would require at least 50 superior-grade astral cores. Elder Han was already giving Xiao Chen a lot of face by only offering this condition. Shui Lingling still wanted to salvage the situation. She said, "Junior brother, after you go back, I believe that you will not be able to return within a year. 1 year is sufficient for many things to change." Xiaochen performed a cupped fist salute and said, "Many thanks to First Elder and Senior Sister for asking me to stay. However, my situation is rather special. I cannot resolve this knot in my heart or clear my heart tribulation. To me, this is just a form of cultivation. It does not matter where I am." Haha. What a great knot in your heart and clear your heart tribulation. This time, I'll send you off. Suddenly, a carefree voice rang out in the air. When Elder Han and Shui Lingling heard this, their expressions changed. The sect master actually arrived. Space rippled like water, and a crack appeared. Then, the Haotian Emperor's figure slowly walked out. He released his Emperor's might and withdrew it immediately, not putting any pressure on the group. The Haotian Emperor smiled gently and landed on the ground. Then, he said warmly, "Qinghe, Lingling, you really don't have to worry about Xiaochen. He will have his own fortuitous encounters when he returns." The Haotian Emperor shifted his gaze and stared at Xiaochen. In that instant, it felt like the other party could see through every inch of Xiaochen's body, including his internal organs and every inch of his flesh. "Although I'm not sure what cultivation technique you are cultivating, the bottleneck of this cultivation technique should have been troubling you for a long time, right?" Before Xiaochen came to the Kunlun realm, the Purple Thunder Divine Incantation had already reached the 6th layer. Now that more than 2 years had passed, he was still stuck at the 6th layer. This had long since affected his cultivation speed. The Haotian Emperor's eyes were as sharp as torches, he could tell with one glance. Xiaochen answered honestly. There was no need for him to hide much from the Haotian Emperor. "Yes, it has been more than 2 years. This bottleneck requires me to undergo 2 tribulations, the external lightning tribulation and the internal heart tribulation. Honestly speaking, I am not confident of clearing them." Han Xinghe and Shui Lingling exchanged glances, feeling confused. They had heard of lightning tribulations before. Greater Heavenly Emperor Wu had to undergo 9 layers of lightning tribulations before he could become a sovereign martial emperor. There were also some cultivation techniques that surpassed heaven rank that required one to face lightning tribulations at the end. However, they had never heard of a heart tribulation. What cultivation technique did Xiaochen cultivate? Could it be even more horrifying than those cultivation techniques that surpassed heaven ranked? Suddenly, the Haotian Emperor asked, "Xiaochen, when did someone plant a strand of heavenly fate in your body? Your journey back must have been very difficult, right?" Xiaochen organized his thoughts and explained what happened. "The people of the Heaven and Earth sect? I'll help you erase this strand of heavenly fate first. Then, I'll settle the score with that group of old fellows. They know that you are from my Haotian sect, yet they still dared to make a move on you." A murderous intent flashed in the eyes of the Haotian Emperor. Boundless clouds churned endlessly in the depths of his eyes. Rings of light flickered within them, materializing the might of the Haotian Emperor. The Haotian Emperor stretched out his hand, wanting to erase the strand of heavenly fate in Xiaochen's body. Xiaochen quickly waved his hand and said, "Sect Master, those 3 people do not know my identity. I do not intend to erase this strand of heavenly fate." Chapter 850. The moment the Haotian Emperor heard this, he understood Xiaochen's meaning. He smiled and said, "It looks like you want to do it yourself. Very well, in that case, I will not make the decision on my own. I still have to discuss this with the Sky Dome Realm's Haotian sect. I will come and look for you 3 days from now. You should use these few days to make your preparations. Words cannot express my gratitude for this great favor." Xiaochen performed a cupped fist salute. With the Haotian Emperor making a move, Xiaochen would be able to save a lot of resources. However, all this was just an empty promise. It was more of an indication of the Haotian Emperor's attitude. While the others were still hesitating, the Haotian Emperor did not hesitate to step forward to support Xiaochen. He was betting on Xiaochen's future, betting that Xiaochen would be able to bring back the glory of the Qing Emperor. He was betting that his judgment was right. He had already made all the necessary preparations. Actually, Xiao Chen did not have much to do. After learning that Yu Chenxi and Gong Yangyu had been sent to the Heavenly Battle Palace to cultivate as true inheritors, Xiao Chen sought them out and informed them of his purpose. This was within their expectations. The two had not dared to imagine that Xiao Chen would go to the Sky Dome realm at such a crucial time. Right now, the two of them were in the Heavenly Battle Palace. Their cultivations had advanced by leaps and bounds, already reaching half-sage. Furthermore, they had heard that the Haotian Emperor would forcefully break open the barrier of the savage battlefield half a month from now, giving everyone a chance to seek fortuitous encounters and see if they could find an opportunity to advance to martial sage. There were endless fortuitous encounters and endless fortuitous encounters. If they were lucky enough, they would have a chance to rise again on this stage. If the two returned to the Sky Dome realm at this moment, they would definitely not agree. When the two learned that Xiao Chen had made up his mind, they each left a message and some resources for him to bring to their clans. 3 days later, the Haotian Emperor arrived as promised, appearing before Xiao Chen. The Haotian Emperor closed his eyes, trying hard to sense something. Streams of mental energy pierced through the void, shooting toward an unknown place. Moments later, the Haotian Great Emperor opened his eyes. In the void, he saw figures formed by light and shadows. Each of them looked like a deity, and they seemed to be able to destroy the earth with just a lift of their hands. Qi! Zhang Xian pointed forward, and the flashing figure in front of him came to a halt. It was a handsome man who wore a jade robe made of gold and had a purple fork on his head. Judging from his appearance, he looked very much like the Daoist priest of the immortal court that Xiao Chen had met in his previous life. Found it, let's go. A smile appeared on the Haotian Emperor's face. With a wave of his hand, the handsome man dissipated into light, and a golden gate appeared behind him. Dense talisman scripts were carved on the gate, and a purple talisman was stuck between the cracks of the gate. The Haotian Emperor shouted and punched. The talisman shattered, and the gate opened. The Haotian Emperor extended his hand and led Xiao Chen in. A dark passage of time appeared, and the two moved at the speed of light. That person earlier was the Sky Dome Immortal Lord. During the Immortal Epoch, the Sky Dome realm was his residence. He was also the strongest Immortal Lord of the 3,000 Immortal Lords. As the Haotian Emperor flew forward, he spoke softly. This startled Xiao Chen. Clearly, he had not expected the Haotian Emperor to tell him such a secret. The 3,000 great realms were actually the residences of the 3,000 Immortal Lords during the Immortal Epoch. The Haotian Emperor smiled faintly and said, "There is no need to make a fuss over nothing." The Immortal Lords were already the peak experts of the Immortal Epoch. The only ones stronger than the Immortal Lords were the Immortal Emperors. As for the residence turning into a great 1,000 realms, there is nothing strange about that. When one reaches Emperor Wu's level and comprehends heavenly laws, one can create a small world of one's own with some effort. There is no other meaning in telling you all this. Sooner or later, you will advance to Emperor Wu. Then, you will be able to personally tear open the gates of the Sky Dome Immortal Lord's residence. As they spoke, Xiao Chen felt a familiar aura. It seemed like he was about to reach the Sky Dome realm. Boom! A spatial tear opened, and the scene before Xiao Chen changed. He arrived at the summit of the great Jin nation's Haotian sect in the Sky Dome realm. Inside the spatial tear, the Haotian Emperor waved his hand and smiled. Due to some agreements, Emperor Wu cannot appear in the Sky Dome realm. I will not be going out. When we meet again, let me see a reborn you. The spatial tear closed, and the space-time tunnel opened by the Haotian Emperor closed completely. Xiao Chen looked around. When he felt the spiritual energy in the air, he felt extremely uncomfortable. He smiled bitterly and said, "The difference is really obvious. Cultivating in the Sky Dome realm is probably not even half as good as cultivating in the Kunlun realm. Be it quality or quantity, the difference is too great." Whoosh! A figure flew over from below. Xiao Chen scanned with his spiritual sense and clearly saw the appearance of this person. This person was the Supreme Elder of the Sky Dome realm's Haotian sect, Senior Feng. This was also the senior Feng who had sent Xiao Chen and Yu Chenxi to the Kunlun realm. He could be considered an old acquaintance of Xiao Chen. Xiao Chen did not dare to put on any airs before this person. Electric light flashed under his feet, and he rushed over to welcome him. "It's you. Why are you back?" When Senior Feng saw Xiao Chen, his eyes were filled with shock. He had only heard that the Kunlun realm's main sect had an honored guest. Furthermore, the Haotian emperor had personally sent him over. Unexpectedly, the one who came was Xiao Chen. Furthermore, after not seeing Xiao Chen for 2 years, Xiao Chen had actually advanced to martial sage. Xiao Chen's cultivation was so deep that even Senior Feng could not see through it. Xiao Chen performed a cupped fist salute and said, "Greetings, Senior Feng." Senior Feng smiled bitterly and said, "How could I dare to address myself as senior? Just address me as Senior Feng. Come, follow me to a room first." Xiao Chen looked around and thought of something. Feeling it was strange, he asked, "What's wrong? The Haotian sect master is not around. Why did Senior Feng come over?" Senior Feng was a supreme elder. In terms of seniority, his position was even higher than the sect masters. Since Senior Feng had appeared, it was strange that the sect master had not. Senior Feng smiled and said, "Little brother Xiao Chen, you came at a good time. The frost flood dragon guarding the heaven and earth tomb in Desolate City is undergoing its tribulation again. Rumor has it that this time, the frost flood dragon will either fail and die or advance further, turning into a dragon and leaving this world. Either way, it will not be able to continue guarding the heaven and earth tomb." Xiao Chen felt excited. He had been to Desolate City's hidden dragon lake once before. That was where he learned of Chu Chaoyun's true identity. Back then, the frost flood dragon had sent Xiao Chen flying with one claw strike. However, in reality, it had helped Xiao Chen deal with several bruises and hidden injuries that he had not noticed. At that time, Xiao Chen had won 100 matches in a row in the wrestling ring. While it looked impressive, in reality, there were some hidden injuries in his body. If they were not dealt with in time, they might turn into hidden injuries. The frost flood dragon had done Xiao Chen a favor. However, Xiao Chen did not know why it had helped him back then. When Senior Feng saw that Xiao Chen seemed to be very interested, he smiled and said, "Let's go to the hall first. I will tell you in detail." In the main hall of the Haotian sex branch, Xiao Chen and Senior Feng sat side by side. The female disciple who came to serve tea looked at Xiao Chen suspiciously. The female disciple felt very curious. Where did this major character come from? Why is he sitting side by side with the Supreme Elder? Based on Senior Feng's expression, he did not treat Xiao Chen as a junior. Senior Feng's position was even higher than the sect master's. Normally, only the sect master could sit beside Senior Feng. The female disciple sized up Xiao Chen, finding him somewhat familiar. However, she did not know where she had seen him before. When Xiao Chen and Senior Feng picked up their teacups, she had no choice but to leave. When the female disciple walked out of the hall, she thought of something and took out a register. The words, "True Dragon Ranking," were written on it. When she flipped to the first page, the person in the illustration entered her eyes. When the female disciple thought back to that person's appearance, her heart could not help but pound heavily. Unexpectedly, the white-robed bladesman Xiao Chen had returned. Furthermore, he was sitting side by side with the Supreme Elder. If this news spread, who knew what kind of commotion it would cause? The clan heads and sect masters of the 8 noble clans and 10 great sects all rushed over? Xiao Chen asked calmly after he heard Senior Feng's introduction. He put down the teacup in his hand and asked calmly. Senior Feng nodded slightly and replied, "Almost all of them." Most of the martial sages of the entire Sky Dome realm rushed over. It is hard to say what is hidden in the grave of the first-generation Tianwu Emperor. The first-generation Tianwu Emperor was a sovereign martial emperor 10,000 years earlier than the Qing Emperor. There were countless legends about him in the Sky Dome realm. On the other hand, Xiao Chen rarely heard anyone mention him in the Kunlun realm. Such a person, who even possessed a strong heavenly flame, did not leave any records of his deeds in the Kunlun realm. This was extremely strange. Could it be that this first-generation Tianwu emperor was like the people who left their vague marks at the top of the Sage Mark Monument, mysteriously leaving this world and not truly dying? Putting aside these guesses for now, the first-generation Tianwu emperor was definitely an extremely strong person. Since his grave had been passed down, it would be hard to avoid people coveting it. Xiao Qin compared his strength to Senior Feng's. Senior Feng was a superior grade martial sage, but he did not give Xiao Qin any pressure at all. Compared to the three superior grade martial sages of the Heaven and Earth sect, Xiao Qin could not be mentioned in the same breath. There was a huge difference in accumulations between advancing to martial sage in the Sky Dome realm and the Kunlun realm. Xiao Qin finally understood it now. No wonder some of the martial sages of the Sky Dome realm were unwilling to go to the Kunlun realm, even though they had accumulated sufficient resources. If they went to the Kunlun realm with their strength, they would not even be qualified to be bystanders. They might as well stay in the lower realm and live a peaceful life. Xiao Qin thought for a while and thought of another question. He asked, "What's going on with that frost flood dragon?" Based on Senior Feng's tone, it seems like this is not its first time undergoing a tribulation. Senior Feng nodded and said, "It has undergone a tribulation several times already, probably once every 1 or 2,000 years. This flood dragon did not choose to take human form, choosing another path of cultivation for spirit beasts. Its life force is extremely strong. Although it did not advance to martial emperor, a regular emperor would not be able to do anything to it. This time, it has already reached its peak. If it succeeds in its tribulation, it will turn from a flood dragon to a dragon, becoming an ice true dragon. At that time, due to the agreement between the Kunlun realm and the demonic world, it will not be able to stay. However, it is more likely that it will fail its tribulation and die. It has already lived for too long, and its luck is nearly exhausted. All the martial sages are waiting for it to die so that they can make a move on its heavenly emperor's grave." Xiao Qin knew that there was no Emperor Wu in the Sky Dome realm. However, for some reason, this was the second time he heard about this agreement. What exactly is this agreement? Can Senior Feng tell me? Xiao Qin asked out of curiosity. Senior Feng took a sip of tea and said, "It is not a secret. There is no harm in telling you. After the destruction of the Tianwu dynasty, the Bushan Palace and the demonic world came to an agreement to work together to suppress the development of this realm." Chapter 851. No matter who it is, neither side is allowed to send out Emperor Wu's experts. They also cannot allow Emperor Wu to exist in this realm. If a battle breaks out, neither side is allowed to send Emperor Wu down. The Sky Dome realm will belong to whoever wins it. However, the agreement must still be fulfilled. When Xiao Qin heard that, he could not help but laugh hoarsely. When he was still in Mo City's demonic beast forest and was only a martial disciple, he had fantasized about the protection of the three holy masters. Now that he thought about it, he had been too naive. What demonic calamity? It was just a game that the major characters of both sides agreed on. The masses were like chess pieces, at their mercy. Only by grasping absolute strength and jumping out of this game could one be qualified to control one's own fate and see the true nature of this world. However, I'm not sure why the Bushan Palace and the demonic world came to this agreement. It has to do with the destruction of the Dragon's Gate 10,000 years ago, Old Feng continued. Clearly, he did not know that Xiao Qin had already acknowledged his identity as a descendant of the Qing Emperor in the Kunlun realm. Xiao Qin smiled and did not continue this topic. He stood up and said, "Many thanks for Old Feng's hospitality. I plan to make a trip to the Tianwu Emperor's grave, so I'll take my leave first." Old Feng was not surprised by this. He had absolute confidence in Xiao Qin's strength. Now that Emperor Wu did not appear in the Sky Dome realm, he could not think of anyone who could stop Xiao Qin. Haha. In that case, I won't send you off. If not for the fact that I have to oversee the sect, this old man would also like to take a look at the excitement. After leaving the Haotian sect, Xiao Qin executed Thunder Dragon steps. With one step, space instantly tore apart. Compared to the spatial structure of the Kunlun realm, the Sky Dome realm was like paper. Xiao Qin immediately entered the void. Xiao Chen moved at lightning speed through space. Occasionally, he tore a crack in space to see where he was going. In less than 4 hours, Xiao Chen traveled from the great Jin nation to the sky above desolate city's hidden dragon lake. There was no obstruction in space. His speed was startlingly fast. Rumble. The scene before them was a little frightening. Black thunderclouds gathered in the sky above the Qianlong Lake. Lightning bolts as thick as water buckets rained down on the Qianlong Lake. Waves rolled, and the sky changed color. The void was easily torn apart by the lightning. The lake water splashed everywhere, and the originally flat lake surface was ravaged into a tragic sight. Xiao Chen frowned slightly as he looked at the descending lightning bolt. If it had landed on him, he would not have been able to withstand it. It seemed like the frost flood dragon was really in danger this time. With a flash of light, Xiao Chen directly fell into the final entrance lake, avoiding the lightning bolts and descending towards the tomb of the celestial arch. When Xiao Chen landed in the middle of the lake, a man wearing Tianwu royal robes and carrying a sword on his back revealed a surprised expression. He muttered, "Why is he back at this time?" The world under the water was a completely different world. Xiao Chen hovered in the air, not in a rush to land. He watched as the bolts of lightning entered the cold pool beside the celestial Thearch's tomb. A mournful and aged roar came from inside continuously, shaking everyone's eardrums and causing them to feel a sense of sorrow for no reason. This was not like an absolute expert fighting against the heavens, filled with boundless sharpness and heroism. It was more like an old man who had lived for a very long time, struggling at death's door, expressing the final dissatisfaction in his heart. That voice contained an indescribable obsession, an indescribable sorrow, and an emotion that moved one's expression. Those who were not close friends would not be able to understand. The world had its own cycle of reincarnation. No matter what kind of creature one was, no matter how strong one was, one would not be able to escape death in the end. The heavenly Tao was like a sword hanging above everyone's head. No one could break that sword with a punch. It looked like Old Feng was right. This frost flood dragon had lived for too long. It had already been more than 20,000 years since the Tianwu dynasty was established. The frost flood dragon had already exhausted its luck. It would be impossible for it to undergo its tribulation and become an ice-true dragon at this time. When Xiao Chen looked to the front, he saw several figures standing at the limits of his vision. Their eyes filled with incomparable excitement. Clearly, they knew about this as well. This old dragon had been standing guard here for a very long time, causing many people with ill intentions to return in defeat. Today, it was finally going to die. What kind of secrets did the first-generation Tianwu Emperor's tomb hide? It was finally going to be revealed. Like these people, Xiao Chen was very curious about the first-generation Tianwu Emperor's tomb. He felt boundless anticipation in his heart. However, when he arrived here and heard the sorrowful roars of that old dragon, he could not help but be moved. Those who were not close friends would not be able to understand the meaning behind these words. Xiao Chen did not know if he could be considered a close friend or not. However, he could understand the helplessness contained in these sorrowful roars. What helplessness? It was the helplessness of not being able to fulfill the promise of the first-generation Tianwu Emperor. It was the helplessness of seeing through everything in the world and standing at the peak of the Sky Dome realm. In the end, he still could not escape death. It was the obsession in his heart, unable to let go of this first-generation Tianwu Emperor's tomb. Helplessness, helplessness, helplessness. The rumbling thunder turned into malevolent lightning that tore through the sky and space, mercilessly falling into that cold pool. Xiao Chen raised his head and looked into the distance. There were dozens of martial sages standing there. Their faces were all filled with extreme excitement. They were all very tense, not even daring to breathe loudly. Xiao Chen's gaze moved between the cold pool and the distance. He shook his head slightly and slowly moved back. For some reason, he lost interest in this Tianwu Emperor's tomb. He simply did not want to profane the obsession of an old dragon that it had guarded for 20,000 years. Just as Xiao Chen's figure was about to enter the lake, thousands of purple lightning bolts gathered together and turned into a bolt of golden lightning. It was as straight as a javelin, descending from the sky. Before it landed, the entire space trembled intensely. Countless pitch-black cracks spread out in all directions like a spiderweb from where the lightning landed. The entire space seemed to shatter. Ka-cie. 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 The cracks were like tentacles reaching Xiao Chen. However, a formless force stopped them, preventing them from advancing at all. This old dragon is finished. Xiao Chen sighed softly as he looked at the cold pool, not even bothering to look at the horrifying cracks in front of him. Boom! The golden lightning instantly entered the cold pool, and the intense roars stopped. The hidden dragon lake finally regained its calm. Amidst the silence, a great destruction silently occurred. After a while, beams of green light came out of the cold pool, looking as beautiful as fireflies in summer. When the spots of light landed on the ground, the desolate land beside the Tianwu Emperor's tomb immediately sprouted lush green flowers and grass. Suddenly, this barren land flourished with life. The old dragon was dead. Its long life essence was quickly dispersing. This was a miraculous scene for everyone. The flowers and grass on the ground grew wildly. A great world filled with spiritual energy and a dazzling array of flowers appeared in this serene land. Just as everyone marveled at this miraculous scene, a dragon pillar floated out of the cold pool. It gave off a bright light, resplendent like the sun, so piercing that it hurt the eyes. The expressions of everyone around the Tianwu Emperor's tomb changed drastically. They felt an apocalyptic force, like it was going to blast the entire desolate city into rubble. Oh no! This old dragon is still restless even before its death. It wants to blow up the entire desolate city and bury everything. It's over. We can't escape. This energy sealed off the surrounding space. We can't get out at all. The many martial sages that soared up returned after hitting a wall. This time, they were truly anxious. Their faces turned ashen, and boundless despair filled their hearts. However, after waiting for a while, they discovered that the dragon pearl had mysteriously vanished. The energy sealing off the space also vanished without a trace. This startled me. It turned out to be a feint. I knew it. This old dragon was struck half dead by lightning. How could it have the strength to do this? The surrounding martial sages released their bated breath at the same time. Then, they sized up the Tianwu Emperor's tomb once more. The despair on their faces vanished, replaced by boundless fanaticism. Whoosh! Whoosh! The figures of the martial sages flashed as they rushed towards the Tianwu Emperor's tomb. However, just as the group arrived near the Tianwu Emperor's tomb, electric light flashed, and a white figure suddenly appeared above the tomb. Everyone, please return. This Tianwu Emperor's tomb is not something you can open yet. The sudden appearance of the white figure startled everyone. The number of martial sages in the Sky Dome realm was limited. In this circle, everyone would know each other. Even if they did not know each other, they would at least have heard of the other party's name. They would not be completely ignorant. However, they had never heard of such a young martial sage with an unfathomable cultivation. Little friend, where are you from? Will you report your name? The great Jin nation's 8 noble clans clan head asked when he saw Xiao Chen. Xiao Chen was slightly stunned. It had only been 2 years, yet no one recognized him. This was strange. Actually, Xiao Chen did not know that his appearance had not changed in the Kunlun realm during the past 2 years. Instead, his aura had undergone an earth-shattering change. The Sky Dome realm's white-robed bladesman was low-key and reserved, hiding his sharpness. He appeared calm on the surface but proud on the inside. At this moment, Xiao Chen displayed his sharpness wantonly. Furthermore, he possessed the bloodline of an overlord. This invisibly influenced his aura. With one glance, he looked like a powerful treasure saber, resplendent and dazzling. Xiao Chen appeared sharp, but his heart was as calm as still water. This was a great change from before. Furthermore, many people had not seen him before, so it was normal that they could not recognize him. Only the Bai clan's clan head and the Sima clan's clan head, Sima Hong, showed uncertain expressions, finding him somewhat familiar. However, they could not connect Xiao Chen's changed temperament to the white-robed bladesman of the past. Furthermore, they were not willing to believe that a martial monarch could become a martial sage in a mere 2 years. This was too shocking. Xiao Chen smiled faintly and looked at the several dozen martial sages in front. He said, "My family name is Xiao, and my name is Chen. You should have heard of my name before. I remember that I even fought with some of you personally. What's wrong? It has only been 2 years, and you have already forgotten about this Xiao's existence?" Chapter 852. Whoosh. The entire place was shocked. Several people looked at Xiao Chen with expressions of disbelief. Xiao Chen was the white-robed bladesman who won consecutive victories in the 5-nation youth competition. Back then, in the final battle, he had caused the surrounding dragon veins to tremble. Xiao Chen's name had spread throughout the entire Jianghu continent along with the true dragon ranking. The boundless sea spoke of his deeds. Xiao Chen came from the Heavenly Saber Pavilion, an unranked sect. However, he advanced rapidly, defeating all sorts of experts before finally reaching the peak. In less than 3 years, he had actually returned from the Kunlun realm. Furthermore, he had advanced to martial sage, a cultivation that these old fellows could only achieve in 1 or 200 years. Sima Hong paled slightly. Unexpectedly, it really is him. The fellow that I once smacked half to death with one palm strike really returned. If I do not die, I will definitely wash the Sima clan in blood in the future. Sima Hong could not help but feel fear when he saw Xiao Chen's current cultivation. His body trembled slightly. After hesitating for a while, he prepared to turn around and leave. Sima Hong, if you have the guts, then take one more step. Xiao Chen's gaze was like lightning, revealing its sharpness as he shouted coldly at Sima Hong. Sima Hong was slightly stunned and felt somewhat guilty. Then, he perked himself up and said, "Xiao Chen, don't think that you can speak arrogantly just because you are a martial sage. Do you really want to wash the Sima clan in blood? With the accumulations of my Sima clan, if we really fall out, the Heavenly Saber Pavilion will not have a good time either." The other martial sages could not help but show complicated expressions. Back then, Sima Hong had disregarded his status and caused a huge commotion in the Heavenly Saber Pavilion, causing the deaths of many juniors. In the end, he was slapped in the face. That was a matter that shook the entire place. Sima Hong would never have imagined that the minor character who could not even last one move against him back then would have a cultivation that even he could not see through in less than 3 years. Xiao Chen's lips curled up into a smile. He said, "Every injustice has its perpetrator, and every debt has its debtor. Back then, you killed and injured countless disciples of my Heavenly Saber Pavilion. Don't worry, I will only place this debt on you. Although my heart is cold, I am not someone who will kill the innocent. Back then, you gave me a sword strike and beat me half to death. Today, I will only ask you one question. Do you dare to take one finger from me and settle this grudge?" There was a boundless sharpness in his eyes, but his heart was as calm as still water. Xiao Chen looked at Sima Hong and quietly waited for his answer. A storm is brewing and thunderclouds are pressing down on the city. I only have one question. Do you dare to take a finger from me? One finger? All the Sky Dome Realm martial sages present could not help but mutter to themselves, it is just one finger. This Xiao Chen overestimates himself. Could it be that Xiao Chen thought that he could kill Sima Hong with a single finger? How old was Sima Hong? How old was Xiao Chen? Even if you, Xiao Chen, advanced to martial sage in the Kunlun realm and is much stronger than in the Sky Dome realm, how old are you? However, wanting to defeat Sima Hong with a single finger was no different from a fantasy. Sima Hong's expression changed. He said coldly, "Fellow Taoists, listen up." He said it himself. Receive one finger from him and settle this grudge. The martial sages who were on good terms with Sima Hong all spoke up for him. Xiao Chen, when a man speaks, his words carry enormous weight. Don't immediately go back on what you said. That's right. Otherwise, even if you become Emperor Wu in the future, breaking your promise will be a stain on your life. Xiao Chen's delicate face remained as calm as an ancient well. He said calmly, I said one finger, and it is one finger. Sima Hong, I'm only asking if you dare to take it or not. What a joke. If I do not even dare to take one finger from you, I, Sima Hong, have lived so long in vain. Sima Hong did not show any fear. It was just one finger. At most, he would only suffer some minor injuries. He, Sima Hong, was a peak medial grade martial sage. Xiao Chen smiled coldly in his heart. Even at death's door, he is still so arrogant. He is truly looking at the sky from the bottom of a well. He does not know how vast the sky outside is. Xiao Chen instantly activated his overlord bloodline, and the 300-odd heavenly sage laws in his body swam around like a river. Rumble. The sound of surging water in Xiao Chen's body caused thunder to rumble everywhere. The purple lightning talisman in Xiao Chen's sea of consciousness spun quickly. The will of thunder infused into the heavenly sage laws and poured into his fingertip. In the time it took for a spark to fly, Xiao Chen stretched out his hand and pointed. A strand of saber chi shot out from his fingertip, and the ethereal saber soul in his sea of consciousness came out as well. The purple saber chi was like a beautiful light. It gathered Xiao Chen's will of thunder, 90% comprehended saber intent, and 80% comprehended lightning attributed energy from the 300 heavenly sage laws. First, an extremely resplendent purple light lit up at the tip of Xiao Chen's fingertip. Ka-Xie. Ka-Xie. The space in front instantly shattered. The entire space shattered into tens of thousands of shards, looking like a mirror. When Sima Hong saw that resplendent light, his heart instantly sank. He knew he was gravely mistaken, and he turned ashen in fear. The heavenly sage laws in his body quickly left his body. He quickly formed hand seals and formed layers of light barriers in front of him, trying to block this finger. There were many heavenly sage laws, no less than 500 of them. However, every one of them was not even as thick as a pinky finger. They were far from comparable to some inferior grade martial sages of the Kunlun realm. Pu Ci. The purple saber light flashed. Sima Hong's defenses were like paper, they did not have any defensive effect at all. Blood filled the air as the saber chi pierced through Sima Hong's body. As space shattered, he shattered into thousands of shards, dying without a complete corpse. With one finger, space collapsed. Sima Hong did not even have a chance to make a sound before he died silently. Xiao Chen withdrew his hand and stood upright. Everywhere that strand of saber chi passed, space already collapsed, turning into shards that looked like mirrors drifting around. The other martial sages were so frightened that they broke out in a cold sweat. The horror in their eyes was indescribable. What kind of horrifying strength was this? The medial grade martial sages of the Sky Dome realm could not resist at all before Xiao Chen. In reality, it was not that Xiao Chen was too strong. Instead, it was that these Sky Dome realm martial sages were too weak. Compared to the Kunlun realm martial sages, their accumulations were simply too lacking. The difference was like clouds and mud. Furthermore, Xiao Chen comprehended the will of thunder, and his saber intent reached peak 90% comprehension. It already had the shape of a soul. While this finger strike looked casual, it contained close to 80% of Xiao Chen's strength. He did not intend to let Sima Hong live. More importantly, Xiao Chen wanted to use this finger strike to deter the other martial sages from having any designs on the Heavenly Emperor's grave. The drifting shards of space in front started to piece back together. Xiao Chen scattered his aura and said calmly, I've dealt with my personal matters. Let's continue with the proper business. It is not time to open the Heavenly Emperor's grave yet. Everyone, please return. Xiao Chen had said the same thing earlier. His tone and attitude had not changed at all. However, the effect this time was immediate. Most of the martial sages left in an instant. They had no choice but to leave. Just look at Sima Hong's miserable death. Haha. This old man congratulates brother Xiao Chen on obtaining the Heavenly Emperor's grave. Soon, this old man will definitely pay the Heavenly Saber Pavilion a visit. A voice projection rang out in Xiao Chen's mind. It was the sect master of the Haotian sect's Sky Dome Realm branch. Xiao Chen smiled bitterly in his heart. Most people probably did not believe him when he said that the Heavenly Emperor's grave was not suitable to be opened. However, Xiao Chen could not be bothered to explain. He sent a voice projection back and said, "Senior is too serious." The martial sages slowly scattered. Soon, only Xiao Chen remained. He sighed silently. A pearl radiating a strong cold chi appeared in Xiao Chen's hand. It was the dragon pearl that gave off a bright light earlier. "Xiao Chen, are you really not going to take a look and see what is in the first-generation Tianwu Emperor's grave? This Tianwu Emperor is a mysterious person. We might not even know if he is dead or not. As long as we open the coffin and take a look, we will know everything." Ao Jiao spoke softly from the immortal spirit ring. Xiao Chen glanced at the Heavenly Emperor's grave in the lush greenery below. He said, "Never mind. Since I made a promise to that old dragon, I will help him complete his unfulfilled promise." Earlier, when the dragon pearl was about to explode, even Xiao Chen, who was hiding in the lake, was startled. Just as he prepared to tear space and leave, the dragon pearl flew into his hand with a schwa sound. However, the dragon pearl flew into his hand with a schwa sound, causing him to be shocked. It turned out that the dragon pearl contained a trace of the old dragon's remnant soul. The old dragon entrusted Xiao Chen to continue guarding the Heavenly Emperor's grave and not let anyone open it. Xiao Chen could not agree completely. He could only promise to do his best to guard the Heavenly Emperor's grave before he left the Sky Dome realm. After he left, he would be too far away to do anything. Fortunately, the old dragon was very straightforward. If there was no time to guard it, he would tear the Heavenly Emperor's grave into the void and destroy it. This was a strand of remnant soul in the first place. After it spoke, it stopped breathing, leaving only the dragon pearl in Xiao Chen's hand. Xiao Chen stretched out his hand, and the universe flags appeared in his grasp. Then, he waved his hand. 72 formation flags flew out, and Xiao Chen formed hand seals with both hands, preparing to set up restrictions to seal this place. Interesting. Unexpectedly, the first-generation Tianwu Emperor's grave ended up being guarded by a descendant of the Qing Emperor. It looks like there really is such a thing as fate. A clear voice resounded. Chu Chaoyun descended from the sky and arrived in front of Xiao Chen. Chu Chaoyun wore the ancient uniform of the Tianwu dynasty. His expression today was strangely solemn, a stark contrast to his usual carefree demeanor. Xiao Chen felt somewhat surprised at Chu Chaoyun's appearance. However, he soon understood. Given Chu Chaoyun's identity as a descendant of the Tianwu dynasty, it was impossible for him not to know about today's matter. "Are you going to open this Heavenly Emperor's grave? If so, I'm afraid things will not go as you wish." Xiao Chen waved his hand, and the lunar shadow saber appeared in his left hand. Chu Chaoyun's lips curled up in a smile as he took a step forward. He said, "Don't you want to know whether the first-generation Tianwu Emperor is dead or not? Speaking of which, this is a secret that even I do not know." Xiao Chen stared at the other party. The leaping sharpness turned into a gentle breeze that fluttered his clothes and hair. The Neptune headscarf on his forehead made his heart calm. Chapter 853. Xiao Chen placed his right hand on his saber hilt and said, "Don't get any closer. I do not want to know this secret. What I want to know is why you went to the demonic world and mingled with the demons." "Demonic world?" Chu Chaoyun revealed a grave expression. He said, "That place can be considered a demonic world for now." "Why did you mingle with them?" "The reason is simple. I need to comprehend the will of darkness. I need the martial techniques of the demon race. I need strength. Like you, I need to continuously grow stronger. I once said that there would be a battle between you and me. However, it is not now. In the end, we are people of the same path." After saying that, Chu Chaoyun knelt on the ground with a plop. Then, he kowtowed 3 times in the direction of the cold pool. His lips curled up as he muttered something that only he could hear. The divine dragon protecting the nation was also dead. The final witness of the Tianwu dynasty had vanished from this world. After kowtowing 3 times, Chu Chaoyun stood up and left. After walking for 100 meters, he suddenly stopped and turned around. I can guess some of your reasons for returning to the Sky Dome realm. Why don't you make a trip to the Dark Church? Perhaps you will learn something unexpected there. The 72 formation flags returned to the ground. Xiaochen glanced at the dragon pearl containing overwhelming energy in his hand and placed it in his universe ring. Then, he thought back to what Chu Chaoyun said at the end. Xiaochen said, Ao Jiao, how trustworthy do you think Chu Chaoyun's words are? Ao Jiao said bluntly, I feel that he is purposely trying to lead you to the Sky Dome Realm's Dark Church. Does he have a grudge with the Sky Dome Realm's Dark Church? Xiaochen said sullenly, I think the same. However, the headquarters of the Dark Church is in the deep abyss demonic world. A branch in the Sky Dome realm should not be worth mentioning. Yet, Chu Chaoyun places so much importance on it. Perhaps there is something extraordinary about it. Although he knew that Chu Chaoyun was trying to lure him there on purpose, Xiaochen's curiosity was still aroused. Where are we going now? Heavenly Saber Pavilion or Mo City? Xiaochen looked around and said, let's go and visit Yu Chenxi's and Gong Yangyu's elders first. There are still some things that I have to deliver first. Even though Xiaochen was very anxious in his heart, wanting to return to the Heavenly Saber Pavilion and see the girl he had hidden in his heart, as well as his clansmen in the distant Mo River. However, he had to complete his friend's request first. When the 2 elders heard about Yu Chenxi and Gong Yangyu's situation in the Kunlun realm, they felt very gratified. Xiaochen chatted for a while and politely rejected the gifts from the 2 elders. Then, he rushed to the Heavenly Saber Pavilion. With his current speed, it would not be an exaggeration to say that he came and went like a bolt of lightning under the void-breaking realm. Before the sun completely set, the Heavenly Saber Pavilion at the foot of the Lingyun mountain range appeared before Xiaochen's eyes. There was an endless stream of disciples coming and going at the foot of the mountain. Xiaochen casually extended his spiritual sense and covered most of the sect, taking in everything. The Heavenly Saber Pavilion had changed a lot. Not only did the number of disciples increase, but there was also a change in their mentality. Xiaochen shifted his gaze to Qingyun Peak. Halfway up the mountain, he saw a familiar figure teaching the female disciples how to practice the saber. This person was none other than Lu Suifeng. However, Xiaochen was surprised to see Chu Xinyan beside him. The 2 of them had an intimate expression on their faces, and their words were very ambiguous. Xiaochen sighed and smiled, it has been a few years. Suifeng finally got what he wanted. When the sun was about to set completely, the disciples at the middle of the mountain all took their leave. Xiaochen's figure flashed, and he silently broke through many restrictions and landed beside the 2. Lu Suifeng and Yun Kersen were startled. They quickly moved back and instantly drew their weapons. Then, they looked cautiously at the person who arrived. When Lu Suifeng clearly saw Xiaochen's appearance, he exclaimed in pleasant surprise, Xiaochen, why are you back? However, Chu Xinyan pulled Lu Suifeng back and said, wait a moment. Can't you make out his cultivation? Furthermore, why would Xiaochen return to the Sky Dome realm at this time for no reason? A girl's thoughts were usually more meticulous. Lu Suifeng was very carefree. When he saw Xiaochen appear, he did not think much of it. When he heard what Chu Xinyan said, he put his guard up. This person before him had an unfathomable cultivation. Based on his aura, he was much stronger than his martial grand-uncles. How could he be related to Xiaochen, who left 2 years ago? Xiaochen smiled faintly and took out the lunar shadow saber. Then, he casually tossed it to Lu Suifeng, not bothering to explain. Lu Suifeng held the pitch-black scabbard in his hand and sized it up. If this was not Xiaochen's personal treasure saber, what else could it be? Xiaochen, it really is you. Lu Suifeng exclaimed in pleasant surprise as he handed the lunar shadow saber back. Xiaochen smiled calmly and said, Junior Sister Chu, you are as meticulous as before. However, Why are you not tending to the herb garden but coming to Qingyun Peak to teach martial techniques to your juniors? Chu Xinyan smiled apologetically and said, Sorry, senior brother Xiaochen. I was blind and did not recognize you. Hee hee. Xinyan married me half a year ago. Now, she is married to Qingyun Peak and is managing the matters of the peak together with me, Lu Suifeng said happily. When Xiaochen heard this, he felt disappointed and frustrated. Lu Suifeng was married as well. He took out 2 sage-grade secret treasures and a bottle of rank 9 medicinal pills and handed them over. Consider this a belated congratulatory gift. Lu Suifeng did not stand on ceremony with Xiaochen. He immediately received them and tossed them to Chu Xinyan. He said, Come, let's talk inside. We have not seen each other for more than 2 years. Let's drink to our heart's content. Chu Xinyan received the 2 sage-grade secret treasures and took a look. Then, her expression turned strange. She wanted to warn Lu Suifeng, but he and Xiaochen had already gone far away. Chu Xinyan could not help but smile bitterly. If Lu Suifeng knew these were 2 sage-grade secret treasures, he would not have accepted them so casually. At the stone table in the courtyard, Xiaochen heard Lu Suifeng introduce the matters of the Heavenly Saber Pavilion. He asked, Where is Ryue? Is she not at Qingyun Peak? Lu Suifeng drained the wine in his cup and answered, She left long ago. Qingyun Peak regained its former prestige. After she handed Qingyun Peak to me to manage, she left with Princess Yingyu. Half a year ago, she, Miss Feng, and Princess Yingyu appeared at my wedding with Kursen. Since Xiaochen was with Yingyu, there was no need to worry about his safety. However, he did not know why the 3 of them were together. Lu Suifeng did not know much, either. He said, I'm not sure about the details. However, given Princess Yingyu's character, there is no need to worry. Xiaochen nodded slightly. However, he felt somewhat disappointed in his heart. On his return to the Sky Dome realm, the person he wanted to see the most was naturally Lu Ryue. This was even more important than figuring out why he was chased out of his clan back then. However, it was fine to be with Yingyu. After all, he would not return until he broke through to the 7th layer of the Purple Thunder Divine Incantation. He had plenty of time. News of Xiaochen killing Sima Hong would spread soon. At that time, Lu Ryue should rush back. Late at night, Xiaochen instructed Lu Suifeng not to spread the news of his appearance. Then, he started walking around Qingyun Peak alone. Xiaochen had studied at Qingyun Peak for 2 years. He was familiar with everything in Qingyun Peak, the flowers, plants, pavilions, terraces, and buildings. Along the way, he could not help but reminisce when he saw several places. That waterfall was where he cultivated the dragon and tiger north art. The forest at the back of the mountain was where he comprehended the Lingyun saber technique. The tree branches that Xiaochen chopped off back then had already changed. The people practicing the saber in the forest were also a group of girls, most of them 14 or 15 years old. Even though it was late at night, they did not give up. The peach blossoms remained the same, but the people had changed. Xiaochen continued walking and arrived at the place whereby took human form. When he thought about how much pain that girl had to endure to undergo her tribulation to take human form, he felt a heartache. Xiaochen silently walked under the moonlight, not startling anyone as he arrived at the summit of Qingyun Peak. In the dark night, Xiaochen saw the tallest, nameless peak in the Lingyun mountain range. Xiaochen could not help but reveal a smile. He thought about how childish he was when he confessed on that peak. If it were a regular girl, she would have run away in fright. Xiaochen gently leaped off Qingyun Peak and walked around the Heavenly Saber Pavilion. Some of the familiar scenery stirred up some memories in him. The things that were hidden in his memories appeared in his mind like a black and white movie. Xiaochen walked to the heaven ascending platform. That battle was the battle that made his name known throughout the great Qin nation. Thinking about it now, he felt a lofty sentiment in his heart. Unknowingly, Xiaochen had not noticed that along the way, his mental state had become complete once again. Xiaochen had always been walking forward on the path of cultivation, but he had never looked back. Now that he was carefully sorting out his past and distancing himself from the intense competition in the Kunlun realm, he had gained something else. One who had traveled all over the mountains would not grow old, the lofty sentiments in one's heart would never fade. Shaochen returned to his courtyard and started to cultivate the Purple Thunder Divine Incantation. He had already reached the bottleneck of the Purple Thunder Divine Incantation's 6th layer. It was no longer as unreachable as before. Shaochen could feel that he was getting closer and closer to the horrifying lightning tribulation and the even more horrifying heart tribulation. It was hard to say whether he could survive it or not. This was the greatest danger he had encountered since he started cultivating. If he was not careful, he might die. If he could survive it, he would break out of his cocoon and become a butterfly. He would be reborn and walk a path that no one had ever walked before. When the first ray of sunlight broke through the last trace of darkness before dawn, the entire heavenly saber pavilion came to life. The sounds of people practicing in the morning merged into one, displaying a flourishing vitality. Shaochen opened his eyes and stood at the bottom of the cliff, taking in everything. The disciples of the 7 peaks of the heavenly saber pavilion practiced the saber techniques they learned under the supervision of the peak elders. Shaochen withdrew his gaze and looked up. The smile on his face slowly froze as he sighed softly. There was still a cliff at the summit of Qingyun Peak. Above the cliff was the true peak of Qingyun Peak. However, no one had been there for many years. The new Qingyun Peak disciples did not know that there was an old man sealed in ice at the top. He had used his life to seal a high-ranked cultivator of the demonic world. Given Shaochen's current strength, this ice seal was nothing. If he had his current strength back then, Lu Ryue's father would not have ended up like that. Chapter 854. Whoosh! An azure light flashed, and a figure headed in Shaochen's direction. When Shaochen saw who it was, he was not surprised. This was the only person in the heavenly saber pavilion who could discover him. This junior, Shaochen, greets Senior Leng, Shaochen said sincerely as he bowed respectfully. The person who came was the younger brother of the previous sect master, the current wielder of the heavenly universe realm, Leng Tianhe. This person had once saved Shaochen's life. Even though Shaochen no longer feared Leng Tianhe with his current strength, he still had to show proper etiquette. The debt of saving his life was greater than the heavens. He had to remember it for life, never to forget it. Leng Tianhe frowned slightly. He was not surprised at Shaochen's current strength at all. He showed some joy and some disappointment at the same time. Why did you return to the Sky Dome realm at this time? Did the competition in the Kunlun realm make you shrink back? Or is it because of love and Fang Buxia's worries? Leng Tianhe asked as he hovered in midair. Shaochen had nothing to hide from Leng Tianhe, so he explained his situation in detail. Heart tribulation? I have heard of berserking qi deviation quite often. However, I really do not know what a heart tribulation is. It feels like the tribulation that immortal cultivators undergo. Leng Tianhe's expression turned much warmer. He found the heart tribulation unfamiliar, he had never heard of it before. Lightning tribulation and heart tribulation. Kid, just what kind of cultivation technique are you cultivating? You might as well change to another cultivation technique. With your talent, it is not too late to start cultivating again. The risk of undergoing a tribulation is too great. Shaochen smiled faintly and tactfully rejected Leng Tianhe's suggestion. Naturally, he knew that he could avoid this tribulation by changing to another cultivation technique and suffering some losses. However, he had never thought about it. He had not even considered it at all. There was no other choice. He would fight to the death and then be reborn. If he did not even have the courage to fight to the death, the drive in his heart would be completely gone. Even if he could reach Emperor Wu in the future, he would not be able to become a sovereign martial emperor. Let's not talk about this anymore. Senior Leng, I brought some things this time. Shaochen waved his hand, and 30-odd rank 3 spirit veins origins flew out of the immortal spirit ring before Ao Jiao's extremely unhappy gaze. The surrounding spiritual energy instantly became 10 times denser. A spiritual fog spread out from the mountain peaks. When the sunlight shone down, it reflected all sorts of colors. Leng Tianhe exclaimed in shock, these are spirit vein origins. Furthermore, they are all rank 3. How can you have so many spirit vein origins? Given your strength, you would not have obtained so many spirit veins in the Luan sect. Leng Tianhe was right. If not for the fact that the older generation cultivators could not enter the Sage Mark Monument and that they had tricked the ghost race and the corpse race, they would not have been able to enter. Chen would not. With Chen, he would not. Chen. With Chen, he, Chen, he. If Xiao Chen wanted to obtain so many spirit veins origins in the future, he would not have such a good opportunity. Xiao Chen did not explain. He said, if Senior had not made a move back then, would have died long ago. These 30 spirit veins will not be enough to repay you for saving my life back then. However, they are a token of my sincerity. I hope Senior will not reject them. Leng Tianhe laughed heartily. He stretched out his hand and collected the 30 spirit veins. Then, he said, reject? Ha ha. In that case, I would really be muddle-headed. Xiao Chen, it is all thanks to you this time. Right now, the number of people in the Heavenly Saber Pavilion has already reached a bottleneck. This is because of the limited resources. These 30 spirit veins of yours are sufficient to ensure that the Heavenly Saber Pavilion will not have to worry for 1,000 years. At that time, the Sky Dome realm will have new spirit veins. Xiao Chen smiled faintly. Senior Leng's straightforwardness suited his temperament. Then, Xiao Chen thought of something and asked, Senior, do you know what Lu Riyue did with Princess Yingyu? When Leng Tianhe heard this, he smiled bitterly and said, this girl is too proud. I already told her that if she could form ties with you, you would definitely not forget her. If you become a martial emperor in the future, you will definitely not forget her. However, she did not listen and insisted on going on experiential training, saying that she wanted to give it her all. The royal courts of the various nations are not allowed to participate in the 5-nation youth competition. You should know this, right? Xiao Chen nodded to indicate that he understood. This was not a secret. The royal courts of the various nations all controlled a secret realm. They could not compete with the other sects for resources. As for what kind of secret realm it was, Xiao Chen did not know. Given Xiao Chen's position in the past, it would have been difficult for him to find out such secrets. Leng Tianhe continued, the secret realms of the various nations are actually all connected to one place. However, they occupy different areas. This secret realm is known as the Sky Dome Immortal Realm. Although the spiritual energy and fortuitous encounters there cannot compare to those in the Kunlun realm, they are still much stronger than those in the outside world. It looks like the Sky Dome Immortal Realm has some connection to the Sky Dome Immortal Lord. I will wait for another month, but if there is still no news, I will personally make a trip there. Xiao Chen thought to himself, since Riyue wants to compete, I will help her obtain all the fortuitous encounters in this Sky Dome Immortal Realm. However, before that, there was one more thing to do. Xiao Chen asked Leng Tianhe more about the Sky Dome Immortal Realm. The two chatted for a long time on the summit. After staying at Qingyun Peak for half a month, Xiao Chen spoke to Lu Suifeng before flying to Thunder Emperor Valley. Several old men still sat cross-legged in Thunder Emperor Valley, quietly comprehending the immortal will of thunder that had not scattered for 1,000 years. This lightning was a mysterious phenomenon that appeared automatically when Sang Mu advanced to martial emperor. Be it the murals of the Thunder King on both sides of the valley or the golden lightning in the sky, they were all born of nature. Xiao Chen looked down, and his eyes lit up. He could not help but smile gently. Unexpectedly, the old men that he sent into the sea back then were still there. Based on their auras, these old men had already comprehended the state of thunder to its limits. This time, Xiao Chen did not chase them away in a tyrannical manner. He hovered in the air and waited quietly for 3 days. When he opened his eyes, he could no longer see anyone in Thunder Emperor Valley. When the group of old men on the sea saw Xiao Chen descend, they all sighed. Half a month ago, the news of Shao Chen returning to the Sky Dome realm and killing Sima Hong with one finger swept through the entire Sky Dome realm like a whirlwind, shaking up the surroundings. Back then, that white-robed bladesman had gained such a horrifying cultivation in less than 3 years. Several people had fought with him or seen him make a move. They were all extremely shocked, unable to calm down for a long time. Back then, these old men had tried to take advantage of their seniority to chase Shao Chen away. However, Shao Chen taught them a ruthless lesson. Back then, these old men might not have been convinced. Now, even if they were not convinced, they had to accept it. Shao Chen was someone who could kill Sima Hong with one finger. What did they count for? What is he doing in Thunder Emperor Valley? I heard that he already comprehended the will of thunder. There is no point in comprehending it here. Could he be thinking of subduing this immortal will of thunder? That's impossible. In the past, several major characters of the Sky Dome realm wanted to subdue it. However, they all returned in failure, nearly dying in the process. Who knows? He is not an ordinary martial sage. When the many old men saw the white figure above Thunder Emperor Valley, they discussed it. Shao Chen watched quietly as the golden lightning occasionally flashed in the clouds. When he felt that faint might, he felt astonished. The stronger one was, the more reverence one would feel for this immortal will of thunder. In the past, Shao Chen was ignorant. He could only feel the strength of this lightning but did not know how strong it was. Now, Shao Chen had comprehended the will of thunder as well. It was also an immortal will of thunder. Now that he understood the principles behind it, he had a direct understanding of the might of this will of thunder. Even in the Kunlun realm, this will of thunder could injure a grandmaster-level martial sage. If a superior-grade martial sage was not careful, they might be blasted to death. Shao Chen, have you decided? If you really want to subdue this immortal will of thunder, don't blame me for not warning you. Be careful not to injure your own origin qi. Ao Jiao warned. Shao Chen stared for a long time. Then, he said slowly, I've decided. I'll just treat it as experiencing the might of the lightning tribulation. If I succeed, my will of thunder should improve qualitatively. The rumbling of thunder did not stop. Streaks of lightning streaked across the sky. The entire sky seemed to be bathed in lightning. The white figure above the Thunder Emperor Valley seemed desolate and frail. Occasionally, a bolt of lightning descended on Shao Chen. He waved his hand, and electric light wrapped his palm. That was his immortal will of thunder. A surging energy surged out, shattering the descending lightning into countless sparks flying everywhere in the air. Shao Chen looked straight at the sky. There was a golden bolt of lightning moving slowly there. The lightning in the surroundings came from it. This was also the target of Shao Chen's trip. Shao Chen pushed off the ground and unleashed a strong battle hunger in his heart. He soared into the air. Today, he had to subdue this will of thunder. Boom! Shao Chen had just soared 100 meters when a bolt of lightning descended on his head, not giving him any time to dodge. When the lightning descended, Shao Chen took it head-on. Electric flames immediately burned on his body as electricity crackled and flickered. Shao Chen felt somewhat numb. However, his limbs were fine. His internal organs were not injured at all. This level of lightning could not hurt him. Bang! 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 Every 10 meters or so, a bolt of lightning would land on Shao Chen's body, and a loud sound would reverberate between heaven and earth. The void around Shao Chen had long since shattered. Pitch-black cracks spread out, shattering the space. Dark clouds covered the sky for hundreds of miles, blocking out all the sunlight in the sky. The scene above Thunder Valley was extremely terrifying. Those old men on the sea in the distance couldn't help but retreat another 1,000 meters. As Shao Chen tore through the lightning in the air, he advanced amidst the electric light. All of them held their breaths in concentration and didn't dare make a sound. This scene was truly too shocking. It was as if he was going against the heavens. Under the gloomy sky, lightning streaked across the dark space. The power that erupted from that seemingly small white figure was actually this shocking. Unknowingly, 3 people had quietly appeared behind them. When the group of elders discovered these 3 people, they were undoubtedly shocked. The leader of the Black Dragon Guild in the Boundless Sea, the cult master of the Heavenly Saint Cult, and the commander of the Black Flag Army in the Devil Prairie. Chapter 855. Unexpectedly, these 3 major characters are here as well. The Black Dragon group moves unhindered in the Boundless Sea. Even the 4 Shallow Seas Alliance is not a match for them. Although the Sacred Heavenly Church is a faction that rose in the past few years, their church master is a famous person as well. The Black Flag Army is a mysterious faction that the Heavenly Saber Pavilion, at its peak, worked with the various sects to surround and suppress. Even so, they returned in defeat in the end. Without exception, these 3 people stood at the peak of the Sky Dome realm. Their cultivations were unfathomable, far beyond what regular martial sages could compare to. However, all this was just the beginning. Following that, another 5 people arrived. Unexpectedly, the group of old men on the sea did not recognize any of them. Only the true peak factions would know that these 5 people were the guardians of the various royal clans. They spent many years in closed-door cultivation and had undergone experiential training in the Kunlun realm when they were young. When Xiao Qin saw the 8 people arrive with his spiritual sense, he frowned slightly. He had really underestimated the Kunlun realm. He could not defeat any one of these 8 people easily. However, he could not be bothered with them at this moment. There was no need to worry about them coming to cause trouble. Without comprehending the will of thunder, they would just be seeking death. As Xiao Qin hovered 2 kilometers in the air, the lightning he faced was no longer as easy as before. Most of the energy in his heavenly sage laws had been drained. Now that he was 1 kilometer away from the golden lightning bolt, Xiao Qin no longer dared to fully open his protective quintessence. Every time a bolt of lightning descended, a fiery light flickered. It burned his physical body like a knife scraping at his heart and bones, inflicting unbearable pain. Xiao Chen's peak rank 2 sage body showed signs of breaking after being struck by more than 100 lightning bolts in a row. The electric light penetrated his body and moved around. This was a form of torture and a baptism for Xiao Chen's physical body. If Xiao Chen could endure this baptism, his physical body would definitely benefit greatly. The guardians of the 5 nations and the 3 from the Sacred Heavenly Church formed 2 distinct groups. They gathered together and commented on Xiao Chen's actions. It looks like this junior can really subdue this will of thunder. That might not be the case. His physical body is about to reach its limit. If he continues to endure such an attack, that final bolt of lightning will be enough to shatter him into pieces. Strange, why are the remnants of the Tianwu dynasty gathered together? Could it be that they want to make a move at the crucial moment? These people have been in the limelight for the past few years. Rumor has it that they're working with the Nether sect. So what? They're just a bunch of shady forces. Do they really think they can overturn the heavens? With the forces behind us, it's a piece of cake to take care of them. The 5 guardians of the various nations discussed softly. They did not think too much about Xiao Qin subduing this divine lightning. They had only come to take a look out of curiosity. After all, this will of lightning had been passed down from generation to generation. There had never been a lack of people who wanted to obtain it. However, all of them returned in failure in the end. The reason for this was none other than the fact that no one dared to touch the last bolt of lightning that contained the origin of will. Lightning was the purest form of energy in the natural world. Aside from Berserk, there was only Berserk. There was no need for it to change anything. It directly used a horrifying explosive force to test one's endurance. Life and death were decided in that instant. If one could endure it, it would be over. If one could not, they would die, falling from the sky. After 1,000 torments, Xiao Qin did not know how many times the lightning struck him. Finally, he was only 500 meters away from the golden bolt of lightning. The berserk lightning and boundless roars suddenly stopped. Only the howling of the wind remained. It was so quiet that it was scary. Clearly, this was not the end of the suffering. Instead, it was the final calm before the storm. Xiao Chen's heart sank. At this moment, that golden bolt of lightning was hidden in the clouds. Thunderclouds churned, but there was no sound of thunder. An extremely stifling feeling welled up in Xiao Chen's heart, making him feel very uncomfortable. Xiao Chen, this is the final bolt of lightning. It is coming for real. It contains an immortal will. If you can endure it, only death awaits you. You still have time to retreat now. Ao Jiao understood this immortal lightning much better than Xiao Chen. Along the way, Xiao Chen had not used any secret treasures or martial techniques. He had relied entirely on his physical body. How could Xiao Chen give up? As he looked at the dark thunderclouds, his blood surged. He said, "Bring it on." If Xiao Chen could not even endure this bit of lightning, then he would definitely not be able to clear the lightning tribulation of the 7th floor. What was the difference between dying earlier or later? Boom! Thunderclouds churned in the dark sky. After a while of silence, a spot of golden light suddenly pierced through the boundless darkness, giving off a dazzling light. Upon a closer look, it was a long sword formed by golden lightning. The tip of the sword pierced through the dark clouds, and the roar of thunder immediately resounded through the sky. Bolts of lightning streaked across the sky at the same time, illuminating the Thunder Emperor Valley. It's here. The most ferocious and horrifying strike of this immortal will of thunder is finally here. The experts of the 5 nations, the 3 powerhouses of the Tianwu dynasty's remnant races, and the group of old men watching the excitement on the surface of the sea all cast their gazes over. For thousands of years, it was unknown how many people had died to this lightning. It was unknown how many arrogant experts had become deserters in front of this lightning, retreating without a fight. Everyone knew that this bolt of lightning was a treasure. However, it had existed for so many years, and no one had been able to take it away. Everyone was filled with anticipation as to whether Xiao Chen would be able to break this rule or not. Taiji Yin-Yang Flame Diagram. The moment the electric light appeared, Xiao Chen stretched out his hand, and the Taiji Yin-Yang Flame Diagram instantly appeared. The Taiji Yin-Yang Flame Diagram soared up, trying to suppress the might of this bolt of lightning. If Xiao Chen could subdue it in an instant, that would be perfect. When the golden lightning sword touched the center of the Taiji Yin-Yang Flame Diagram, Xiao Chen's body trembled. His sea of consciousness surged, and he felt dizzy, nearly falling over. With just one touch, the lightning-attributed energy in the sword flowed through the mental connection between Xiao Chen and the Taiji Yin-Yang Flame Diagram, invading his sea of consciousness. A cool chi came from the Neptune headscarf on Xiao Chen's forehead, waking him up. A bright light flashed in his eyes. Xiao Chen drove the purple talisman in his sea of consciousness, spinning it continuously, slowly absorbing all the lightning-attributed energy that invaded his sea of consciousness. In such a stalemate, Xiao Chen discovered that although he was in a passive position, the purple lightning talisman was clearly growing stronger after absorbing the lightning-attributed energy. Ka-Xie. Ka-Xie. Cracks spread out on the Taiji Yin-Yang Flame Diagram, looking like it would shatter at any moment. Xiao Chen narrowed his eyes and decisively withdrew his hand. In the time it took for a spark to fly, he activated the Sage-grade pagoda in his body. The image of a pagoda materialized and encased Xiao Chen. Pu-Ci. In just an instant, the golden lightning sword chopped the image of this sage-grade secret treasure in half. The pagoda in Xiao Chen's body also shattered at the same time, turning into beams of scarlet light that shot out of Xiao Chen's body. Xiao Chen vomited a mouthful of blood. However, his somewhat miserable face remained as calm as still water. As he watched the descending lightning sword, he did not admit defeat. Instead of advancing, Xiao Chen retreated. Electric light burst out from under his feet as he executed the myriad heaven divine fist. With tenfold combat prowess, the light from his right hand was no weaker than the lightning sword. As everyone exclaimed, Xiao Chen directly punched the golden lightning sword. Instantly, tens of thousands of lightning bolts descended in the surroundings, shattering space. The entire sky shook intensely. The sea churned endlessly, and the surging waves turned into pillars of water soaring into the sky. Xiao Chen vomited a mouthful of blood as he retreated 100 meters. His clothes were in tatters, and his skin was riddled with wounds. However, Xiao Chen's face was filled with fanaticism. The golden lightning sword's light had dimmed significantly in the face of Xiao Chen's punch. "I don't believe that I cannot subdue you." Xiao Chen shouted and charged forward again. In the blink of an eye, he threw more than 100 punches at the descending golden lightning sword, which pressed down so hard that even the sky seemed to be sinking. Lightning crackled around his body. His 5 viscera and 6 bowels, his bones, and his blood vessels were all being baptized by lightning. From the inside to the outside, he felt an indescribable pain. The nearly 2-meter-long golden lightning sword was reduced to the size of a palm by Xiao Chen. Not a single part of Xiao Chen's skin remained intact, and his internal injuries were frighteningly severe. However, it was all worth it. Xiao Chen tore off Neptune's headscarf, and the mental energy in his sea of consciousness surged out. A suction force sucked in the palm-sized golden lightning sword, turning it into a beam of light that entered Xiao Chen's sea of consciousness. The 3 powerhouses of the Heavenly Dynasty's remnant races exchanged glances and said, "Attack." The 3 worked together and each executed a killing move, charging at Xiao Chen, who had just subdued the lightning sword. At this moment, Xiao Chen's body was like a city waiting to be rebuilt. He had just experienced a bitter battle. As long as he recovered, he would be like a phoenix rising from the ashes. His strength would definitely soar. However, this recovery required time. No matter how strong Xiao Chen's physical body was, after suffering such severe injuries, there was not a single part of his body that was unscathed. His internal organs were even more severely damaged. Now was the best time to make a move on Xiao Chen. Furthermore, these 3 people all had impressive backgrounds. They were all peak characters in this Sky Dome realm. As the 3 moved as fast as lightning, they chained their killing moves together. Their auras were overwhelming, nearly covering half the sky. The guards of the 5 nations had not expected these 3 to be so decisive. Aside from the Great Qin Nation's guard, who immediately flew forward to block them, the other 4 old men muttered to themselves. The other 4 elders pondered for a moment, but they weren't in a rush to make a move. Bang! Although the Great Qin Nation's guard used his full power against these 3 powerhouses of the Tianwu dynasty's remnant races, he was no match for them in the end. The 3 barely managed to block for a while before they were blasted back by the momentum of the charge. Cracks appeared in space wherever they passed. Just the force of the impact was already so mighty. This showed how strong the 3's combined strength was. Kill! After knocking back the Great Qin Nation's guard, the 3's auras flourished. They shouted and charged over with an even more ferocious momentum. From their stance, it was clear that they wanted to take advantage of this opportunity to kill Xiao Chen in one move. In the time it took for a spark to fly, Xiao Chen suddenly opened his eyes. Before the other party's killing moves arrived, a strong wind formed by the surging shockwaves sliced over like a sharp knife. Chapter 856. Xiao Chen narrowed his eyes and stretched out his hand. A bright light burst forth from his forehead, and the purple talisman merged with the strand of immortal will of thunder. The color of the talisman deepened, and 4 strands of golden electricity could be seen moving around it. This was the sign of a will of thunder comprehended to 40% comprehension. The talisman released a resplendent light, containing an immortal legend. It seemed like there was only one purple lightning talisman in the world. An intense explosion resounded. The purple talisman, which looked like a meteor shield, easily broke the killing moves of the 3. Horrifying energy exploded out. The talisman split into 4, turning into 4 small golden swords dancing in the air. Ka-xie. Ka-xie. Horrifying wounds appeared on the bodies of the 3 Tianwu dynasty remnant races. Traces of electricity charring the wounds, giving off strands of black smoke. Miserable shrieks rang out, and horror appeared in the eyes of the 3. They had not expected Xiao Chen to subdue the immortal will of thunder that the Thunder King left behind so quickly. Let's go. Xiao Chen left as quickly as he had come. Seeing that their attack had failed, the 3 decisively retreated. The protectors of the four nations, who had been indifferent, quickly chased after them, preparing to beat them up while they were down. The four beams of golden light returned to Xiao Chen's forehead. His body trembled a few times in the air before he landed on Thunder Emperor Valley. Then, he consumed a few medicinal pills and calmed himself to treat his injuries. The dark clouds that had covered Thunder Emperor Valley for thousands of years vanished with the disappearance of the immortal will of thunder. Sunlight shone down, and the pieces of shattered space slowly merged back together. The injuries on Xiao Chen's body healed at a visible rate. Xiao Chen could clearly feel his new skin gaining a layer of luster and texture. Under the baptism of lightning, his physical body improved once more, approaching a rank 3 sage body. After checking his injuries, Xiao Chen shook his head slightly. He would not be able to recover quickly. That was all for now. He still had some things to do. "Senior, please wait." Xiao Chen opened his eyes and stopped the Qin Kingdom's guardian, who was about to leave. His figure flashed and he arrived in front of the old man. Looking at the badge on the old man's clothes, Xiao Chen roughly understood the old man's identity. That emblem was clearly the same as the emblem of the Kunlun realm's sovereign noble clan, the Ying clan. The old man's complexion was pale, but he did not appear weak. He said in a deep voice, "Little friend, you should thank this old man for intervening earlier. It is my duty, so there is no need to take it to heart. Moreover, even if I did not intervene, I believe that little friend would have been able to successfully escape." Xiao Chen said politely, "Senior, you are being too humble. The situation earlier might seem simple, but it was very dangerous. Outsiders would find it hard to understand. That moment of time you helped me was truly crucial." At that time, it was a crucial moment for him to fuse with the golden lightning sword, and he couldn't get away at all. If the elder did not make a move, Xiao Chen would have no choice but to use the will avatar of the Haotian Great Emperor. The old man's expression did not change. However, the expression in his eyes turned much gentler. He was very satisfied with Xiao Chen's humility. "Haha. I guess that you stopped me because you have something else to discuss, right?" Xiao Chen was stunned. This old man really had incredible foresight. "So," he said directly, "I want to enter the Sky Dome Immortal Realm. Given Senior's position in the royal court, it should not be difficult, right?" In the past half a month, the news of Xiao Chen returning to the Sky Dome Immortal Realm had already spread everywhere. However, there was still no news of Lu Riyue. Clearly, Lu Riyue was in the Sky Dome Immortal Realm. That was why she could not receive news of the outside world. Xiao Chen did not know when she would come out. Since that was the case, he would just go in and look for her personally. The old man frowned slightly and said, "Right now, a forbidden land in the Sky Dome Immortal Realm is open. The elites of the various royal courts are in there. If you go in, it would be inappropriate. As for Lu Riyue's safety, within you taking care of her, there is no need for you to worry. Furthermore, her personal strength is extraordinary." Xiao Chen rejoiced in his heart. The other party only said that it was inappropriate. That meant that he could still go in. The entrance to the Sky Dome Immortal Realm was not closed. "In that case, I will not make things difficult for Senior. I will definitely repay Senior for this favor in the future." When the old man heard Xiao Chen say that, he heaved a sigh of relief. If he really sent Xiao Chen in, given Xiao Chen's strength, he would definitely cause a huge commotion in there. The royal courts of the 5 nations in there all had their own factions. The intense competition was not as simple as the old man made it out to be. If Xiao Chen went in and saw Lu Riyue suffer any grievances, it would be terrible. As Xiao Chen watched the old man leave, he made up his mind. He had to go to the Sky Dome Immortal Realm. It looked like the fortuitous encounters in there were pretty good. No matter what, Xiao Chen had to fight for them for Lu Riyue. If he could not even do this, then he would not be a man. In the eyes of the various royal courts, the Tianwu dynasty's remnant races might have spoken casually, but they all treated them as a huge threat. Now that Xiao Chen injured the 3 remnant race powerhouses, how could they let go of such a good opportunity? The 4 guards of the various nations chased for a while. Just as they were about to catch up to the three, a mysterious masked swordsman suddenly blocked them. That swordsman's left eye gave off a bright light, but his right eye was filled with boundless darkness. His sword technique displayed a strange sword Dao that merged light and darkness. After a few exchanges, that swordsman easily blocked the three. After 100 moves, he smiled gently and withdrew mysteriously. When Xiao Chen looked again, the three remnant race powerhouses were long gone. On a small island in the boundless sea, the three remnant race powerhouses looked awkwardly at Chu Chaoyun, who had saved them. Chu Chaoyun removed his mask, but his expression appeared relaxed. He said calmly, "Consider this a lesson for you. Don't casually make a move behind my back." The Black Dragon Group's chief appeared conflicted. In the end, he could not help saying, "Young master, this Xiao Chen is the Qing Emperor's inheritor. In the future, he will definitely be a strong opponent for you. How can you let such a good opportunity go so easily?" "Indeed. We were just a little short, and we would have been able to kill him. In the future, the Tianwu dynasty's resurgence would have one less obstacle." The other two also voiced their agreement. "Just a little short?" Chu Chaoyun's lips curled up in a smile. "Why do I feel that you were just a little short from being destroyed? Tomorrow, I will be leaving the Sky Dome realm. You should study the cultivation method that I obtained from the demonic world. Right now, your strength is far from sufficient." The Black Dragon Group's chief asked with some concern, "Young master, are you doing well in the demonic world?" Chu Chaoyun replied indifferently, "It is the same everywhere. Strength reigns supreme. Survival of the fittest. There is not much difference between humans and demons." It was a simple statement about survival of the fittest, but who knew how many cruel facts were hidden in it? Xiao Chen was not in a rush to return to the Heavenly Saber Pavilion. The strand of will of thunder that the Thunder King left behind still had some loose ends that needed to be dealt with. Along the way, Xiao Chen found a desolate place. Then, he floated down and opened his right hand. Spots of purple light started to gather on his palm, finally forming a talisman flickering with electric light. For strands of golden light quickly flickered in the complicated patterns on the talisman's surface. Each strand of light contained strong energy. With a thought, the purple lightning talisman immediately split into four, turning into four small swords. They flew about in the air, tearing pitch-black cracks in space. Just by casually flying around, the swords already had such great might. This showed how powerful the manifestation of Xiao Chen's will was. However, this was where the problem lay. These four small golden swords were the manifestation of the Thunder King's will. No matter what, he was a bladesman. Sabers and swords were different. How could Xiao Chen bring out the full might of these small golden swords? He could only change them. Looking at the four small swords in the air, Xiao Chen entered deep thought. He stretched out his hand, and the four small swords merged back into the purple talisman. After closing his eyes and thinking for a while, Xiao Chen came up with a countermeasure. Suddenly, he opened his eyes, and the strand of saber soul in his sea of consciousness came out in a flash. Wang! 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 The sound of countless sabers humming rang out in the air. The sabers buzzed as a strong wind blew, quickly spreading the horrifying saber intent. All the bladesmen within 500 kilometers felt fear from the bottom of their hearts. They wanted to draw their weapons. Then, Xiao Chen waved his hand and suppressed the surging saber intent in the saber soul. A small, invisible saber appeared in the air, looking hazy and indistinct. Its exact existence could not be seen. However, that vast might was clearly felt by everyone. The hundreds of grass on the ground bent over, not daring to stand up straight. Xiao Chen's gaze moved back and forth between the strand of saber soul and the purple lightning talisman. Then, he opened his hand and slowly merged the two. Aside from this method, Xiao Chen could not think of any other way to change the golden lightning sword into a saber from the inside out. The fusion of the two did not go smoothly. Be it the strand of saber soul or the purple lightning talisman, they were both too sharp. Neither was willing to submit to the other. Chi! Chi! The two clashed, clashing intensely. The strand of Saber's soul was not satisfied with merging with the purple lightning talisman. It was not satisfied with the purple lightning talisman at all. Instead, its appetite became even greater, wanting to consume the purple lightning talisman. Seeing the two separate, Xiaochen frowned. It looked like his earlier thoughts were too simple. Xiaochen, you cannot do this. You need to choose the main body of the two. Whether you use your will or your saber soul will represent the different paths you will take in the future. If you use your saber soul as the main body, your physical body, and your mental energy martial techniques will all be restricted. The benefit is that your saber techniques will be more refined. If you use your will as the main body, you can develop it in all aspects. Be it your physical body, your mental energy martial techniques, or your saber techniques, you can develop them all. However, your saber techniques will be very difficult to improve. When Ao Jiao saw that Xiaochen was in a difficult spot and could not make up his mind, she gave him a detailed explanation. Xiaochen thought for a while before asking, back then, what did the Thunder King choose? I remember that he was a swordsman, right? When it came to the Thunder King, naturally, no one understood him better than Ao Jiao. She quickly answered, the Thunder King's situation was different from yours. His physical body was not as strong as yours, and his mental energy was not as strong as yours. His situation was not as complicated as yours, either. The form of his will was a sword. The path he took was the path of a swordsman. It was very pure and simple. However, when he reached the peak, no one could defeat him. Chapter 857. It looked like the Thunder Emperor's path was no longer useful as a reference. It could not help him at all. My personal suggestion is that you focus on the saber soul and help the saber soul swallow up the will. Use the will to strengthen the saber soul. In the future, the improvement of the will strengthen the saber soul. As your saber techniques improve, you can also improve the will. Think about it. You cultivate the physical body, mental energy, and saber techniques. No matter which one it is not simple. When you reach the peak, you will be unrivaled everywhere. As the saying goes, biting off more than one can chew. You might as well focus on saber techniques. With your talent, your strength will soar in a short time. Ao Jiao continued to speak, voicing her opinion. Xiaochen smiled bitterly. He had not expected this. He simply wanted to refine the will of thunder that the Thunder King left behind into something he was good at. However, it involved such a complicated discussion. Ao Jiao's words were easy to understand. Focusing on saber techniques meant spending all the time on the physical body, mental energy, and fist techniques on saber techniques. With so much time, it would be hard for his strength not to rise. However, this way, his final accomplishments would be equal to the Thunder King and the Qing Emperor. It would be very difficult to surpass them. This was not what Xiaochen wanted. With this idea in mind, Xiaochen slowly merged the two again. However, this time, he purposely helped the will, swallowing up the saber soul. The two were originally evenly matched. After one obtained Xiaochen's help, it immediately gained the upper hand. The saber soul struggled for a while before being absorbed into the purple lightning talisman. After merging with the shape of the saber soul, the purple lightning talisman gained an indestructible sharpness that seemed to reign supreme. With a thought, the purple lightning talisman split into 4 beams of golden light. Each beam of golden light was an immortal small saber. Xiaochen revealed a satisfied smile. The golden light returned to his forehead and merged into the purple talisman in his sea of consciousness. Then, he put on Neptune's headscarf. Some of the disturbing thoughts in his heart were stripped away. Xiaochen's state of mind was like still water. Looking through his heart, he did not regret the decision he just made. He was Xiaochen, not the Thunder King or the Qing Emperor. Due to his internal injuries, Xiaochen slowed down significantly. However, by the time he returned to the Heavenly Saber Pavilion, he had already recovered from most of his severe internal injuries. He was back to his peak state. As Xiaochen expected, Lu Riyue did not return. Instead, he met another familiar person. Brother Xiao Chen, you're getting more and more awesome now. Did you bring any treasures for this fat lord this time? Kim Tae-ho had been waiting at Qingyun Peak for a long time. When he saw Xiao Chen, he immediately smiled and ran over with squinted eyes. His figure was the same as usual, still round like a ball. When Xiao Chen saw Kim Tae-ho, he was rather happy. When he heard what Kim Tae-ho said, he smiled faintly and said calmly, "My things are not good enough for you, right? I heard that the Golden Rock Merchant Association has monopolized most of the business in the Sky Dome realm." Kim Tae-ho waved his folding fan and chuckled, "It's just a small business, not worth mentioning." The two chatted in the courtyard for a long time, sharing their experiences. When Fatso heard Xiao Chen talk about the various things in the Kunlun realm, his eyes lit up. However, after that, he became sad, feeling very conflicted. "Xiao Chen, given this fat lord's intelligence, do you think I can make a name for myself in the Kunlun realm?" Kim Tae-ho asked in a soft voice after holding back for a long time. Xiao Chen was speechless. He nearly spat out a mouthful of wine. "It is best if you don't go. Just stay in the Sky Dome realm and harm others." In the Sky Dome realm, Xiao Chen had suffered enough at the hands of this fellow. If the underwear maniac went to the Kunlun realm, he might bring him some trouble. After thinking for a while, Xiao Chen said very sincerely, "I feel that it is better for you to stay in the Sky Dome realm. Those geniuses and old monsters in the Kunlun realm are not on the same level as you. There is no point." When Fatso heard this, he could not help but sigh. He picked up his wine cup and drained it in one go. He said, "Great minds think alike. There are not many people in this world who can keep up with my thoughts. Today, you, Xiao Chen, are one of them. Never mind, I won't go then. I have been lonely in the Sky Dome realm for too long. Even after going to the Kunlun realm, I will still be this lonely. This is really boring. It looks like this fat lord is destined to be lonely for the rest of my life." Fatso revealed a somewhat sad expression. If he changed his face, he might be able to attract many young girls who liked this kind of aura. After finally dispelling Fatso's thoughts of going to the Kunlun realm, Xiao Chen thought about something else. He asked, "Brother Biyao, is there a way to enter the Sky Dome immortal realm?" Fatso felt it was strange. He asked, "Why would I go in there? The great Tang nation's royal court invited me several times, but I never went. It is too dangerous in there. It is filled with all sorts of mutated immortal spirits and wild beasts. The competition between the various royal courts is also very intense. If I am not careful, I will suffer a lot." Xiao Chen felt excited. It looked like this Kim Tae-ho did have a way to enter the Sky Dome immortal realm. In that case, he would not have to think of any other way to enter the Sky Dome immortal realm. The environment inside was not as simple as the great Qin nation's protector said. This made Xiao Chen even more determined to enter. "Tell me, what is going on with this Sky Dome immortal realm?" Fatso chuckled and said, "About that. I have yet to see Brother Xiao Chen's greeting gift." In his rush, Xiao Chen forgot about this Fatso's temper. He tossed out an astral coin and said, "This is a priceless treasure of the Kunlun realm. One is worth half a rank 8 sect." Kim Tae-ho picked it up and looked at it suspiciously for a long time. However, he could not make out anything. However, when he saw Xiao Chen's calm appearance, he pretended to be an expert. He said, "This is good stuff. I can tell with one glance that it is extraordinary. It is truly a treasure worth half a sect." Seeing Fatso treat an astral coin worth 1,000 superior grade spirit stones like a treasure, Xiao Chen's expression remained calm. There was nothing strange about it. Kim Tae-ho blew on that astral coin before rubbing it. Then, he smiled happily and said, "Brother Xiao Chen is really interesting. The more I look at this thing, the more this fat lord likes it. However, what exactly is it used for?" Xiao Chen found it strange and asked, "You don't know?" Kim Tae-ho laughed loudly and said, "How can that be? How can this fat lord not know such a famous thing? It is that, right?" Xiao Chen held back his laughter and said calmly, "It is just a small thing. It is not worth much. Tell me more about the Sky Dome Immortal Realm. When Fatso saw Xiao Chen's casual attitude, he was even more convinced that it was a treasure. He immediately explained the Sky Dome Immortal Realm in detail. After Xiao Chen finished listening, he thought about it carefully. This Sky Dome Immortal Realm was more complicated than he had imagined. Naturally, the Sky Dome Immortal Realm was not a true immortal realm. It was just a name given by the people of the Sky Dome realm. The spiritual energy there was abundant, and there were many natural treasures. Cultivating there would be 3 or 4 times faster than cultivating outside. However, it was still not comparable to the Kunlun realm. The Sky Dome Immortal Realm was an independent small world, about 1/10 of the size of the Jianghu continent. It could be considered very vast. The royal courts of the various nations all had their own encampments there. However, most of the places were public, so they could go on adventures together. Rumor had it that that was the true residence of the Sky Dome Immortal Lord. Everything in the outside world, including the Tianwu continent and the boundless sea, had slowly evolved from the Sky Dome Immortal Realm over a long period of time. There were many immortal beasts that the Sky Dome Immortal Lord casually reared. After they mutated and multiplied, they became ferocious beasts without any spiritual energy. However, the spirit cores in their bodies still contained some immortal qi. After removing the impurities and absorbing them, their cultivation would increase significantly. The ferocious beasts were very strong. Some of them were even as strong as superior-grade martial sages of the Kunlun realm. In the Sky Dome Immortal Realm, they were existences that could not be offended. Aside from the immortal beasts that the Sky Dome Immortal Lord once reared, there were also some 10,000-year-old spirit plants. Some of these spirit plants gained intelligence and could even cultivate. The most famous spirit plant in there was called the longevity tree. Rumor had it that the Sky Dome Immortal Lord cultivated under this tree in the past. The longevity tree could bear longevity fruits. The longevity fruits could not truly make people live forever. However, they could easily increase a cultivator's lifespan. One longevity fruit could increase a cultivator's lifespan by 100 years. However, it was only effective the first time one consumed it. The thing that truly attracted cultivators was not the longevity fruit but the 7-colored auspicious signs that would descend from the sky when the longevity fruit ripened. Auspicious signs were graded by color. The more colors there were, the higher the grade. 7-colored auspicious signs were second only to 8-colored and 9-colored auspicious signs. Above 9-colored auspicious signs were the legendary heavenly signs. Heavenly signs would only appear when a sovereign martial emperor or an emperor-grade medicinal pill bore fruit like the undying tree. Even the Kunlun realm's martial sages could not wait for such good things. A 7-colored auspicious sign was already of a very high level. It contained the spiritual energy of heaven and earth. The spiritual energy contained in it was even purer than a rank 3 spirit vein's origin. Just one strand of it could allow one's cultivation to soar. Furthermore, there were no side effects. There would not be the situation of spoiling things through excessive enthusiasm. The longevity fruit ripened once every 5,000 years. This time, it happened to be the time for it to ripen. Not only were the younger generation of the various royal courts eager to try, but even some of the old antiques with unfathomable cultivations who were nearing the end of their lifespans made a move. Naturally, the younger generation sought the 7-colored auspicious signs, while the older generation sought the longevity fruit. Everyone took what they needed. However, resources were limited. Be it the 7-colored auspicious signs or the longevity fruit, there would not be many of them. The competition between them was easy to imagine. Strange, these longevity fruits and 7-colored auspicious signs should be very attractive to you, right? Why do you not seem interested at all? Xiao Chen asked suspiciously as he looked at Kim Tae-ho, who was still thinking about the astral coin. Kim Tae-ho carefully blew on the astral coin a few times. Then, he smiled and said, "With this fat lord's intelligence, how can these people understand me? There is no chance at all. Why would I want to get involved?" "What do you mean?" Kim Tae-ho chuckled and said, "Of the 5 nations, the Great Jin nation's royal court is the strongest. The other 4 nations combined are not as strong as them. The great Jin nation sends out experts, princes, princesses, and young geniuses that join the royal court. We can only walk to the longevity tree. There is a huge storm in the sky, and there are countless ferocious beasts along the way. The people of the 4 nations will have to fight their way over bitterly. Furthermore, they will have to deal with the strong great Jin nation's royal court. What chance do they have? Chapter 858. Hence, when the great Tang nation's royal court came to ask this fat lord to be cannon fodder, this fat lord immediately rejected them. Xiao Chen's expression froze. Then, he said, "Brother de Biyao, I'm afraid you won't be able to refuse this cannon fodder." Kim Tae-ho was stunned for a moment before reacting. He smiled and said, "Don't look for your fat brother for this. You are strong. Naturally, you dare to go anywhere. This fat lord's body really cannot take the torture. I still have things to do, so I'll take my leave first." Patting his butt, Kim Tae-ho stood up and prepared to leave. The Sky Dome Immortal Realm was not as poetic as its name suggested. There were all sorts of ferocious beasts and spatial storms in there. If one was not careful, one might lose their life there. Xiao Chen smiled faintly, and another astral coin appeared in his hand. Then, he tossed it at Fatso. Hu Chi. Turning around, Kim Tae-ho reacted quickly and caught the astral coin. Based on his reaction, he seemed to have expected Xiao Chen to make such a move. Haha. In this world, only you, brother Xiao Chen, can keep up with this fat lord's thoughts. Fatso smiled so widely that a flower bloomed on his face. He was overjoyed in his heart. With 2 astral coins, this fat lord would be able to buy a sect in the Kunlun realm. Let's go. Xiao Chen had already figured out Fatso's game of loosening the reins only to grasp better. Naturally, he knew that the other party did not really want to reject him. Xiao Chen brought out his full power and tore space while carrying Fatso. They moved as fast as lightning. In merely half a day, they arrived at the great Tang nation's imperial capital. When Fatso saw Xiao Chen's horrifying strength, he felt extremely excited in his heart. This transaction was definitely profitable. Not to mention the 2 astral coins, which were worth a rank 8 sex astral coin, he would definitely gain some benefits if he followed Xiao Chen to the Sky Dome Immortal Realm. Even if Kim Tae-ho did not give him any treasures, bringing Xiao Chen to the Sky Dome Immortal Realm would not be a loss for him. Thinking about the 2 priceless star coins in his pocket, Fatso could not help but feel extremely pleased. Xiao Chen was strong, but his intelligence was still a little lacking compared to the fat lord. Outside the imperial palace, Xiao Chen put on the sky sea cloak and said, "You can go in and negotiate. Don't worry, they won't be able to find me. I'll just follow you in." After saying that, he vanished. Fatso looked around and could not help saying, he really disappeared. This Kunlun realm really has many treasures. Stop dawdling. I'm right beside you. Hurry up and go. Xiao Chen's voice sounded in his mind. Kim Tae-ho was shocked and looked at it for a long time. He was completely convinced by this treasure. However, Xiao Chen thought to himself. With Xiao Chen's intelligence, he could do well in the Kunlun realm. This fat lord would definitely be able to do well there. Just as Xiao Chen thought this, he proved his identity. Immediately, a major character of the royal court came to receive him. The Jin clan was a top-tier clan in the great Tang nation. Now, it was like the sun in the sky. When the major characters heard that Fatso had changed his mind and wanted to go to the Sky Dome Immortal Realm, the major characters of the royal court hesitated. The various royal court's teams had already set off. If Fatso went now, he would not be able to help the great Tang nation's royal court disciples. However, due to Kim Tae-ho's reputation, the major characters reluctantly agreed despite their reluctance. Xiao Chen hid himself and followed Xiao Chen to the depths of the imperial palace. There, they arrived before a tightly guarded transportation formation. This transportation formation gave off an ancient, vast, and desolate aura. There were rings of medial-grade spirit stones around the transportation formation. From the looks of it, there were at least several tens of millions of them. Fatso casually stood on the transportation formation. Xiao Chen stood beside him, but no one noticed him. Boom! The medial-grade spirit stones burned, and the ancient formation activated. A white light flashed, and space twisted. Then, Xiao Chen and Kim Taeho disappeared from the formation at the same time. A light flashed, and Xiao Chen and Kim Taeho appeared in the Sky Dome Immortal Realm. What would the Sky Dome Immortal Realm be like? Xiao Chen and Kim Taeho were rather curious. At the very least, they had some fantasies. However, when they arrived, they revealed disappointed expressions. Kim Taeho smiled and said, "I just knew that this rundown place is not much. I did not expect it to be so rundown." Xiao Chen sized up his surroundings. The sky was primal chaos. There was no sunlight, only howling spatial storms rushing back and forth. The pieces of spatial shards were sharper than any knife. Just looking at them made him feel somewhat flustered. Countless spatial shards formed tornadoes. As they stirred, it looked like there were many man-eating ferocious beasts hiding in the sky, opening their ferocious mouths. When Xiao Chen looked down, the air was turbid and humid. Not to mention the Kunlun realm, it was even worse than the Tianwu continent. The flowers and grass on the ground were all uneven. At first glance, one would think that they were malnourished. Xiao Chen opened his mouth and said somewhat flabbergasted, "Speaking of which, Brother Biyao, did we come to the wrong place?" Pa! Suddenly, a palm-sized mosquito leaped out. Fatso reacted quickly. He swatted the folding fan in his hand, sending this mosquito flying far away. However, it did not die. It should be right. The great Tang nation's royal court would not lie to me about this. "This mosquito is really extraordinarily big," Kim Taeho said with lingering fear as he watched the mosquito fly over again. Xiao Chen smiled casually and said, "The one on your butt is even bigger." A miserable shriek rang out. Fatso jumped up from the ground in pain. When he turned his head to look, he saw a black mosquito the size of his face resting silently on his butt. Its sharp and long beak pierced through his clothes like a needle, sucking happily. Fatso immediately swatted it with the folding fan in his hand. Pa! Pa! After swatting twice, the mosquito did not die. Furthermore, the mosquito that he swatted earlier also flapped its wings and flew over. 2 strands of saber chi flashed, and electric light exploded. These 2 mosquitoes were immediately blasted into pieces. Xiao Chen, who was standing at the side, had made a move. Damn! 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 Kim Taeho held his butt as he jumped up and down on the ground, shouting as though his parents had died. Buzz! 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 The air suddenly trembled, and a strong wind blew at the two. Xiao Chen looked up and saw a large swarm of mosquitoes flying out from the grass in front. The howling wind was the result of the swarm of mosquitoes flapping their wings. "Let's go." Xiao Chen picked up the pale Kim Taeho and soared into the air. Then, he turned around and used his palm as a saber, executing the starting stance of the lightning tribulation saber technique. Wind and lightning gathering. The purple lightning talisman in Xiao Chen's sea of consciousness spun once. The shape of the saber soul and the 4 strands of golden light were instantly drawn over. When Xiao Chen chopped out with his palm, a strand of saber chi containing 90% comprehended saber intent and 40% comprehended will of thunder immediately shot out from his palm. Thunder and wind roared, and the 4 strands of purple saber chi with golden light flowing on them tore through the air, shattering this swarm of blood-sucking mosquitoes into pieces. When Xiao Chen looked carefully, he could not help but be flabbergasted. There were a few mosquitoes in there. They were actually intact, not dying from the combined attacks of the spatial shards and the saber chi. However, they knew how powerful Xiao Chen was. They flapped their wings and slowly flew back through the spatial shards. Xiao Chen withdrew his gaze, and a strand of red light shot out from his forehead. He summoned out the massacre throne. A scarlet cloud carried the throne as it floated quietly in front. When Fatso saw the throne, he immediately rejoiced. He laughed loudly and said, "How domineering! This throne is tailor-made for this fat lord." After saying that, Fatso let go of Xiao Chen's hand and soared into the air, landing on the throne and landing on his butt. Another blood-curdling scream rang out. The fatty clutched his buttocks and shot out from the throne. When Kim Tae-ho landed on the scarlet cloud, his complexion paled. He said, "Xiao Chen, why do I feel that there is a hole in my butt? Blood is gushing out like a fountain." Xiao Chen looked at the hole in Kim Tae-ho's butt, and sympathy flashed in his eyes. He said, "It's fine. You are overthinking. It is just a hole." Riding on the scarlet cloud, Xiao Chen flew higher and higher on the throne. In the blink of an eye, he was high up in the sky, about to face that horrifying spatial storm. Up on the scarlet cloud, Kim Tae-ho, who kept turning his head around, trying to see the wound on his butt. When he saw Xiao Chen's actions, he could not help being startled. Startled, he exclaimed, "Xiao Chen, are you crazy? This is a spatial storm, a storm formed by fragments of space. Even Grandmaster-level martial sages can be easily torn to shreds." "I know. However, this only applies to Grandmaster-level martial sages in the Sky Dome realm," Xiao Chen replied calmly. Then, he pressed 2 fingers to his forehead, and a beam of purple light shot out. Then, it split into 4, turning into 4 small golden sabers that guarded one area. The moment the sabers entered the sky, 8 tornadoes made up of spatial fragments charged at Xiao Chen from all directions. These tornadoes looked like ferocious beasts baring their fangs, wanting to swallow up Xiao Chen. Suddenly, the 4 small golden sabers danced around. Beams of golden light of 4 different colors formed a screen of sabers flickering with electricity, tightly encasing the scarlet throne. The screen of golden sabers silently sliced the 8 spatial storms into countless tiny pieces. Then, they vanished completely, and the throne entered the void. There were still cracks in the void, and the strong winds that came out were still extremely horrifying storms filled with hidden energy. As Xiao Chen sat on the throne, he did not panic. With a wave of his hand, the 4 small golden sabers destroyed all the hidden energy. This stunned Fatso, who was on the scarlet cloud, and he cried out repeatedly. As Xiao Chen moved quickly in the sky, he soon caught up with the groups. Occasionally, Xiao Chen used his spiritual sense to check below. Finally, he saw the group of the great Qin nation's royal court. There were several familiar faces in this large group. When Xiao Chen saw the state of these people and paid special attention to Ying Yu's strength, he relaxed. With Ying Yu here, this group of great Qin nation's royal court was safe. Without any worries, Xiao Chen moved even faster. That horrifying spatial storm was like child's play to him. With a flick of his finger, it shattered. The towering longevity tree entered Xiao Chen's eyes. He sat on the scarlet throne and slowly descended from the sky. They slowly descended from the sky. In the end, they managed to arrive in front of the longevity tree ahead of everyone else. Chapter 859. A loud roar resounded. Before the scarlet throne landed, a berserk ferocious beast appeared below. This ferocious beast gave off a berserk aura. When it opened its mouth, it kicked up a strong wind that seemed like it could flip up the surface of the sea. Pu Ci. The 4 small golden sabers merged into one and turned into a purple talisman. Xiao Chen stretched out his hand, and the talisman flickered and instantly broke the strong wind. When the throne landed, Xiao Chen withdrew the talisman. A 20-meter-tall, 100-meter-long ferocious beast was chopped in half and laid on the ground. Kim Tae-ho exclaimed exaggeratedly, "This is a ferocious beast equal to a martial sage. Unexpectedly, you instantly killed it in one move." As Xiao Chen spoke, Kim Tae-ho did not stop moving. He held his butt and jumped down from the scarlet cloud. Then, he quickly searched through the corpses. Soon, he found a spirit core covered in black spots. Fatso laughed loudly and paced excitedly on the ground. He said, "A martial sage-level spirit core containing immortal qi. I struck it rich this time." Even if this fat lord has another hole in my butt, it will be worth it. Right after Fatso spoke, he saw the longevity tree bearing heavy red fruits thrust a branch at Kim Tae-ho like a golden fork at lightning speed. Its speed was even faster than Xiao Chen's. Kim Tae-ho had just obtained the spirit core and was somewhat carried away. He accidentally walked into the attack range of the longevity tree. It looked like he would not be able to dodge in time and would be pierced by the branch. Electric light flashed under Xiao Chen's feet. In the time it took for a spark to fly, he quickly dodged. Then, he picked up Kim Tae-ho and retreated. Back and forth, as Xiao Chen moved quickly, pitch-black cracks appeared in space. After escaping death, Fatso heaved a long sigh. Then, he put away the spirit core covered in black spots and said to Xiao Chen, "Fortunately, brother, you are fast. Otherwise, I would not have been able to escape unscathed." As Xiao Chen spoke, he did not realize that a hole had appeared on his right butt as well. Blood poured out like a fountain. There was a kind of pain that, when reached the extreme, would make one numb. Xiao Chen made a sad expression. He didn't know if Kim Tae-ho was in the same situation. The grades of the spirit trees were also divided into sage, king, emperor, and immortal. This division was similar to the grades of secret treasures. It was mainly for the convenience of trading between cultivators and the identification of treasures. The moon cassia tree was a saint-tier spirit tree, and the longevity tree was a grade higher than it. It was a king-tier spirit tree, and because of its special effect of increasing one's lifespan, it was ranked in the top 3 among the king-tier spirit trees. Regardless of cultivation level or race, a single longevity fruit could increase a person's lifespan by 100 years for the first time. Within 100 years, Xiao Chen might be able to make another breakthrough, advancing further on the path of cultivation. Its value was easy to imagine. Even in the Kunlun realm, it would be a top treasure. Xiao Chen counted carefully. There were only about 20 of the heavy red fruits on the longevity tree. They bore fruit once every 1,000 years. Such a number was truly rare. Scarlet spiritual energy wafted out of the longevity fruit, making one drool. Kim Tae-ho stared straight at it. However, he no longer dared to approach it. Clearly, this longevity tree had gained sentience long ago. Now that the longevity fruit had not ripened yet, it naturally did not allow anyone to approach. As Xiao Chen looked at the longevity fruit that was about to ripen, he entered deep thought. Before the longevity fruit matured, the longevity tree would not allow anyone to approach it. Kim Tae-ho's earlier fate was a good example of the consequences of getting close. As long as the longevity tree matured, the longevity fruit would fall automatically. As for how many fell, that would depend on luck. Sometimes, 1 or 2 fell, and the longevity tree would burrow into the ground, running off to some unknown place. Naturally, such a result was not what Xiao Chen wanted. Since he was already here, he had to collect all 20 longevity fruits. Xiao Chen pushed off the ground, and his figure flashed as he flew towards the longevity tree. The peaceful, towering tree instantly came to life. Many long branches extended out endlessly, piercing through space and shooting at Xiao Chen. Electric light flickered under Xiao Chen's feet. In that instant, he executed Thunder Dragon steps to its limits. His figure moved so fast that one could not even see his shadow. He tried to approach the longevity tree from all directions. Ka-ca. After a while, Xiao Chen broke off a branch and retreated safely. He now had a rough understanding of this longevity tree's strength. This longevity tree had indeed gained sentience. However, it had only gained sentience recently, and its cultivation was not deep enough. While its attacks looked fast, they were not methodical. After familiarizing himself with the longevity tree, he could easily dodge. Xiao Chen looked around. There were still some mutated ferocious beasts eyeing this place covetously. However, they did not dare to get close to Xiao Chen. The lunar shadow saber appeared in his hand. These ferocious beasts did not dare to be impudent towards Xiao Chen. However, that did not mean that Xiao Chen would let them off. After about 7 minutes, Xiao Chen chased away all the ferocious beasts in the surroundings. Those that could not flee in time were killed by him. By the time Xiaochen returned, the longevity fruits had not ripened yet. Xiaochen could not help but frown. It looked like he had come too early. If he had waited any longer, the great Jin nation's cultivators would have arrived. Earlier, when Xiaochen passed by the sky, the great Jin nation's royal court was indeed strong. Among them, there were 3 old men who had lived for countless years. Their cultivations were terrifyingly deep. Although Xiaochen did not fear peak grandmaster-level martial sages, once the longevity fruits ripened, he would not be able to avoid being implicated by them. If things went wrong, Xiaochen's plan to collect all the longevity fruits would be ruined. That would be a huge loss. Xiaochen frowned and thought for a long time. Then, he remembered that there were still 2 rank 3 spirit veins origins in the immortal spirit ring that had not been exhausted yet. What are you thinking of doing? Don't even think about those 2 rank 3 spirit veins origins. If you use them, there will be no more left. Ao Jiao was like a housekeeper, keeping the rank 3 spirit veins origins in the immortal spirit ring tightly. Xiaochen smiled bitterly. He knew that Ao Jiao liked to take care of the plants in the immortal spirit ring. Keeping the spirit veins origins was for his own good. However, he had no choice but to use them now. After a long time, Xiaochen finally got Ao Jiao to agree to take out a rank 3 spirit veins origin. Xiaochen waved his hand, and the rank 3 spirit veins origin silently flew to the top of the longevity tree. After a while, it turned into spiritual rain and fell. The longevity tree happily absorbed the spiritual rain. The bright red skin of the longevity fruits on the tree thinned bit by bit as they grew rapidly. Fatso smiled with some heartache. Brother Xiaochen, you are really generous. A rank 3 spirit veins origin is even more valuable than a longevity fruit. Xiaochen smiled and did not reply. In the Sky Dome realm, a rank 3 spirit veins origin was indeed more valuable than a longevity fruit. However, in the Kunlun realm, the situation was different. If he could pick all 20 longevity fruits before the spirit tree burrowed underground, Xiaochen would earn a lot on this trip. A fervent look appeared in Xiaochen's calm eyes. His heart was filled with boundless anticipation. When the longevity fruits ripened, he would collect all of the 7-colored auspicious signs, giving Lu Riyue a pleasant surprise. On the way to the longevity tree, Inyu led the great Qin nation's people, killing the ferocious beasts blocking the way. The ferocious beasts here were not easy to deal with. They all had the bloodline of immortal beasts in their veins. Even as a half-sage, she did not dare to move around without fear. Fortunately, there was a peak superior grade martial sage senior in the group. Although he rarely made a move, he helped Inyu share a lot of the pressure. Aside from that senior, who was nearing the end of his lifespan, Xiaochen was familiar with the others in the group. There was no need to mention Inyu, Feng Feishue, and Lu Riyue. As for the remaining 2, Xiaochen had not seen them for many years. One was his half-brother, Xiao Jian, and the other was his cousin, Xiao Yulan, who once knelt down to plead for him. Feng Feishue had introduced these 2 to the Heavenly Qin school in the imperial capital. After that, they gained the appreciation of the princess and joined the Imperial Dragon Legion. Now, they were Inyu's trusted subordinates. Inyu held the Grand Imperial Spear and brandished it. She fought a half-sage ferocious beast alone and killed it rather easily. After that, she looked up at the sky doubtfully. When Inyu withdrew her gaze, she discovered that Lu Riyue was frowning as well, shifting her gaze away from the sky. The others also felt doubtful. Earlier, they all felt a familiar gaze sweep through them from the sky. Only that senior, who was nearing the end of his lifespan, did not feel anything. When he saw the strange expressions of the group, he said, "Don't overthink it. No one in the Sky Dome realm dares to move about in the spatial storm in the sky unless they are tired of living." Seeing the senior with the highest cultivation say this, the others did not dare to voice their opinions. Only Lu Riyue still felt confused. That gaze earlier was too familiar. It was just a flash, but it felt very real. Inyu collected her thoughts and said, "Let's go. The people of the great Jin nation are already far ahead of us. The group killed the ferocious beasts along the way and continued forward. After putting in a lot of effort, they finally saw the top of the longevity tree when they looked up. The group could not help but feel gratified. Aside from the great Jin nation's royal court, they were the fastest. As long as they put in a bit more effort, they would be able to obtain some of the 7-colored auspicious signs. They would not have to return empty-handed. As long as they obtained a strand of 7-colored auspicious signs, their cultivation would soar significantly. If they were lucky and obtained a few more strands, their cultivation might even increase by a grade. Haha. Indeed, it is as I expected. The one following closely behind is indeed you, Princess Yu. Before the smiles on the group's faces faded, 3 great Jin nation princes appeared at the intersection in front, leading a group of people. There was also a superior grade martial sage in their group. However, the 3 grandmaster level martial sages were not with them. They must have arrived earlier. When Yu and the others saw this group of people suddenly appear, their expressions changed slightly. The Jing nation's royal court wanted to delay them and monopolize the longevity fruits and 7-colored auspicious signs. The person who spoke was the great Jin nation's first prince, Yi Qin. At such a young age, he had already advanced to peak superior grade martial monarch. His talent was only slightly weaker than Yu's. Yu's pretty face turned slightly cold. She said coldly, Yi Qin, it is best not to be too ruthless. You schemed so much and used such despicable methods. In the end, you will not have a good ending. Chapter 860. Yi Qin laughed heartily. His eyes were filled with a domineering light as he said, you are too naive. I will stop you now. So what? Let's see who will obtain the longevity fruit and the 7-colored auspicious sign in the end. You might be strong, but with the 3 of us working together, we really aren't afraid of you. If you have the ability, then come and force your way through. The senior from the great Qin nation, who was nearing the end of his lifespan, frowned slightly. The old man in the other side's team was clearly targeting him, not letting him off. There were also people watching Xiao Jian, Lu Riyue, and the others. Even though the great Jin nation's royal court had lost their 3 strongest people, they could still suppress them. Yu's expression turned unsettled. She had not expected the people of the great Jin nation to be so shameless, not giving outsiders a chance at all. Just as the longevity fruit was about to ripen, they stopped them. Suddenly, colorful lights flickered in the sky. The longevity fruit had finally ripened. Auspicious signs filled the sky as they descended. When Yi Qin saw this scene, he could not help but reveal a pleased expression. The 3 royal clan elders should already be near the longevity tree. Thinking of this, Xiao Chen's lips could not help but curl up. He looked at the unsightly expressions of Yu and the others. He laughed loudly and said, good, the longevity fruit has ripened. Princess Yu, I will stand here. Let's see how you are going to make me suffer. Right after Yi Qin spoke, an ear-piercing alarm rang out. Yi Qin's expression changed. He turned his head to look at the sky and said strangely, with the strength of the 3 seniors, why would they send out such a distress call? Yi Qin could not be bothered with Yu and the others. The situation had probably taken a turn for the worse. He quickly led the group to where the longevity tree was. Xiao Jian stepped forward and asked doubtfully, Princess, what's wrong with this group of people? Yu thought for a while and quickly made a decision. She said, it looks like they are in trouble. Come, let's follow them. The royal family of Jin Nation, who was initially domineering and unreasonable, suddenly changed their attitude and left in a hurry. Naturally, Yu and the others would not let go of this opportunity. They quickly followed behind. Lu Riyue did not know why, but her heart pounded heavily. She suddenly thought of a possibility. She thought of the gaze she saw on the road earlier. She had never doubted the authenticity of that gaze, even when the superior grade martial sage of the great Qin nation's royal court said that no one could walk in the Sky Dome realm. She didn't doubt that there was definitely a gaze like that standing above the 9 heavens, shuttling through the endless spatial storms, looking deeply at her. As Lu Riyue thought this, her speed increased significantly. She circulated the quintessence in her body without caring about the expenditure. Soon, she was standing shoulder to shoulder with Yingyu. She desperately wanted to know the answer. Was the owner of that gaze, the person who had stopped to look at her in the 9 heavens, the person she had been thinking about day and night? After a while, the great Jin nation's royal court and Yingyu's group arrived at where the longevity tree was. When they saw the situation clearly, they were all dumbfounded. The 7 colored auspicious signs falling from the sky were collected by a fatso holding a jade bottle. The smile on his face was even brighter than the radiance of spring. The 3 Grandmaster-level martial sages of the great Jin nation's royal court were easily blocked by a mysterious man wearing a cloak. That black-cloaked man used his arms as a saber. Electric light burst out, and saber chi flew everywhere. Hundreds of lightning flood dragons circled around him. As the black-cloaked man brandished his saber, the lightning flood dragons howled wildly. With a gentle palm strike, he knocked back the Grandmaster-level martial sages who wanted to charge up, not holding back at all. The 3 Grandmaster-level martial sages either attacked one after another or worked together. However, without exception, the black-cloaked man blocked all of them. When Fatso, who was above, saw this scene, he laughed loudly in delight. Then, he started collecting the 7 colored auspicious signs at an even faster speed. It looked like the auspicious signs were about to run dry. The 3 Grandmaster-level martial sages below could not help but feel even more anxious. The group of people from the great Jin nation's royal court was completely stunned. These were bona fide Grandmaster-level martial sages. Their lifespans were about to end. After a long time, they had tempered their cultivations to a very deep level. All of them were people who stood at the peak of the Sky Dome realm. However, when the 3 of them worked together, one person easily blocked them. Where exactly did this black-cloaked man come from? It's over. The auspicious signs are all gone. A youth beside the great Jin nation's first prince said with great heartache. The main purpose of this trip had been ruined. These people were young and did not have to worry about their lifespans. Naturally, the longevity fruit would not be of much use to them. The expressions of Yingyu and the others changed slightly. The auspicious signs were all gone. This person was far stronger than the people from the great Jin nation's royal court. They had no chance at all. Fatso chuckled and tossed the jade bottle containing the auspicious signs to Xiao Chen. Xiao Chen stretched out his hand and caught it. His lips could not help but curl up. When he looked at the 3 old men charging up again, a cold look flashed in his eyes. Earlier, Xiao Chen was worried that he would not be able to collect all the auspicious signs if he was distracted. Hence, he could only do his best to block these 3. Now that he had obtained the auspicious signs, he no longer needed to be polite with these 3 old men. If he did not deal with them now, they would be a problem when the longevity fruits fell. Twin dragons playing with pearl. Xiao Chen used his palm as a saber and chopped with it, executing the 3rd move of the dragon subduing slash. A pearl-like light struck one of the old men's chest. Before this person could react, 2 dragon-shaped saber chi flew over and struck his chest. There was no way for him to dodge. There was a loud bang, and a bright light flashed. This twin dragons playing with pearl severely injured this person. He would not be able to recover within half a year. Xiao Chen's figure flashed. He did not show any mercy. He turned around and headed for the other old man. His figure moved as fast as lightning, giving off loud bang. 7 profound fingers. That old man was startled. As he retreated in a fluster, he gathered all the heavenly sage laws in his body and formed a vast storm behind him. Then, he stretched out his hand and pointed. 7 streaks of light of different colors pierced through the air, tearing cracks in the sky. Each of the streaks of light was powerful enough to shatter mountains and rivers. Under the hood, Xiao Chen's expression was as calm as still water. His figure moved forward, not slowing down at all. Just as he was about to touch the 7 beams of light, he suddenly attacked, circulating all the vital qi in his body. Xiao Chen suddenly attacked, circulating all the vital qi in his body and attacking with his full power. A horrifying force that was infinitely close to 1,500 tons of force exploded in the air. In that instant, the world shook, and a huge black hole appeared in space. The 7 beams of light suddenly broke apart. Xiaochen passed through the black hole. The shock wave of his fist light did not diminish at all as it struck the old man. That old man vomited a mouthful of blood and went flying back. He slid on the ground for 100 meters in a sorry state, coughing endlessly. His eyes revealed an expression of disbelief. Xiaochen held 2 fingers together, and a beam of light shot out from his forehead. The purple lightning talisman flickered. When the remaining old man saw an electric light, a bowl-sized bloody hole appeared in his chest. A strong wind blew endlessly. In the blink of an eye, Xiaochen knocked out the 3 Grandmaster-level martial sages one by one. The hearts of the people below all sank. Such strength was unimaginable. He did not seem like a Sky Dome realm cultivator at all. However, Xiaochen ignored the shock of these people. His figure flashed, and he landed on the ground. Then, he quietly watched the longevity fruits that were about to fall to the ground. Based on the usual pattern, not all 20 longevity fruits would fall to the ground. The longevity tree would move away on its own. Xiaochen paused for a moment before charging at the longevity tree. Ka-xie. Ka-xie. Tree branches pierced through space, charging at Xiaochen. Xiaochen, who had anticipated this long ago, did not panic. He dodged the countless tree branches that could easily pierce through a mountain. Then, he gently plucked a longevity fruit and held it in his hand. The longevity tree was thoroughly enraged. Its branches intertwined and looked like flood dragons as they bit at Xiaochen. Xiaochen did not clash head-on. His figure flashed as he flew upwards. Then, he clenched his right hand, and another longevity fruit flew into his universe ring. Xiaochen's agile figure brushed past the longevity tree's attack as everyone tensed up. When the 3 Grandmaster-level martial sages on the ground saw this scene, they could not help but vomit blood in frustration. The longevity fruits that they had been waiting for 10 years were picked by Xiaochen like he was picking peaches. The 3 Grandmaster-level martial sages cursed in their hearts, hoping that the longevity tree would pierce thousands of holes in Xiaochen and kill him without a complete corpse. However, things did not go as they wished. Xiaochen kept brushing shoulders with danger. The group could only watch as the longevity fruits dwindled, unable to do anything about it. Pu-ci. Pu-ci. With only 3 longevity fruits remaining, the longevity tree could no longer endure Xiaochen's plundering. It sank down, and its huge trunk sank into the ground with a flash of light. How could Xiaochen let the longevity tree do as it pleased? In the time it took for a spark to fly, he punched a deep pit in the ground and quickly dove in. After a while, Xiaochen flew back with a piece of the longevity tree's spiritual wood branch in satisfaction. At the last moment, Xiaochen reacted quickly and put away the remaining 3 longevity fruits. Seeing Xiaochen appear, the great Jin nation's people glared at Xiaochen with bloodshot eyes. However, they did not dare to say anything. This fellow who suddenly appeared messed up their plans. Originally, they had planned to monopolize the 7-colored auspicious signs and the longevity fruits that fell to the ground. However, they did not manage to obtain anything. Furthermore, the 3 Grandmaster-level martial sages were beaten half to death. When Lu Riyue and the others saw this scene, they did not show anything on their faces. However, they felt very carefree in their hearts. In the first place, they had always been bullied by the great Jin nation's royal court in this Sky Dome immortal realm. In the earlier scene, the first Prince Qin's attitude was even more overbearing, causing everyone to feel a great deal of anger in their hearts. "Are you still not going to scram?" Xiaochen shouted coldly as he looked coldly at the first prince and the others, who showed extreme dissatisfaction in their eyes. Xiaochen did not have a good impression of this group of people. He had just used the spirit vein's origin to accelerate the ripening of the longevity fruits. In the end, 3 old men came to cause trouble. Xiaochen had no choice but to seek Kim Taeho's help. Given Fatso's character, he would definitely not help for free. Seeing the hostile Xiao Chen under the hood, the great Jin nation's people quickly left. They feared that if they stayed any longer, Xiao Chen would really get angry. Ing Yu's group sighed silently. This person did not even care about the great Jin nation's royal court. Why would he be polite to them? To avoid humiliating themselves, they turned and left. Chapter 861. Everyone, long time no see. Do you really not recognize Xiao Chen anymore? Xiao Chen smiled faintly and took off his hood. Then, he calmly called out to Lu Ruyue, Feng Feishue, Ing Yu, Xiao Yulan, and Xiao Jian. The few of them turned around one by one and saw a delicate and pretty face with a headscarf. Those familiar facial features and the sharpness between his brows were just like in the past. Without a doubt, he opened his mouth wide, unable to speak for a long time. Indeed, it is him. Tears welled up in the corners of Lu Ruyue's eyes. All sorts of emotions welled up in her heart. The person she loved had really returned. There was some disbelief in Xiao Yulan's eyes. Everything she saw was real. Cousin Xiao Chen, who had knelt 3 times to express his gratitude, had actually reached such a height today. Xiao Jian was even more in disbelief than him. A bitter smile appeared on the corners of his mouth. Who could have imagined that the person who had left his clan 7 years ago would grow to such a level? Xiao Chen did not say anything more. He slowly walked over and wiped away the tears at the corners of Lu Ruyue's eyes. Lu Ruyue blushed. Her flirtatious face was filled with bashfulness. The others smiled faintly and tacitly left this place. A bitter smile appeared on Xiao Yulan's face. Although she had known long ago that cousin Xiao Chen had made his choice, Xiao Yulan knew that cousin Xiao Chen had made his choice. But now that he saw it with his own eyes, he couldn't help but feel the pain in his heart. Ing Yu walked over and patted Xiao Yulan's shoulder. She smiled and said, "Lass, don't be sad. This fellow is just a so-so, there is no need to feel sad for him." Feng Feishue walked over leisurely. Dressed in men's clothes, she still looked as carefree and at ease as before. She even knew Xiao Yulan's heart and knew how hard Xiao Yulan had worked over the years. He hugged her tightly in his arms and patted her back. When he closed his eyes, there seemed to be a column of water at the corner of his eyes. Xiao Jian curled his lips and sat on the ground, bored, as he played with the sword in his hand. Now, he was no longer that petty person from back then. There was no irreconcilable grudge between him and Xiao Chen in the first place. However, when he saw Xiao Chen's current achievements, he still felt a little emotional. Fortunately, after so many years, Xiao Chen had come to terms with it. He only hoped to advance to martial sage in the Sky Dome realm and protect his clan. Xiao Chen glanced over and saw Xiao Chen talking to Lu Ruyue in the distance. He looked at Xiao Chen's changed expression. He could not help but think of his father in Mo City. Xiao Xiong had never mentioned it, but everyone knew that he had been forced to chase Xiao Chen away back then. No one could understand the pain he was suffering. Xiao Jian would never forget the complicated expression on Xiao Xiong's face when he heard the news that Xiao Chen ranked first on the True Dragon ranking. He wondered if his father's solemn face would reveal a trace of a smile if he knew of his second brother's current achievements. Xiao Chen and Lu Ruyue did not chat for long before they arrived at where Ing Yu and the others were. When Xiao Chen saw the familiar faces, a smile appeared on his calm face. His old friends were all there, his old friends were all well, and his elegance was still the same. Nothing had changed. This was especially so for Xiao Chen's cousin, Xiao Yulan, whom he had not seen for many years. Back then, when he first came to this world in Mo City, the memories were still fresh in Xiao Chen's mind. As for Xiao Jian, as time passed, the two of them had grown. When Xiao Chen looked at Xiao Jian now, he realized that he was much more mature than before. Ing Yu glanced at the stupefied Xiao Chen. Then, she clenched her fist and threatened, "Don't even mention that 7-colored auspicious signs. You are only giving them to Lu Ruyue alone. This princess is someone who holds grudges. If you leave in the future, don't blame me for playing some tricks." Xiao Chen smiled faintly and took out the jade bottle containing the 7-colored auspicious signs. Multicolored lights filled the air. When counted carefully, there were at least 207 colored auspicious signs. No matter how the 5 of them divided them, they would not be able to finish them. This auspicious sign is useless to me. You can take whatever you want based on your cultivation. Don't exceed what you can bear. The auspicious signs contained a large amount of pure spiritual energy. However, everyone's cultivation was limited and could not absorb too much. Otherwise, they might explode and die. The others did not hesitate either. They had arrived here after much difficulty, all for the sake of these 7 colored auspicious signs. Yu's cultivation was the highest. She took 57 colored auspicious signs. Xiao Jian and the others were between inferior grade martial monarchs and medial grade martial monarchs. The gap between them and Yu was too great. They only took 10 or so auspicious signs. Xiaochen carefully put away the remaining 100-odd auspicious signs. Then, he looked at Kim Tae-ho, who was staring at him anxiously. Then, he tossed over 2 more of the spirit cores that he obtained from the martial sage ferocious beasts. The sage-grade spirit cores contained a lot of immortal qi. With Xiao Chen's current cultivation, after he removed the impurities and absorbed them, his cultivation would improve significantly. Little friend, can this old man exchange for a longevity fruit with you? When the old man from the great Qin nation's royal court saw Xiao Chen collect the 20 longevity fruits, he felt envious. When he saw the strength that Xiao Chen displayed earlier, he had already despaired. Now that he discovered that Yu and the others had a close relationship with Xiao Chen, he immediately felt tempted. He did not have many years left to live. 1 longevity fruit could increase his lifespan by 100 years. The temptation of this went without saying. Xiao Chen glanced at Yu and saw that she was looking at him as well. Clearly, this old man had a high status in the great Qin nation's royal court. Xiao Chen handed over a longevity fruit straightforwardly. There is no need to stand on ceremony. The great Qin nation's royal court has taken great care of my Xiao clan. This longevity fruit is a token of appreciation from the younger generation. There is no need to exchange it. After the old man obtained the longevity fruit, he beamed with joy. When he heard Xiao Chen's polite words, he felt even more grateful. Xiao Chen swept his gaze over the group and thought for a while. Then, he said, "Big brother, cousin Yulan, I have some things I would like to speak to you in private." The 3 went to the side and chatted for a while. Then, Xiao Chen briefly described his experiences. Xiao Yulan and Xiao Jian were both deeply moved. "Cousin Xiao Chen, will you return to our Xiao clan this time?" Xiao Yulan asked with some anticipation in her eyes. Xiao Chen did not know what to say. Along the way, he had been conflicted over whether to return or not. What exactly was Father Xiao Xiong afraid of? With the great Qin nation's royal court taking care of him, could there really be someone in the Sky Dome realm who would dare to make a move on the Xiao clan? When Xiao Chen addressed Xiao Chen as big brother, all the barriers in Xiao Jian's heart disappeared. He said, "I more or less know about father's worries back then. Back then, the ancestors of the Xiao clan were too tyrannical in their actions, thinking that they were the only one in the world. If anyone was dissatisfied, they would directly eliminate them. They offended too many factions. If not for some good karma, the Xiao clan, which had lost its foundation, would not have survived to this day. When the Xiao clan first entered the Sky Dome realm, they could be considered a tyrant with many experts. However, all of them were mysteriously killed in the end. It was a ghastly sight. It was only in recent years, when the Blue Dragon martial spirit disappeared, that the Xiao clan truly stabilized. Your appearance reminded father of the tragedy of our seniors. With the current Xiao clan, it is simply impossible for us to face those enemies. We had no choice but to chase you out." Xiao Chen did not object to this. Back then, when he revealed his Blue Dragon martial spirit at Bushan Palace, the Grand Master level martial sages of the 3 sovereign noble clans immediately tried to kill him. One could imagine how deep the impression that the Qing Emperor had left on these people back then was. However, if that was all, Xiao Chen would not care about it. With the 3 sovereign noble clans and the Haotian Emperor protecting him, that would be enough. What Xiao Chen was worried about was not these enemies in the open but those hidden in the dark, not showing any signs of doing so. In the end, Xiao Chen was still too weak. If he had the strength of the Qing Emperor back then, why would he fear small fries? What sovereign noble clans? Actually, it does not matter whether I return or not. I do not blame father, nor do I want to make things difficult for him. If the Shao clan really faces a calamity of destruction, my heart will not be able to bear it for the rest of my life. Even when he wanted to return home, he had so many worries. Xiao Chen could not help but feel bitter in his heart. After arriving in the Kunlun realm, he had fought many battles along the way. Practically no one in the Sky Dome realm could stop him. However, when he thought about the Kunlun realm's sovereign noble clans, any Grandmaster-level martial sage could easily kill him. What did all this count for? He had to break through to the 7th layer of the Purple Thunder Divine Incantation. Otherwise, not to mention a Grandmaster-level martial sage, any superior-grade martial sage of the Kunlun realm would be able to kill him. Then, Xiao Chen took out some of the sage-grade secret treasures that he won at the auction and handed them to the two. Even if a sage-grade secret treasure could not bring out much of its might, it could still significantly increase the strength of a cultivator. With these sage-grade secret treasures, the overall strength of the Shao clan should be able to rise significantly. After a while, Xiao Chen took out several high-ranked secret manuals. These were all obtained from the spatial rings of the enemies he killed in the Kunlun realm. Xiao Chen did not think much of them. However, to the current Shao clan, they were undoubtedly supreme treasures. After thinking for a while, Xiao Chen took out several spatial rings filled with superior-grade spirit stones and handed them over. Spirit stones, secret manuals, and secret treasures. With these, the Shao clan should be able to develop rapidly within 10 years. They would definitely be able to lay a firm foundation. Xiao Chen had a vague plan in his heart. After he advanced to Martial Emperor, he would rebuild the Dragon's Gate and let the Shao clan return to the Kunlun realm openly, back to where they belonged. This plan was very far away, so Xiao Chen could only do it step by step. He could not reveal too much either. Right now, all he could do was let the Shao clan disciples lay a firm foundation. When Xiao Jian and Xiao Yulan saw the things that Xiao Chen took out, they were deeply shocked. Even in the Kunlun realm, some of the weaker sects would treat these as treasures. Now that Xiao Chen handed these things to the two of them, the overall strength of the Shao clan would experience a qualitative increase in a short period. Seeing the joy on the two's faces, Xiao Chen revealed a heartfelt smile. He raised his head and looked at Feng Feishue, Yingyu, and his beloved Lu Riyue. Even if Xiao Chen did not need to break through to the Purple Thunder Divine Incantation's 7th layer, this trip back was worth it. Even if he lost to the outstanding talents of the Kunlun realm, it was still worth it. Some things could not always be measured in terms of value. Kinship, friendship, love, no matter how deep they were buried in one's heart, if one did not think about them, one would not be able to erase the imprint they left in one's heart. The group gathered together. Xiao Chen got Lu Riyue to return with Yingyu and the others first, to wait for him at the Heavenly Saber Pavilion. There were still some places in the Sky Dome Immortal Realm that Xiao Chen wanted to visit. After the others left, Xiao Chen slowly walked over to the pit in the ground. This was where the longevity tree had burrowed into the ground. When Xiao Chen punched it, he discovered something interesting while chasing the longevity tree. Chapter 862. Xiao Chen took a step forward and landed in the pit. Then, he stood firmly at the bottom of the pit. There was a large blue wooden chest below. Simple and unadorned patterns were carved on the surface of the wooden chest, flickering with a faint light. Dense talisman scripts flowed on the light barrier, forming a ring of light and spreading out immortal qi. As Xiao Chen looked at the wooden chest, he revealed a contemplative expression. This was once the Sky Dome Immortal Lord's residence. It was not strange for there to be a wooden chest filled with immortal qi here. The strange thing was, why was the wooden chest under the longevity tree? Why did the Sky Dome Immortal Lord place it there? As Xiao Chen hesitated on whether to open the wooden chest or not, he fell into a dilemma. He had always maintained a cautious attitude toward the unknown. Open? Or not open? Open. Shao Chen revealed a determined expression. The Sky Dome Immortal Lord was a peak major character of the immortal epoch. Even the sovereign martial emperors of this era could not compare to him. The Sky Dome Immortal Lord had not left such a wooden chest under the longevity tree casually. This was a great opportunity. Shao Chen could not let it go to waste. Shao Chen stretched out his right hand, and a purple talisman appeared in his palm. This was the manifestation of Shao Chen's will. With a thought, the purple talisman turned into a soft, water-like electric light encasing his entire right hand. 4 strands of golden light swam quickly within the soft, water-like electric light. They were incredibly sharp and gave off a boundless saber intent. Shao Chen focused, and the 4 strands of golden light merged. Buzz! A boundless saber hum resounded in the pit, boundlessly vast and ferocious. Shao Chen stretched out his hand, and a strand of golden saber chi shot out from his fingertip. It was long and slender, like a gushing river. The waves behind and ahead did not stop, rising and falling. This involved some of the techniques Shao Chen grasped after his will absorbed the vague form of his saber soul. Ka-Xie. This strand of saber chi broke the light barrier of talisman scripts on the wooden chest. Just as it was about to touch the wooden chest, the electric light in Shao Chen's hand vanished, and the saber chi vanished. Shao Chen made a grasping motion in the air, and the wooden chest flew over to him, hovering in midair. Then, he gently raised his hand, and an invisible force opened the wooden chest. When the wooden chest opened, a fiery, turbid chi immediately gushed out. Shao Chen was already prepared for this, so he pointed with his finger. 300 thumb-thick heavenly sage laws flowed out of Shao Chen's body through his fingertips and intertwined to form a barrier in front of him, blocking the fiery, turbid chi. Shao Chen took a closer look and found that the wooden box contained an egg that was as smooth as white jade. Through the eggshell, he could see the scene of a void burning in flames. Within the boundless flames, there was a hazy little life. Its eyes were closed as it breathed in and out. It was fast asleep. From time to time, the hot and turbid air that spewed out was caused by this little fellow's exhalation. Look at the pitch-black space burning in the air. Shao Chen was startled in his heart. What kind of existence is this little fellow in the egg? Just its subconscious breathing has such destructive power. He now understood why this wooden box was placed under the longevity tree. The longevity tree was a peak king-grade spirit tree. Its rate of absorbing spiritual energy was the fastest in the Sky Dome Immortal Realm. Placing the egg under its roots was the best way for this little fellow to absorb more spiritual energy. However, what exactly was in the egg? The longevity tree had existed for at least 10,000 years. Despite being nourished for so long, it still had not broken out of its shell. There was also a jade strip beside the spirit egg. Shao Chen grabbed it and sent his spiritual sense into it. He discovered that it was an immortal art called Starry Heaven Storm. This immortal art was much stronger than some of the low-ranked magic techniques recorded in the Compendium of Cultivation. It used magic energy to simulate the scene of a starry heaven storm. The moment this magic technique was executed, it would be like a starry heaven storm descending. It could instantly swallow up countless stars and turn them into dust. Of course, this was just the description. The true might of this magic technique still depended on the strength of the user. Shao Chen only casually looked around. He did not have magic energy and could not cultivate it. To him, no matter how powerful an immortal art was, it would not be of much use. Shao Chen closed the wooden box and tossed it into the universe ring. Then, he searched the cave. Aside from sensing that the longevity tree was very deep underground, he found nothing. With a flash, Shao Chen returned to the surface. Then, he looked around, preparing to check out the other forbidden lands of the Sky Dome Immortal Realm. In the end, he was somewhat disappointed. The natural treasures in those forbidden lands were not as valuable as the longevity tree. This made sense. If there really were any heaven-defying treasures, given how long the Sky Dome Immortal Realm had existed, the senior experts would have snatched them clean long ago. How could he have gotten his hands on them? Xiao Chen did not dare to barge into the forbidden lands that others could not go to. For example, where he was now, there was a ferocious beast equal to a grandmaster-level martial sage of the Kunlun realm. Behind that ferocious beast was a lake filled with immortal qi. There was also a pavilion in the center of the lake. Be it this immortal lake or that mysterious pavilion, they were both very attractive to Xiao Chen. However, when Xiao Chen looked at the dozing ferocious beast, he could not help but feel apprehensive. However, when he looked at the sleeping ferocious beast, the bubbles that it had spat out unconsciously exploded, shattering space. Layers of spatial shards turned into hurricanes and drifted into the sky. The spatial storms that filled the sky of the Sky Dome immortal realm were actually unconsciously generated by this ferocious beast while it slept. Just thinking about it made Xiao Chen feel startled. How could he dare to have any more ideas? Xiao Chen glanced at the pavilion in the center of the lake with some dissatisfaction. Then, his figure flashed and he left this place, continuing to kill martial sage-level ferocious beasts. The spiritual energy of the Sky Dome immortal realm was very thin. With Xiao Chen's current cultivation, cultivating here for a year would not be comparable to cultivating in the Kunlun realm for a month. The spirit cores of these ferocious beasts could help Xiao Chen increase his cultivation speed. Although it would not be comparable to cultivating in the Kunlun realm, it was better than nothing. After wandering around for about 10 days, Xiao Chen arrived at the Great Qin nation's encampment. Yu had made arrangements long ago. After Xiao Chen reported his identity, he used the transportation formation to leave. The moon was cold and silent. Xiao Chen stood on electric light and moved quickly in the sky. He tore through the night sky like a meteor. Soon, he arrived at the Heavenly Saber Pavilion's Qingyun Peak. Xiao Chen looked down and saw that Lu Riyue was in the courtyard. She was still awake, practicing her saber in an empty space under the moonlight. She looked valiant and charming. Xiao Chen smiled faintly and drew the lunar shadow saber. He suppressed his cultivation and landed on the ground to practice with Lu Riyue. The sudden appearance of Xiao Chen startled Lu Riyue slightly. However, she recovered her wits, and a smile appeared on her face as she calmly exchanged moves with him. Right now, Lu Riyue was a peak inferior grade martial monarch. She was only a step shy of advancing to medial grade martial monarch. Naturally, such a cultivation speed was far inferior to that of the cultivators of the Kunlun realm. However, it was already very fast in the Sky Dome realm. After the two finished a set of saber techniques, they withdrew their moves at the same time. Xiao Chen sheathed his saber and stepped forward to embrace Lu Riyue. Under the moonlight, Lu Riyue's charming face had a different kind of charm. Lu Riyue hooked her arm around Xiao Chen's neck and looked at his delicate face. The smile on her face faded away as she asked seriously, "Why did you come back? Can you tell me the truth?" There were some things that Xiao Chen could tell Ling Tianhe but not Lu Riyue. Xiao Chen did not tell Lu Riyue that he was here to undergo his tribulation. If he fell in the Kunlun realm, he would never be able to see her again. "I missed you, so I came back." Lu Riyue smiled gently and said, "That's good. Let's not go back in the future, okay?" Xiao Chen was slightly stunned. He did not know how to answer. He was not good at lying in the first place, nor did he want to go against his heart to make a promise. Lu Riyue's words stumped him. Seeing Xiao Chen like this, Lu Riyue gently struggled free from Xiao Chen's grasp. She sighed and said, "You know you will not lie. Why the need to make me happy?" Seeing Lu Riyue enter the room alone, Xiao Chen stood where he was, not knowing what to do. He slowly walked to the door and knocked twice. However, he did not hear Lu Riyue call him in. It looks like Riyue is really angry. Xiao Chen could not help but feel sad. He looked up at the bright moon in the sky, thinking about how to explain things to her. He had not intentionally hidden his true purpose for coming back. He just did not want Lu Riyue to worry about him. However, if he did not tell her the truth, he would not be able to resolve the knot in her heart. Xiao Chen could not help but fall into a dilemma. In the middle of the night, the moon hid behind the clouds. Xiao Chen, who had been standing there for a long time, stood outside the door. He felt bored and started counting the stars in the sky. You idiot! The door is not locked. If you still do not come in, I will really get angry. Suddenly, Lu Ryue's grumbling voice came from inside the room. Xiao Chen's face lit up in joy as he quickly pushed the door open and entered. In the immortal spirit ring, Ao Jiao could not help but complain. A beauty on the bed, the door is not locked. Only a blockhead like Xiao Chen would stand outside and count the stars. The sky had not brightened yet. Only the afterglow of dawn scattered a faint light. Xiao Chen had not slept so comfortably in a long time. He opened his eyes and turned his head to look. Lu Ryue had not woken up yet, her eyes closed as she rested her head on his arm. Xiao Chen carefully pulled his arm out and supported his head with one hand. He looked quietly at the sleeping Lu Ryue and revealed a faint smile. His lips gently pressed against her forehead. Then, Xiao Chen put on his clothes and covered Lu Ryue with the blanket again. Then, he quietly left the room. In the back mountains of Qingyun Peak, where there was a waterfall, Xiao Chen sat cross-legged beside the stream. He closed his eyes and slowly circulated the purple thunder divine incantation. As Xiao Chen looked at the gushing waterfall, his expression turned grave. Every time he circulated the purple thunder divine incantation, he could clearly feel the bottleneck approaching. The horrifying lightning tribulation and the formless but even more horrifying heart tribulation would arrive at a suitable time. However, Xiao Chen was much calmer now. Compared to the first time he learned about the lightning tribulation and the heart tribulation in the Haotian Stars Heaven series training room, he was much better. Now, when he saw his old friends in the Sky Dome realm and his fellow Shao clan members in Mo City, his mental state was already close to perfection. He did not care about the future, only the present. On the road to the peak, the lonely did not fear, the lonely did not fear, the courageous did not fear. Xiao Chen stretched out his hand and released the spirit egg that was as smooth as white jade that he had sealed. When he saw the surging flames and the boundless sea of fire, he felt extremely confused. Ao Jiao, do you know what kind of egg this is? Chapter 863. Xiao Chen was rather interested in the mysterious little fellow in the egg. Unfortunately, his spiritual sense could not penetrate too deeply into it. The space within the egg seemed to be a world of its own, boundlessly vast. Ao Jiao flew out of the immortal spirit ring and sized up this mysterious egg. However, she could not make heads or tails of it. She shook her head and said, I don't know. I have seen many powerful and noble spirit beasts. However, I really do not know a spirit beast of this color with a blazing light and an extremely berserk aura. I know several strong fire-attributed spirit beasts. However, none of them match. If I am not wrong, it should be a holy beast from the immortal epoch. Holy beast? There really is such a mythical creature? Xiao Chen looked at Ao Jiao suspiciously. Ao Jiao nodded seriously and said, there definitely is. When the martial epoch was just born, there were people who frequently saw holy beasts near Kunlun Mountain. There were even people who captured holy beasts. According to rumor, the ancestors of the 4 holy lands of the human race sealed these holy beasts and established their bloodline totems. Only then could the holy beast martial spirit be passed down to the later generations. Although the rumor might be false and outsiders do not know what is going on, it definitely has something to do with holy beasts. Otherwise, why would only your 4 holy lands have holy beast martial spirits out of all the cultivators of the human race? It looked like the immortal epoch's holy beast might really be in this egg. However, it did not look like it showed any signs of breaking out of its shell. Suddenly, Ao Jiao said, I remember now. This is a golden crow egg. It is as white as jade and as smooth as a wall. There is a boundless sea of fire surging with intense flames. The one inside is the legendary golden crow. Xiao Chen's expression changed. He could not help but feel excited. The golden crow was a famous holy beast of the immortal epoch. The golden crow was a pure young holy bird, also known as the scarlet crow or the sun bird. Its body contained the supreme overlord solar true flame. When it matured, its light would be like the blazing sun, able to illuminate the entire world. It was the golden crow that competed with the sun. However, Ao Jiao's next words dampened Xiao Chen's hopes. She said, "It is very difficult to hatch this golden crow egg. Even after the Sky Dome Immortal Lord died, he could not hatch it. You can imagine how difficult it is. That's not all. Young golden crows don't have much fighting power. Even if they hatch, they won't be able to help you much. It's not much, but it's of great benefit to the sect, and it can be passed down to future generations." Xiao Chen's excitement was immediately suppressed by Ao Jiao. He couldn't help but smile bitterly. "Tell me, what conditions are needed for it to hatch?" Ao Jiao scrutinized the golden crow egg. After a while, she said, looking at the golden crow egg, "The spiritual energy of heaven and earth has almost been absorbed. Now, all it lacks is the origin source of the solar true fire. Where can I find the solar true fire's origin flame?" Ao Jiao pointed to the blazing sun above and said, "The deepest part of the blazing sun of the Kunlun realm is the solar true fire's origin flame. The solar true fire of the Sky Dome realm is just a portion that the Sky Dome Immortal Lord plundered from the blazing sun." Speechless, Xiao Chen carefully put away the golden crow egg. For now, he no longer had any thoughts about this. He did not think that he had lived too long and wanted to run into the blazing sun. Before he got close, he would probably be roasted until not even a drop of blood remained. At the very least, he would have to cultivate the golden body of Emperor Wu before he could obtain some of the solar true fire. As for the origin flame in the deepest part of the universe ring, Xiao Chen thought that only a sovereign martial emperor would dare to enter it carefully. After putting away the golden crow egg, Xiao Chen started fiddling with the longevity fruits in his universe ring. His gains in the Sky Dome Immortal Realm were pretty good. The 19 longevity fruits could bring out their value in the Kunlun realm. That place did not lack old monsters nearing the end of their lifespans. All of them had lived for several hundred years. They would definitely be quite wealthy. Any one of these longevity fruits, which could increase one's lifespan by 100 years, could fetch a sky-high price. There were also a few longevity tree branches that were pretty good. He had been lacking a good medium for the life bestowal spell. The branches of a king-grade spirit tree were definitely sufficient. There were also the spirit cores of several ferocious beasts. After removing the impurities, they contained immortal qi and were barely enough to cultivate for a while. After tidying things up, another dragon pearl appeared in Xiao Chen's hand. He had been in the Sky Dome realm for more than 2 months already. His cultivation had not improved much, but he had obtained a lot of things. This Frost Flood Dragon's dragon pearl was definitely the most useful. Even though he did not cultivate ice quintessence, it was sufficient for killing enemies. If he detonated the energy contained in this dragon pearl, even a Grandmaster level martial sage would be severely injured. Coincidentally, he had 3 star breaker arrows for sneak attacks and this dragon pearl for frontal attacks. Given this, if he ran into a Grandmaster level martial sage, he would have a trump card to deal with. After using the spirit cores of the ferocious beasts to cultivate for the entire morning, Xiao Chen returned to Qingyun Peak. Then, he accompanied Lu Riyue and wandered around the Heavenly Saber Pavilion. They looked at the mountains and rivers, the flowers and grass, far away from the intense, dangerous, and hostile Kunlun realm. Even the word happy was insufficient to describe such peaceful days. The days passed leisurely like this. Aside from the necessary cultivation, Xiao Chen spent most of his time on Qingyun Peak with Lu Riyue. Sometimes, when Lu Suifeng frustrated Xiao Chen, he would go to the drill ground and teach some things about saber techniques to the group of girls. The leisurely time always passed very quickly. When one was immersed in it, they even forgot about the passage of time. However, what would come would come. On a certain day 2 months later, Xiao Chen touched the bottleneck of the Purple Thunder Divine Incantation's 7th layer. Xiao Chen circulated his energy slightly, and the sky changed color. Thunderclouds pressed down, and strong winds howled. So, he quickly stopped cultivating. It was not that Xiao Chen was afraid of the tribulation. It was that he could not choose the Heavenly Saber Pavilion's Qingyun Peak to undergo the tribulation. Xiao Chen did not explain it to Lu Riyue. He only said a few words to Lu Suifeng before quietly leaving alone. While in midair, Xiao Chen turned his head back and looked at this towering Qingyun peak. This place held too many memories, too many entanglements. I can't get enough of it. Ao Jiao, I will come back alive, right? You have to. Even if you want to die, I will not let you die. Ao Jiao had a ferocious expression as she said, you even promised me to take revenge for the Thunder King. You are not allowed to die, and you will not die. At Qingyun Peak, where Xiao Chen and Lu Suifeng had parted ways, Lu Riyue slowly descended from the sky. She looked at Xiao Chen, who had already become a small black dot in the sky, in a daze. Sis, you already knew from Senior Leng why he left. Why didn't you come out and say one last thing to him? His parting this time was a narrow escape from death. It was very sad, Lu Suifeng said helplessly as he looked at Lu Riyue. Lu Riyue smiled and said, he did not want me to know. In that case, I will not know. As long as my heart is not in a mess, his heart will not be in a mess either. In the sky, Ao Jiao looked at the path Xiao Chen took. She said, where are we going now? Since he is undergoing the tribulation, we have to find an absolutely quiet place. Let's go to Mo City first. After I take one more look, I will have no regrets. Xiao Chen had already decided on the location of his tribulation long ago. However, before that, he had to make a trip to Mo City and watch the people of his clan from afar. Tearing through space, Xiao Chen moved through the air like a meteor chasing the moon. Soon, the familiar silhouette of Mo City entered his vision. After emerging from the void, Xiao Chen's figure wavered and arrived in the sky above Seven Horn Mountain. From here, he could see everything in the Shao residence, big or small. Now, the Shao residence had more than doubled in size. Seven Horn Mountain was filled with cultivators wearing the Shao clan's uniform, undergoing experiential training. At the foot of the mountain, the originally simple and crude campsite had been rebuilt into a majestic one. There were elite Shao clan disciples guarding this place, keeping an eye on the other cultivators who were not from the Shao clan. Everything was in order, showing signs of prosperity. Xiao Chen could vaguely sense that there was a great fortune enveloping the Shao clan. Luck was ethereal and formless, but it truly existed. The Shao clan's current luck was brought by Xiao Chen. Be it obtaining the first rank in the Five-Nation Youth Competition, infusing the luck of the entire Sky Dome realm into him, he would not be able to do so. Furthermore, after absorbing the essence of the Heavenly Dew Divine Spring, Xiao Chen's luck had reached a startling level. Xiao Chen smiled faintly and relaxed a lot. With the current situation, in addition to the secret treasures, spirit stones, and secret manuals that he had gotten Xiao Jian and Xiao Yulan to bring back. Given the Shao clan's strength, it would be hard for it not to develop. In the future, when Xiao Chen became a martial emperor and collected the Blue Dragon Palace and re-established the Dragon's Gate, these fellow clansmen would be the best foundation. After taking a few more glances, Xiao Chen withdrew his gaze. This time, returning to the Sky Dome realm, regardless of whether he succeeded in clearing his tribulation or not, it was worth it. There was no regret in his heart. There was no fear in his heart. Why are you acting so sneakily? Come out. Suddenly, Xiao Chen frowned. The purple lightning talisman in his sea of consciousness had 4 strands of golden light on it. One strand of golden light came out of Xiao Chen's fingertip and turned into a lightning-fast saber chi. Then, it shot towards the seemingly empty space in front of him. Space was like a piece of white paper. With this finger, it easily tore a pitch-black hole. Silently, the entire space suddenly shattered, not even leaving behind a shard. Ting Xiao, the Dark Church's church master of the Sky Dome realm, walked out of the pitch-black space. He wore black clothes and had a somewhat sinister expression on his face. He looked somewhat similar to Xiao Chen. Xiao Chen narrowed his eyes. The aura of this person was still fresh in his memory. This was the unique dark aura of the Dark Church's members. However, this person's dark aura was much denser. Furthermore, there was an additional sinister aura. Ting Xiao caught that strand of golden saber chi that could shatter space with his finger. However, what shocked Xiao Chen the most was not this scene. Instead, it was this person's appearance. If Xiao Chen recalled correctly, the appearance of the person in the painting of the Qing Emperor drawing the saber was shockingly similar to this person. If not for the dense dark aura of this person and the unconcealable sinister aura on his face, Xiao Chen might have recognized the wrong person from the start. In reality, this person did not even think about concealing this sinister aura. It was like he was born this way, unrestrained by the etiquette and benevolence of the world. He was wild and unrestrained, thinking that he was the greatest in the world. Chapter 864. The golden saber chi was not that easy to catch. Ting Xiao held on to this strand of saber chi and retreated 5 kilometers in the air before he stabilized himself. I have been waiting for you for a long time already. Why did you not come to the Xiao clan? What are you afraid of? Ting Xiao casually tossed aside the golden saber chi that had already been corroded by the dark chi. His gaze was like lightning as he stared at Xiao Chen. Waiting for me? Are you here to send yourself to death? Chu Chaoyun was right. This Sky Dome Realm's Dark Church does indeed have some connection to my Xiao clan. Even if you did not come to look for me, I would have come to look for you. Xiao Chen flipped his right hand, and the lunar shadow saber appeared in his palm. His figure flashed, and he executed the starting stance of the lightning tribulation saber technique without holding back. Xiao Chen's 90% comprehended saber intent and 40% comprehended immortal will of thunder allowed this simple starting stance to burst forth with boundless might. As electric light burst forth, it radiated a large amount of light. The slender saber pierced through the electric light and quickly chopped at Ting Xiao. Electricity started to accumulate in the air behind Xiao Chen. As they moved about, sparks flickered everywhere. Ting Xiao had not expected Xiao Chen to fight him the moment he arrived. He smiled coldly, and a slender saber flickering with a cold light appeared in his hand. Dang! Ting Xiao Chen gently swung and blocked Xiao Chen's saber. Then, he quickly spun around in the air and gave off electric light, dissipating the force in Xiao Chen's saber. Xiao Chen's eyes lit up. This mysterious person who resembled the Qing Emperor was not very strong. However, his combat techniques were not something to be underestimated. The moment Xiao Chen executed the starting stance, he completely accumulated the momentum of the lightning tribulation saber technique. The sparks behind him turned into many lightning flood dragons, circling around Xiao Chen. Ting Xiao did not show any weakness. He shook his wrist, and black dragon images swam around behind him. As the two fought, Xiao Chen had an overwhelming advantage in terms of cultivation. However, Ting Xiao relied on his combat experience and did not fall into a disadvantage. Unable to drag things out, Xiao Chen decisively changed his move. He executed a blue dragon goes to sea and gathered a 3-kilometer-long dragon-shaped saber chi. Auspicious clouds surrounded the dragon as it roared ferociously. When Ting Xiao saw this move, his lips could not help but curl up. He smiled and said, "Blue dragon goes to sea, and you dare to use this move before me?" The tip of Ting Xiao's foot pushed against the void, and his body soared up. He stretched out his hand, wanting to grab the dragon's head. Ting Xiao pushed off and soared. Then, he shot to the dragon head. However, Xiao Chen already knew the weakness of this move and had already made up for it. How could the other party succeed? Xiao Chen stretched out his hand, and the somewhat rigid dragon-shaped saber chi seemed to come to life. It shook its head and wagged its tail, baring its fangs and claws. Ting Xiao was startled. Clearly, he had not expected such a change. He could not figure out how to grab the dragon head. Without waiting for Ting Xiao to retreat, Xiao Chen shouted, and the dragon-shaped saber chi pressed down ruthlessly. Ting Xiao spat out a mouthful of blood on the spot and was sent flying 10,000 meters in the void. After Ting Xiao stabilized himself, he laughed loudly, not caring about his injuries. He said loudly, "Good. Good. Good." Ting Xiao said, "Good," 3 times in a row. Then, he continued, "Blue dragon goes to sea, you really used this move beautifully. Indeed, you did not disappoint me. It is impolite not to reciprocate. Receive this move of mine as well. Blue dragon goes to sea. Ting Xiao waved his right hand, and the saber appeared in his palm again. A boundless scarlet sea appeared behind him, filled with white bones and surging resentment. That was a mountain of corpses and a sea of blood. A boundless dark aura lingered above the scarlet sea, looking strange and evil. Ting Xiao roared, and a black dragon soared up from the scarlet sea. Its eyes shone with a scarlet light, and its black scales layered over each other. Ting Xiao soared into the air and hacked down with his saber. The black dragon gathered on the saber, forming a strange dragon-shaped saber chi that surged towards Xiao Chen. Xiao Chen revealed a horrified expression. It was not because of the might of this move but because this mysterious dark church cultivator really knew the dragon's subduing slash. Xiao Chen pushed off the air and materialized the stance of soaring dragon, turning into a true dragon and soaring into the sky. Hidden dragon in the depths, soaring dragon in the sky. It was fine if it did not fly, but it soared into the sky. Bang! 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 3 crisp sounds rang out, and the evil black dragon was forcefully broken into 3 pieces by the stance of soaring dragon that Xiao Chen materialized. After breaking this move, Xiao Chen looked up and discovered that that person had already fled. The mysterious phenomenon of a mountain of corpses and a sea of blood also vanished. The dark aura spreading in the sky slowly dissipated. However, the 3 pieces of the black dragon lingered in the air for a long time, as if they had already solidified. Xiao Chen entered deep thought. If this person had not been far weaker than him, this mutated blue dragon goes to sea would not have been easy to deal with. That person earlier seems to be the church master of the Dark Church. 10,000 years ago, he rampaged everywhere. He also contributed to the destruction of the Tianwu dynasty. Ao Jiao said slowly, her eyes filled with doubt. She continued, according to rumor, he was killed by the Holy Lord of the 3 Holy Masters' Holy Land. Why did he appear again today? Xiao Chen did not chase after this person. He felt that this person was just a clone and not the true body. Unexpectedly, there was such a horrifying enemy of unknown origins in the Sky Dome realm. No wonder Xiao Chen's father was so worried back then. If Xiao Chen succeeded in his tribulation, he had to uproot the Dark Church in the Sky Dome realm. The appearance of this mysterious person cast a shadow over Xiao Chen's heart. Not only was this person's appearance strange, but his identity was also suspicious. Why did this person appear in Mo City's Xiao clan? If his clone was already so strong, how strong would his true body be? Chu Chaoyun said that the Dark Church was connected to the Xiao clan. How did this person know? Many doubts appeared in Xiao Chen's mind. He turned his head to look at the bustling Xiao clan and the lively faces. Then, he cleared his mind of distracting thoughts and left with a resolute expression. Half a day later, Xiao Chen landed on a desolate island in the boundless sea. There were no humans or beasts on the island, it was a completely desolate island. Similar islands dotted the vast boundless sea like the stars in the sky. They were very ordinary and would not attract the attention of others when undergoing a tribulation. This was the best choice. There was a small mountain on the island. Xiao Chen jumped onto it and sat cross-legged at the summit. He looked up at the clear blue sky. Xiao Chen took a deep breath. A cool chill came from the sea monarch headscarf on his forehead, causing his entire body to calm down, both inside and out. After spitting out a long breath of turbid qi, Xiao Chen closed his eyes and started to circulate the purple thunder divine incantation. The power of natural laws quickly circulated in his meridians. Not long after, a thunderous sound rang out in his body. Lightning flashed in the mysterious small world in his dantian. The blue dragon martial spirit swam around carefully, dodging the lightning. The dantian was the most mysterious place in a cultivator's body. It looked like a pearl, hanging between the belly button and the sternum. However, if one cut open the belly of a cultivator, one would not see the so-called dantian. The dantian was not an organ, bone, or flesh. It existed between reality and illusion. It was a world of its own, containing the cultivator's essence, quintessence, and heavenly sage laws. A cultivator used their body as a vessel. Actually, this referred to the space in the dantian. The size and toughness of this space determined how much quintessence and spiritual energy a cultivator could contain. The dantian was the cornerstone of this small world. If the dantian was destroyed, the small world would cease to exist. Naturally, the cultivator would be crippled. Rumor had it that once one reached the level of Emperor Wu, one would grasp heavenly laws and be compatible with the world. One could change this small world, materializing a world of mountains and rivers. At this moment, this small world was filled with lightning. The tiny blue dragon martial spirit dodged everywhere. However, it still found it hard to escape. Occasionally, it would get struck by lightning. Every time it struck, Shaochen felt like he was experiencing it himself. Every cell in his body, his internal organs, his flowing blood, his tough bones, and his skin, endured the baptism of lightning. Even the depths of his soul were trembling, enduring great torment. There were no visible changes to Shaochen's outer appearance. He sat cross-legged with his eyes closed, silently circulating the purple thunder divine incantation. However, his physical body and soul were suffering from both torment and boundless pain. Shaochen's entire body felt like thousands of silver needles were stabbing him continuously. He clenched his teeth and endured. To him, who cultivated the physical body, such pain was not unbearable. However, the blue dragon martial spirit in Shaochen's dantian became dispirited and listless. It looked like it would disappear at any moment. However, Shaochen's heart was as clear as a mirror. Under the tempering of the lightning, the inner charm of the blue dragon martial spirit became even more spirited. It was filled with a divine nature, as if a true soul was condensed within it. The lightning tribulation of the martial spirit lasted for half a day before it finally stopped. Several sticky black impurities flowed out of Shaochen's body. Shaochen's heavenly sage laws shook the impurities off his body and scattered them with the wind. This martial spirit tribulation had been extremely arduous. However, Shaochen had gained a lot as well. Using this opportunity, his peak rank 2 sage body finally broke through to rank 3 sage body. Shaochen thought to himself, now that I'm at full power, should be able to achieve 1,500 tons of force. That would be another breakthrough. Shaochen's physical body's recovery ability and ability to resist attacks had also improved. Even without a cultivation technique or martial technique that specialized in protecting the body, Shaochen's physical body was much stronger than before. Shaochen's defense should have already reached the level of a Grandmaster level martial sage. After all, a regular Grandmaster level martial sage's physical body would barely reach the level of a rank 2 sage body. Shaochen did not specialize in vital qi, so he could not compare to Shaochen. However, Shaochen did not know how his martial spirit was doing now. The blue dragon martial spirit in his dantian was now only a small spot of light. It was incredibly bright, but he could not sense it at all. Startling thunder roared by his ears. Shaochen opened his eyes and looked at the sky. Boundless thunderclouds stretched for thousands of kilometers, churning and extremely heavy. The sky seemed to be several times lower than usual. With just a gentle leap, it would be within reach. Bolts of lightning tore through the sky, and thunder roared continuously. The seawater churned endlessly, kicking up huge waves. The entire island shook. The island was like a lone boat that had left the ground, bobbing up and down in the seawater. The wind and clouds moved, and the sky changed color. Rivers and seas churned. Thunderclouds covered the ground, and a myriad of phenomena appeared. It was like a deity in the sky was glaring at Shaochen. Chapter 865. At this moment, Shaochen no longer needed to circulate the purple thunder divine incantation. It circulated through the meridians in his body, resonating with the changing sky. Shaochen stood on a small mountain as the island rose and fell with the waves. His white robes fluttered as he looked at the boundless thunderclouds. His expression was grave and stern, his gaze emotionless. It was like he was not facing these lifeless thunderclouds but a vast army pressing down on him. He was the last warrior in this lonely city. Hu Qi. In the distant boundless sky, a bolt of lightning tore through space, heading for Xiao Chen without any warning. It traveled 5,000 kilometers in an instant. Xiao Chen drew the lunar shadow saber from its scabbard. His attack speed was even faster than the lightning. The cold saber blade silently chopped the lightning bolt flying at him in half. "Come," Xiao Chen said softly as he looked into the distance. He could feel the incarnation of the heavenly Tao in the thunderclouds. Right after Xiao Chen spoke, 10,000 bolts of lightning flew over from the distance like arrows. Thunder roared, causing the seawater to surge. Bang! The island turned into a boat without roots. Together with the surging seawater, it floated up and down in the huge waves. The 10,000 arrows shot out at the same time. However, these were not arrows. They were all lightning bolts that could easily pierce through the sky. The overwhelming lightning engulfed the thunderclouds. When one looked up, it was filled with densely packed electricity. Xiao Chen's face sank. He waved his hand, and the heavenly sage laws in his body surged. More than 100 lightning flood dragons instantly formed and danced around Xiao Chen, encasing him and forming a special protective ring. Ka-Xie. Ka-Xie. Intense collisions and explosions resounded. The 10,000 bolts of lightning pierced through the air as the lightning flood dragons fought with all their might. Occasionally, a bolt of lightning pierced through the ring of lightning flood dragons. However, Xiao Chen brandished his saber and chopped them apart. In the end, the 100 lightning flood dragons did not last for long. The arrow-like lightning struck them until they were covered in cuts and bruises. It was a tragic sight to behold as they scattered one by one. Fortunately, not many of the 10,000 bolts of lightning remained. Xiao Chen chopped down with all his might. Every time he hacked, some electricity would accumulate in his body. After a certain amount, when he chopped down the last bolt of lightning, it finally exploded in his body. Bang! The explosion knocked Xiao Chen into the air. He vomited a mouthful of blood, and he immediately let go of the lunar shadow saber. Just after the first wave subsided, another wave arose. Suddenly, a golden divine lightning descended from above. Wherever it passed, the void was directly annihilated, disappearing into nothingness. Not even spatial fragments remained. This was the famous divine lightning of extinction. When Xiao Chen saw this scene, he could not help cursing in his heart. The lightning tribulation of a cultivation technique actually caused even the divine lightning that a greater heavenly martial emperor needed to pass through. Although the divine lightning of nirvana before Xiao Chen was not on the same level as the divine lightning of nirvana that martial emperors faced, it was the genuine divine lightning of nirvana. It could destroy space and swallow everything. Xiao Chen raised his hands to the sky, and strands of purple heavenly sage laws poured out of his palms. A purple light as thick as a thumb intertwined. It formed an oval-shaped protective shield that flickered with dense lightning as it rose up. Crack! The divine thunder of annihilation lasted for 3 seconds. It easily broke through the protective shield and fell down. Xiao Chen pushed off the ground with his feet and all the vital qi in his body burned. A force of 150 jin surged out like a surging river and crashed into the lightning. With a loud boom, Xiao Chen was ruthlessly struck down. His skin was charred black, and he was covered in cuts and bruises. He was in an extremely sorry state. Fortunately, the terrifying divine thunder of annihilation was also blasted into countless sparks under Xiao Chen's berserk attack. This trial was temporarily over. The charred skin started to split open slowly, revealing smooth new skin. The regenerative ability of a level 3 saint body was on full display here. However, Xiao Chen smiled bitterly. This new skin would definitely be very weak. The next bolt of lightning would cause even more pain. If this continued, when his skin and flesh recovered, he would be immediately charred. This cycle repeated itself. Just thinking about it made Xiao Chen tremble in fear. What kind of horrifying pain would he suffer? Unfortunately, Xiao Chen's guess was right. After that, there were all sorts of famous divine lightning, golden light divine lightning, void divine lightning, immortal divine lightning, blood demon divine lightning, and sun extinguishing divine lightning. A total of 81 bolts of divine lightning descended one after another. Every time Xiaochen used his full power to block, his body would be blasted into a bloody mess. Then, the rank 3 saint body would recover before being blasted into smithereens. Xiaochen did not even have a chance to cry out in pain before his willpower crumbled. The island had long since been blasted into nothingness. Xiaochen floated on the sea. The Neptune headscarf on his forehead gave him a cool feeling. He carefully opened his eyes and looked at the clear blue sky. The sunlight was so piercing that it hurt his eyes. Xiaochen asked doubtfully, "The lightning tribulation is over?" Xiaochen got up and sat on the surface of the sea. Then, he stretched out his hand to take a look. His badly mangled skin had already slowly healed. Xiaochen's strong physical body had a strong recovery ability, automatically healing from the inside out. Soon, he had completely recovered. The sunlight in the sky was somewhat piercing, and the seawater was calm. Xiaochen looked around and muttered, "The lightning tribulation is over. Next is the heart tribulation." Ao Jiao giggled from the immortal spirit ring and flew out. When she stood on the sea, she looked at Xiaochen and said, "Congratulations. Congratulations. You survived 81 bolts of lightning tribulation." As an item spirit, Ao Jiao feared this kind of lightning the most. She would not come out unless the lightning tribulation was over. Xiaochen relaxed slightly. He smiled and said, "Ao Jiao, I'm not dead. You cleared 81 bolts of lightning tribulation. You will definitely clear the heart tribulation as well. You will not die. You will be fine forever." Ao Jiao revealed a rare, gentle smile as she cheered Xiaochen on. Xiaochen said gently, "I will not die. I still have not fulfilled the promise I made to you. How can I die? Sooner or later, I will have to go to the Eternal Heavenly Sword School." The expression in Xiaochen's eyes became even more resolute. No matter how difficult the heart tribulation was, he, Xiaochen, would clear it. Xiaochen carried too much. Be it the favor that the Thunder King had given him, the destruction of the Dragon's Gate, or the Tao in his heart, they were all very far away. Back then, the Qing Emperor had been unrivaled in the 4 seas and 8 desolate lands. Surrounded by countless halos, Xiaochen had to carve out his own path and shake off the legend of the Qing Emperor. Xiaochen was not the Qing Emperor or the Thunder King. He was Xiaochen. He had his own pride. The heart tribulation was the invasion of a heart demon. If one's mental state was not perfect enough, one would never be able to walk out of the illusion created by the heart demon, trapped until death. Xiaochen scooped up some seawater and washed his face. The heart demon was good at silently invading when a cultivator was defenseless and weak-willed. From now on, he had to deal with it comprehensively and could not be careless. Xiaochen sat on the surface of the sea, calmly waiting for the attack of the heart demon. As long as he cleared this hurdle, the sky and the sea would be vast and the birds could fly freely. After that, the great Tao would be bright. The new changes of the Purple Thunder Divine Incantation's 7th layer would unveil its mysterious veil. "Come on," Xiaochen revealed a resolute expression. "Let me see where the flaw in my heart is. I really don't believe that this heart demon of yours can prevent me from walking out." Amidst the calm, Xiaochen paid full attention, not daring to relax for even a moment. After a while, the surroundings were still incredibly quiet. Xiaochen could not help but suspect that the so-called heart tribulation was just a lie. The Purple Thunder Divine Incantation's records were wrong. Otherwise, why had the heart tribulation not arrived yet? Suddenly, Xiaochen's expression changed drastically. When he opened his eyes, the thunderclouds in the sky had vanished, and the lightning tribulation had vanished. The question was, when did I close my eyes? Xiaochen did his best to recall. However, he could not remember when he closed his eyes. When he tried to recall, the divine lightning struck down in his mind, splitting his flesh, shattering his bones, and mangling his flesh. Furthermore, with his strong physical body, his body quickly recovered, and he repeated this inhumane torture. How could I have fainted under such torturous torment? It was a never-ending cycle. Under such circumstances, falling asleep was clearly an extravagant hope. Unless I died, the pain would not allow me to fall asleep. 81 bolts of divine lightning tribulation. Did I really clear all of them? Xiao Chen paled. He suddenly stood up and broke out in a cold sweat. No matter how strong one's will was, one would not be able to endure such torment. What would happen if one's will weakened? The answer went without saying. Naturally, it would be a heart demon. What about the Ao Jiao from before? Naturally, it was a heart demon. Good. 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 I, Xiao Chen, have always thought of myself as extremely intelligent, with an extraordinary will and a perfect mental state. Unexpectedly, I nearly killed myself. Xiao Chen revealed a self-mocking expression. He smiled bitterly. He was still foolishly waiting for the heart tribulation. How could he not know that he was already trapped in an illusion? As Xiao Chen thought this, the sky and seawater before him slowly turned blurry. Then, he said calmly, Ao Jiao, are you not coming out for a while? Ao Jiao flew out from the immortal spirit ring. Her face filled with confusion. She even complained, why are you not focusing on your heart tribulation? Why did you call me out? Xiao Chen stretched out his hand, and the lunar shadow saber appeared in his palm. As he looked at the familiar girl before him, he did not say anything. A saber light flashed, and Ao Jiao's head and body separated. Xiao Chen attacked decisively, showing no mercy. The scene around him suddenly changed. Xiao Chen's consciousness slowly turned blurry. Thunder rumbled endlessly. The seawater was boundless. Huge waves drifted down, and rain poured endlessly. Thunderclouds churned in the sky, and lightning tore through the dark space. It looked like the end of the world. Xiao Chen lay in the seawater, moving up and down with the waves. His body was badly mutilated, and his eyes glazed over. The intense pain made his body twitch continuously. The lightning struck too quickly. The recovery of his rank 3 sage body could not keep up. The wounds at the corners of his eyes mixed with seawater, preventing him from even opening them. Every slight movement caused heart-wrenching pain. Xiao Chen had a bad feeling in his heart. Ignoring the intense pain, he suddenly opened his eyes and looked up. Chapter 866. In the hazy scene, a girl stretched out her hand to block a black ball of lightning, doing her best to prevent it from falling. Bits of life essence scattered from her petite body, looking like fireworks blooming in this dark space, very beautiful. No. Xiao Chen felt like he had fallen into a deep abyss. He cried out hoarsely as he did his best to stand up on the sea. At this moment, he finally understood that he had not cleared all 81 bolts of lightning. Not only had he not cleared all of them, but before the final bolt of lightning arrived, a flaw appeared in his will, and the heart demon took advantage of it. Ao Jiao turned her head around and did her best to squeeze out a smile on her pale, bloodless face. Then, she mocked Xiao Chen as usual, idiot master, to think that you thought you were very smart. In the end, the heart demon took advantage of you. In the end, you still have to rely on me. Right after Xiao Chen spoke, the light on his body completely vanished. Motes of light filled the sky and slowly drifted down. With Ao Jiao draining her life essence as the price, the final bolt of lightning, which should have been boundlessly mighty, was now at least 10 times smaller than before, no longer able to do anything. Xiao Chen's face was ashen. His eyes were blank as he allowed the lightning ball, which was several times smaller, to land on him. Ao Jiao, I will come back alive, right? You have to. Even if you want to die, I will not let you die. You are not allowed to die, and you will not die. Boom! When the bolt of lightning landed, Xiao Chen's body, which had just recovered a little, got blasted into a mangled mess again. Intense pain assaulted him. However, Xiao Chen was numb, unable to feel anything as he stretched out his hand and looked at the sky. The surging waves slowly calmed down. The thunderclouds scattered, and sunlight shone on the surface of the sea. After clearing all 81 bolts of lightning, Xiao Chen's bitterness was over, and his rank 3 sage body advanced further, reaching the peak. A vigorous life force poured out endlessly from the depths of his body. His injuries healed at a visible rate. However, Xiao Chen's heart was deathly still. His eyes were filled with boundless regret. His mind was filled with bits and pieces of his time with Ao Jiao. Now that I have drawn the mulberry sword, shouldn't you be calling me master? Idiot, have you ever seen an ant make an elephant call it master? Idiot master, I did not expect that one day, you would also become the top genius of the true dragon ranking. You are the same as the Thunder Emperor back then. Xiao Chen, you are not even 25 years old yet, and you already comprehended the immortal will of thunder. You already surpassed the Thunder Emperor. You will not die. Even if you want to die, I will not let you die. Don't forget that you promised me to avenge the Thunder Emperor. Under the illumination of the sun, the specks of light had long since disappeared without a trace. Congratulations, idiot master. You've passed all 81 lightning tribulations. Suddenly, a familiar voice rang out. Xiao Chen turned his head and looked. He saw Ao Jiao smiling faintly, looking at him warmly. Boundless hatred appeared in the depths of Xiao Chen's eyes. However, his lips curled up slightly as he said, I have never had a moment where I wanted to lie to myself that you are the real one. A saber light flickered as Xiao Chen drew the lunar shadow saber. It looked like the heart demon, Ao Jiao, would be chopped in half. However, at the last moment, the cold saber suddenly stopped before Xiao Chen's neck. Xiao Chen knew that this was a tribulation, but why did this saber not chop down? At some point in time, a tear appeared in the corner of Xiao Chen's eye. When the tears fell from the corners of Xiao Chen's eyes, the grief in them turned into a cold light. The saber light turned, and the cold and slender lunar shadow saber finally swung at the heart demon, Ao Jiao. Heart tribulations. Now, Xiao Chen finally understood what it meant. A human's heart could not be perfect forever. There would always be a flaw. No matter how perfect one's mental state was, it would not work. The human heart was unfathomable. In the end, a human heart was made of flesh. It was laughable that Xiao Chen was so confident. Furthermore, the heart demon would always find the flaw in Xiao Chen's heart at the most appropriate time. When Xiao Chen was tortured by the lightning tribulation, his greatest wish was naturally to break free from the lightning tribulation. Hence, the heart demon instantly found a flaw. Since that was what Xiao Chen wanted, he naturally lowered his guard. When Ao Jiao died for him, Ao Jiao became the biggest knot in Xiao Chen's heart. Once again, the heart demon took advantage of this flaw, betting that Xiao Chen could not bear to kill her. Xiao Chen chopped the heart demon in front of him in half with his saber again. His consciousness turned blurry. Xiao Chen opened his eyes and looked down. That tear from earlier just happened to fall on the surface of the sea. Ripples spread out on the surface of the sea. Xiao Chen's reflection in the water looked blurry. Xiao Chen had already cleared the lightning tribulation and the heart tribulation. He had officially reached the 7th layer of the Purple Thunder Divine Incantation. However, Xiao Chen did not feel any joy. He did not check on the changes that the Purple Thunder Divine Incantation brought to his body. Xiao Chen's body fell straight towards the surface of the water. Plop. He lay there, creating a large splash. He did not think of anything, not at all. Xiao Chen hugged the lunar shadow saber and closed his eyes tightly. Will I be able to return alive? You have to. Even if you want to die, I will not let you die. Don't forget that you promised me to take revenge for the Thunder King. You are not allowed to die. This conversation seemed to echo in Xiao Chen's ears. Without needing to think too much, the image of Ao Jiao clenching her fist and putting on a ferocious expression appeared in Xiao Chen's mind. As the water flowed, Xiao Chen closed his eyes, unwilling to open them. There are no miracles in this world. There is no way to reverse the situation. So, I will close my eyes tightly. I only want to meet you in my dreams. I only hope that I do not wake up from this dream, that I will not be able to open my eyes for 10,000 years. The vast boundless sea was filled with boundless danger. Aside from danger, there were also boundless treasures. It would always attract a large number of cultivators to seek their own fortuitous encounters. Time went by. Xiao Chen hugged the lunar shadow saber and drifted on the surface of the sea for half a year without waking up. A special, gentle aura lingered on Xiao Chen's body. It was pure and filled with vast energy. As the aura spread out, it attracted several spirit beasts in the sea to follow. All of them greedily absorbed this aura. As Xiao Chen drifted on the surface of the sea, more and more spirit beasts followed him. There were deep-sea spirit turtles, black tuna whales, golden lantern fish, and many others, forming an incredibly strange scene. On this particular day, a small boat carrying a few cultivators headed for the deep-sea battlefield. Big brother Bai Lishi, quickly look. There seems to be a dead person there, a skinny cultivator on the bow of the boat exclaimed in shock. The few people who were drinking and chatting all looked over. After more than 2 years, Bai Lishi was no longer the same as before. His set of medial-grade secret treasures had all been replaced with superior-grade secret treasures. His cultivation had even reached peak inferior-grade martial monarch. He was only a step shy of advancing to medial-grade martial monarch. Furthermore, Bai Lishi had not exhausted his potential yet. His luck for the past 2 years was extraordinarily good. Others might not know the reason, but Bai Lishi was very clear on it. It was no doubt that Bai Lishi had made the right choice back then. He had indeed gotten some of Xiao Chen's luck. Clearly, Bai Lishi was the leader of the group on the boat. His lips twitched as he took a big gulp of wine. Then, he scolded jokingly, "How ignorant. It is just a dead person. There are many dead people in the boundless sea." "No, look behind him. There are many deep-sea spirit beasts following him. Unexpectedly, those spirit beasts are not eating him." "That is too strange," the skinny cultivator with sharp eyes argued. When Bai Lishi heard this, his expression changed slightly. He looked over as well and saw a large group of deep-sea spirit beasts following the corpse. He found it very strange as well. "Go and take a look. Chase away those fish. There is something strange about this corpse," Bai Lishi instructed as he felt excited. That skinny cultivator immediately flew over in glee. Soon, he returned with Xiao Chen's body. Then, he casually tossed Xiao Chen's body onto the deck. "Good saber. I want it." When a martial king who used a saber saw the lunar shadow saber in Xiao Chen's hand, his eyes lit up. He immediately rushed forward, wanting to pry the lunar shadow saber from Xiao Chen's hand. In the end, no matter how hard that martial king tried, even using his essence, he could not pry Xiao Chen's hand off. He was so anxious that his face turned red, but it was to no avail. "Sixth brother, did you use up all your strength on women? You can't even do anything to a dead person." The others could not help but laugh loudly. That sixth brother was already very angry in the first place. When he saw the others laughing at him, he drew his weapon and said angrily, "Damn it. He is already dead, yet you are still holding on so tightly. I have never seen such a stingy person. This old man will chop off your entire arm." When Bai Lishi saw sixth brother raise his saber, he felt that this person looked familiar. He shouted, "Wait a moment. Don't move." Bai Lishi quickly stepped forward and brushed aside the messy hair on Xiao Chen's face. This confirmed his guess. Bai Lishi's expression changed greatly as he said, "Brother Xiao Chen." The cultivator that Bai Lishi grabbed thought that Bai Lishi wanted to snatch the saber from him. He said in dissatisfaction, "Big brother, since when did you have such a dead brother?" "Scram. Your brother is the dead one. Your entire family is dead. This is my old man's brother, Xiao Chen." Bai Lishi stepped forward and checked Xiao Chen's breathing. He discovered that he was still breathing. When he looked at his skin color, there were no signs of swelling. It was like Xiao Chen had just fallen asleep. Bai Lishi heaved a sigh of relief and started cursing at that person. When the others heard what Bai Lishi said, they all gathered around curiously. They looked at Xiao Chen and said, "Big brother, is this really Xiao Chen?" Bai Lishi's lips curled up as he said, "How can my words be false? He is Xiao Chen. He is the top sovereign genius of the true dragon realm. He returned to the Sky Dome realm half a year ago and killed Sima Hong with one finger. He even took away the will of thunder that no one has taken away in the past few thousand years." Bai Lishi raised his head and glared at the cultivator who was about to cut off Xiao Chen's arm. He said, "Consider yourself lucky. If I had not shouted for you to stop, even if you had 9 lives, you would not be able to survive." The cultivator holding the saber was startled. Xiao Chen was a true legend of the Sky Dome realm. Xiao Chen's experiences surpassed even that of the Thunder King, who had risen up like a comet. When everyone carefully sized up Xiao Chen, they could not believe it. Unexpectedly, such a legendary person was on the same ship as them. "Big brother, is he really your brother? Why does he look different to me?" The skinny cultivator and the other cultivators did not believe that Bai Lishi and Xiao Chen were as close as he said. Bai Lishi could not be bothered with them. He frowned slightly, unable to understand Xiao Chen's current situation. Chapter 867. Based on Xiao Chen's clothes, he had clearly soaked in the sea for a long time. However, his skin and complexion were much better than Bai Lishi's. It was as if he had just fallen asleep. It was an extremely contradictory sight. Logically speaking, with Xiao Chen's strength, he should have woken up from such a commotion. Why was his eyes still closed? Bai Lishi did not dare to act rashly. He did not know what his brother was doing. After thinking for a while, he said, "Turn around. Let's go to the Heavenly Saber Pavilion and send him back. Big brother, we have wasted so much time. Are we not going to the deep-sea battlefield?" Bai Lishi scolded, "Idiot. If my brother wakes up, he will give you some benefits. It will be enough for you to stay in the deep-sea battlefield for 100 years. The others felt that this was reasonable. They immediately turned around happily and headed for the Heavenly Saber Pavilion. Suddenly, the skinny cultivator with sharp eyes said, "Did you all notice that there is a special aura coming from Xiao Chen's body? I just absorbed some of it, and my mental energy increased significantly." The others did not believe it. After they tested it out, they all opened their eyes in shock. They all exclaimed that their mental energy had indeed increased significantly. Bai Lishi remained silent. When he saw the lifeless expression on Xiao Chen's face, he did not know why, but he felt like his heart had died. As a result, when these people discovered this, they did not pay much attention to it. Could it be that brother Xiao Chen is not going to wake up? This thought appeared in Bai Lishi's mind. The other cultivators on the ship were rather happy when they turned around. After more than a month, Xiao Chen's mental energy had increased significantly. However, the special energy that Xiao Chen gave off showed no signs of dissipating. Aside from the deity race, who had a good chance of cultivating mental energy due to their innate talent, even the other races of the Kunlun realm would find it difficult to obtain cultivation techniques for cultivating mental energy. Only Bai Lishi frowned. 1 month had passed, and it was as Bai Lishi had guessed, Xiao Chen had not woken up yet. Bai Lishi grasped the lunar shadow saber tightly with both hands and fell into a deep sleep, unwilling to wake up. "Big brother, we are almost at Thunder King Valley," the skinny cultivator said with a smile on his face as he pointed to the canyon in front. Bai Lishi looked up and saw that they were indeed almost at Thunder King Valley. He muttered, "Without that immortal will of thunder, I am not used to walking in this Thunder Emperor Valley." The small boat moved slowly, calmly sailing through the canyon. The 2 sides of the canyon still had the mural of the Thunder King soaring into the sky. Xiao Chen, who was on the deck, suddenly moved. When Bai Lishi saw this, he thought he was seeing things. He rubbed his eyes and discovered that Xiao Chen had already opened his eyes. The sharpness in his eyes was unrestrained and unparalleled. However, in the deepest part of his eyes, there was a sense of vicissitudes and silence that no one could capture. Xiao Chen's eyes were full of sharpness. Xiao Chen's eyes. Xiao Dragon Chen, Xiao Chen stood standing. On, Xiao Xiao Lishi, see, and went on. Xiao Chen lay on the deck and muttered, Thunder King Valley. Thunder King Valley. Why did you wake me up here? When the others on the warship saw Xiao Chen stand up, they silently felt an immense pressure. They felt like even speaking was strenuous. Brother Xiao Chen, are you all right? Bai Lishi asked joyfully when he saw that Xiao Chen had woken up. Brother Xiao Chen, are you all right? Bai Lishi asked joyfully when he saw that Xiao Chen had woken up. Xiao Chen did not explain. He asked, Brother Bai Lishi, do you have wine? The two drank and chatted for a long time. When Xiao Chen found out that he had been asleep for half a year, he could not help but remain silent for a long time. When the ship was about to leave the valley, Xiao Chen returned the wine bottle to Bai Lishi and thanked him. Then, he flew up to Thunder King Valley without saying a word. Xiao Chen stood quietly in Thunder Emperor Valley and looked at the distant sky. His thoughts wandered along with the strong wind. After a long time, he took out the lunar shadow saber from the universe ring. Xiao Chen drew the saber from its scabbard with a huang dang sound. The cold and slender saber blade was as sharp as before. Xiao Chen touched the saber blade with his finger and gently sliced it. Blood immediately flowed onto the saber blade. Without waiting for the blood to drip, Xiao Chen sheathed the saber and smashed it with his palm. The lunar shadow saber instantly entered Thunder King Valley. There was a pitch-black hole in the ground. It was unknown how deep the lunar shadow saber was. Xiao Chen knelt on the ground and pressed his forehead against the hard mountain rock. Blood flowed out and dyed the white Neptune headscarf red. If I cannot bring Ao Jiao back, then I, Xiao Chen, will never use a second saber in this life. The mysterious and strong talisman in misleading fog lake had allowed Xiao Chen to see the pinnacle of power. When one's strength reached its peak, there might be a miracle. Big brother, what is that Xiao Chen doing? The small boat sailed out of the valley but did not go far. When the group saw Xiao Chen kneeling on the ground, they could not understand what was going on. Bai Lishi sighed silently. This brother of his had probably met with a hurdle. He waved his hand and said, Let's go. There are some things that we cannot understand. After staying in Thunder Emperor Valley for 3 days, Xiao Chen sank down and started to check the changes that the Purple Thunder Divine Incantation's 7th layer brought him. First was his sea of consciousness. The mental energy in his sea of consciousness had actually all turned into magic energy. Furthermore, without Xiao Chen intentionally controlling it, it all spread out. When Xiao Chen saw the vast and flourishing magic energy, he could not help but sigh. The Purple Thunder Divine Incantation's 7th layer had indeed brought him an immortal opportunity. In the distant Penglai Sea of the Kunlun realm, there were immortal cultivators as well. However, as far as Xiao Chen knew, immortal cultivators could not cultivate. He had never heard of a martial cultivator being able to cultivate immortal cultivation. Not just anyone could cultivate immortal cultivation. One needed to have an ethereal immortal opportunity. Otherwise, no matter how talented one was, one would not be able to enter the door. In the current martial epoch, there were very few people with an immortal opportunity. Only in the Penglai Sea did some immortal cultivators gather. These immortal cultivators did not have any connection to the people of the immortal epoch. They were established by the later generations after obtaining some inheritances. The strength of immortal cultivators was like mud to clouds when compared to the true experts of the immortal epoch. After checking again, Xiao Chen discovered that his heavenly sage laws had not decreased or disappeared. The energy of a cultivator still existed. Furthermore, they had become even purer and denser. Each of the 300 heavenly sage laws had become 3 times thicker, as thick as a baby's arm. A peak inferior grade martial sage could have 500 heavenly sage laws. Although Xiao Chen's cultivation had not changed, even an ordinary superior grade martial sage in the Kunlun realm would not be able to compare to his. In terms of the might of heavenly sage laws, they would not be able to compare to Xiao Chen's. Immortal dual cultivation and martial cultivation. Suddenly, these words appeared in Xiao Chen's mind. The purpose of the Purple Thunder divine incantation was probably to dual cultivate immortal dual cultivation and martial cultivation. The immortal arts recorded in the compendium of cultivation were too low-ranked. Compared to the martial techniques of the Kunlun realm, they were much weaker. They were all basic knowledge. Only this Purple Thunder divine incantation far surpassed some heaven-ranked cultivation techniques. Now that it had broken through to the 7th layer, it would not be an exaggeration to say that it was earth-shattering. Who exactly created the Purple Thunder divine incantation? Given Xiao Chen's current knowledge, it would be impossible for the experts of the immortal epoch or the martial epoch to come up with such a martial technique. Only someone who had studied both immortal arts and the martial Tao, as well as familiarity with the physique of the Kunlun realm's cultivators, could create such a Purple Thunder divine incantation. The strength of the Purple Thunder divine incantation went without a doubt. Now, Xiao Chen truly understood the dangers of the Purple Thunder divine incantation. The Purple Thunder talisman in Xiao Chen's sea of consciousness spun gently. Under his control, the scattered magic energy stopped leaking. Xiao Chen sank his consciousness into his dantian, wanting to see what the blue dragon martial spirit, which had been baptized by countless bolts of lightning, looked like now. If Xiao Chen had not seen it, he would not have known. However, when he saw it, he was startled. The tiny blue dragon had already reformed. However, Xiao Chen felt that it was very different from the martial spirit. In the past, the blue dragon martial spirit was a dragon-shaped energy that could not be controlled easily. Now, this blue dragon gave Xiao Chen the feeling that it was his clone. Furthermore, it was very chubby, like a baby. Not only could it control its every move, but it also possessed great energy. Furthermore, its connection to Xiao Chen was even closer. If this blue dragon got destroyed now, it would not be as simple as before. Xiao Chen would die as well. Xiao Chen was somewhat shocked as he asked, "What is this? Yuanying? Or is it a dragon nascent soul?" Clearly, this tiny blue dragon, according to the introduction in the compendium of cultivation, had the characteristics of a Yuanying. However, wasn't the Yuanying of immortal cultivators always their own? After trying to circulate it, Xiao Chen discovered that this blue dragon was indeed his Yuanying. For now, he could just treat it as the result of dual immortal cultivation and martial cultivation. Since there were no major problems, Xiao Chen just let it be. A fierce flame started burning intensely in his right eye. With a thought from Xiao Chen, the Purple Thunder true fire immediately spewed out. The purple lightning attributed fire covered the sky and landed on the surface of the sea. Chi! In that instant, boundless hot steam rose up from the surface of the sea. In an instant, it enveloped the surrounding 50 kilometers. White mist filled the air. Much of the seawater had evaporated. A huge pit appeared on the flat surface of the sea. The seawater from all directions gathered and formed an incomparably huge whirlpool spinning wildly. Xiao Chen withdrew the Purple Thunder true fire and returned it to his eye. When he saw the scene before him, he was somewhat astonished. The Purple Thunder true fire brought about by the Purple Thunder divine incantation's 7th layer was this Purple Thunder true fire. Now, the Purple Thunder true fire was Xiao Chen's true weapon. In the Kunlun realm, he could definitely compete with the outstanding talents of the same generation. However, there was an imbalance between yin and yang. It would not be easy to form the Taiji yin-yang flame diagram. Xiao Chen had to find more yin-attributed flames for the lunar true flame to absorb. Rebirth. At this moment, Xiao Chen could only use this phrase to describe him. He would be walking a path that no one before him would be able to follow in the future. After a long time, Xiao Chen calmed down. A jade strip appeared in his hand. This was the magic skill that he obtained with the golden crow egg in the sky dome immortal realm, starry heaven storm. In the past, he did not have magic energy and could not practice this strong magic skill. He could only look at it. Now, it suited Xiao Chen. Chapter 868. Although there were many immortal arts in the compendium of cultivation, they were all immortal arts that were not worth mentioning in the Kunlun realm. Before strong martial techniques, they were not worth mentioning at all. Only magic skills were truly strong immortal arts. Magic skills were divided into minor magic skills, major magic skills, and supreme magic skills. In the current cultivation world of the Penglai Sea, the various immortal Dao sects did not have many minor magic skills. Major magic skills were even rarer. As for supreme magic skills, they would be in the single digits. Starry Heaven Storm was a peak minor magic skill. Although it was a minor magic skill, its might was stronger than a regular heaven-ranked martial technique. Furthermore, when cultivated to a certain level, it could even transform into a major magic skill. Xiaochen carefully studied the key points of executing Starry Heaven Storm once more. Then, he closed his eyes and carefully pondered, simulating the execution of this magic skill in his mind. After a while, Xiaochen opened his eyes and formed hand seals, forming different hand seals. The magic energy in his sea of consciousness drained quickly. Due to the complicated environment of the universe, there were many stars. There were bound to be some stars that left their orbits due to various accidents. One must know that the orbit of every star was arranged by the heavenly Tao from the moment it was born. Although the universe was vast, in the eyes of the supreme heavenly Tao, it was just like a chessboard. As it moved, the lines of time and space intersected, binding all the stars to the chessboard of fate. If a star suddenly left its orbit, it would disrupt the lines of time and space and the arrangement of fate, resulting in a huge destructive force. This destructive force was known as Starry Heaven Storm. When a Starry Heaven Storm appeared, everywhere it passed, countless stars would be destroyed. Furthermore, it could stretch for hundreds of millions of kilometers. The magic skill Starry Heaven Storm in the Jade Strip simulated the instant a star left the chessboard of fate, the destructive force it produced. As Xiao Chen's hand seals increased in speed, intersecting lines of time and space appeared behind him. The chessboard of fate materialized. The stars on the chessboard moved in an orderly fashion. It looked like a vast galaxy, exactly like the boundless starry heavens of the Kunlun realm. Xiao Chen's expression turned anxious. He sent his spiritual sense into the vast star chart, quickly searching for a target. I can't. This star is too big. I can't move it. I can't move this one either. This one is just the right size, it's just enough to move. That's not right. This star is too far away. After pushing it, the resulting storm can't descend. Bang! An intense explosion sounded out, and the vast star river diagram behind him shattered into pieces. Xiao Chen coughed up a mouthful of blood. The execution of his mystic art had failed, and he suffered a backlash. The sound of a golden bell resounded in his mind, causing him to feel dizzy and unable to stand stably. Cultivating a divine ability was much more difficult than he had imagined, but Xiao Chen wasn't surprised. He sat down cross-legged and rested for a quarter of an hour before starting his second attempt. After 10 attempts, Xiao Chen finally succeeded in moving a star. The space-time lines on the chessboard of fate began to fluctuate violently. A starry sky storm appeared in an instant. As Xiao Chen stretched out his hand, the black gale rushed towards the sea in front of him. When the wind was strong to the extreme, what would it be like? The seawater was silently blown away by the starry sky storm, directly vaporizing. The seawater, which was several kilometers deep, immediately bottomed out. 100-meter-wide trench appeared on the surface of the sea. On the flat surface of the sea, a large blank space appeared out of nowhere. It was divided into two halves. In the next moment, the seawater merged back together, and huge waves surged up ferociously. The entire sea turned chaotic, looking even scarier than an approaching storm. A trace of joy appeared in Xiao Chen's eyes. He revealed a faint smile and said somewhat habitually, "Ao Jiao, how is the might of this minor magic skill?" Right after Xiao Chen spoke, he was stunned. His expression immediately turned gloomy. He looked at the empty immortal spirit ring with his spiritual sense, and the joy in his eyes slowly faded. When some people were around, you became used to them, feeling that they did not exist. Only when they were gone would you treasure them. With a flip of Xiao Chen's hand, a broken saber flew out of the immortal spirit ring. This was the other piece of the Thunder King's mulberry sword. As Xiao Chen grasped the broken saber tightly, a determined look flashed in his eyes. The immortal epoch had existed for tens of thousands of years longer than the martial epoch. Xiao Chen was sure that he could find a supreme magic skill that could reverse spacetime and summon Ao Jiao back through the river of fate. The broken saber in Xiao Chen's hand still had some of Ao Jiao's mark. As long as the broken saber was still, there was hope. If he worked hard, a miracle would happen. After giving the Thunder Emperor Valley a deep look, an electric light flashed under Xiao Chen's feet. He tore space and headed back to the Heavenly Saber Pavilion. When Lu Riyue and the others saw Xiao Chen return to the Heavenly Saber Pavilion after half a year, they all heaved a sigh of relief. After losing Ao Jiao, Xiao Chen treasured the people around him. He did not want the tragedy to repeat itself. For the sake of bringing Ao Jiao back earlier, he cultivated even harder. 10 days later, Xiao Chen, who was more familiar with his strength, arrived at the Sky Dome Immortal Realm once again. After fighting with that Grandmaster-level martial sage ferocious beast for a long time, Xiao Chen successfully entered the pavilion in the middle of the Immortal Lake. The pavilion did not disappoint Xiao Chen. There was a jade strip containing a minor magic skill. After seeing the horrifying might of the starry heaven storm, Xiao Chen finally understood how precious a minor magic skill was. There were thousands of magic techniques in the compendium of cultivation, but there was not a single magic skill. All of them added together were not as precious as the starry heaven storm. The new magic skill in the jade strip was called the Great Sun Incantation. The Great Sun Incantation. If one successfully executed it, one would be able to speak the incantation. Every word would contain the might of the blazing sun. When the incantation fell, it would be like the sun falling to the ground. The introduction in the jade strip was as exaggerated as the starry heaven storm. In order to achieve such might, one would need to be an immortal lord. It was just like the starry heaven storm. Even with Xiao Chen's strength, he could only break the sea. It was far from being able to destroy a star. However, with his improvement in cultivation, Xiao Chen was confident that he could use this starry heaven storm in the starry heavens of the Kunlun realm to push a star and create a real starry heaven storm. After leaving the pavilion, Xiao Chen searched the Sky Dome Immortal Realm for a long time with the mindset of giving it a try. However, after he found nothing, he left resentfully. After obtaining another minor magic skill, Xiao Chen returned to the Heavenly Saber Pavilion and entered into closed-door cultivation. Xiao Chen did not have any foundation in immortal cultivation. With such vast magic energy, he was like a beggar who suddenly became a nouveau riche. Just because he wore gold and silver, he thought that he was rich and had no accumulations. Xiao Chen estimated that he would have to spend at least a year before he could reach the level of his current immortal cultivation. Only then would he be able to execute the magic skill with ease and not have any chance of failure. If the consequences of failing to execute a magic skill happened in battle, no one would be able to bear it. Xiao Chen was not someone who could not endure loneliness. After thinking for a while, he decided to enter closed-door cultivation for 1.5 years. That way, he would be more at ease. However, this way, his cultivation would stagnate. For about 2 years, the gap between him and the giants and geniuses of the Kunlun realm would widen. However, Xiao Chen did not fear this. He needed to have his own accumulations for immortal cultivation, so he had to study it properly. Furthermore, the combination of immortal cultivation and martial cultivation was also a great field of study. If not for the fact that some things could only be verified through a large number of actual combat, Xiao Chen would not find it too much to enter closed-door cultivation for 5 years. Time flew, and the time for the demonic god blood sacrifice approached. The entire Kunlun realm felt a huge pressure. Under this pressure came all sorts of chaos. Amid the chaos, new outstanding talents relied on fortuitous encounters to rise up like comets. There were also races that vanished since ancient times, wanting to take advantage of the chaos to gain a firm foothold in the Kunlun continent. The small frictions between the 5 clans also became more and more intense. Everyone wanted to obtain more resources so that they would have more confidence to face the demon god blood sacrifice that was about to come. The peak characters of the various races also ignored the chaos, treating it as a rehearsal for the demonic god blood sacrifice. This made the chaos even more chaotic. Naturally, Xiao Chen, who was in closed-door cultivation in the Sky Dome realm, did not know about all this. Xiao Chen, who had faced off against Di Wuck in a high-profile manner at the Sage Mark Monument, was slowly forgotten. In this age, there were many outstanding talents. If one did not appear for 3 months, they would be replaced by someone new. After disappearing for half a year and not seeing anyone in all sorts of lands of fortuitous encounters, people assumed that Xiao Chen had fallen for no reason. Naturally, after disappearing for so long, he was already forgotten. Many people said that Xiao Chen died trapped in the Sage Mark Monument, becoming the genius that died the most sullen death in history. 1.5 years passed in the blink of an eye. Then, Xiao Chen slowly walked out of the cave where he was in closed-door cultivation. This place was an unremarkable desolate mountain in the Lingyun mountain range, one that few people visited. The spiritual energy in the surroundings was thin, and there were no spirit beasts or spirit plants. The desolate mountain was filled with strange rocks. With one glance, it seemed boundless. Scorching sunlight shone down from above. Xiao Chen took a deep breath. During the past 1.5 years, he had not been in closed-door cultivation, not leaving the cave. Occasionally, he would come out to test out his ideas. The collapsed mountains in front were the result of his tests in the past 1.5 years. Even though Xiao Chen had suppressed his cultivation on purpose, using less than half his strength, the destructive power he caused in this Sky Dome realm was still too horrifying. Starry Heaven Storm. Xiao Chen shouted and formed hand seals. In just a moment, he used his magic energy to simulate the chessboard of fate. The stars in the universe unfurled into a boundless star chart. Xiao Chen's spiritual sense swam freely in this boundless star chart, searching for stars. Then, he encased 3 stars and pushed them with all his might. Go! Xiao Chen's expression turned solemn as he stretched out his hand. A black starry heaven storm surged out, tearing a pitch-black chasm in space, extending for 500 kilometers. When the shock wave landed, the various mountains became much shorter. Great Sun Incantation. Xiao Chen's hands did not stop moving. His magic energy surged like a fierce fire, drawing on the immortal Tao laws. The blazing sun in the sky slowly dimmed. Chapter 869. At first, Xiao Chen did not feel anything. However, after a while, the sunlight descending from the sky clearly dimmed, turning dark. The great sun incantation stirred up the solar true flame in the air and gathered it into words. How mighty and wondrous was that! Only an immortal art or magic skill could do this. With Xiao Chen's current cultivation, this was practically a miracle. Xiao Chen opened his mouth and spat out the word yang, which meant yang for the sun. However, it was not written in simplified Chinese or in a script that Xiao Chen was familiar with. Instead, it was written in a mysterious script. The golden bright, yang character gathered all the solar true flame that Xiao Chen stirred up. When it landed on the ground, a golden flame spread out from the character. Instantly, the ground for 500 kilometers around was scorched. With a pu-chi sound, the ground was charred, turning bright red as if it had been exposed to the blazing sun for 100 years. Some of the weeds and small trees on the ground were immediately burned to ashes. Ka-cie. Ka-cie. Deep gullies spread out in the ground. In the blink of an eye, the land for 500 kilometers around collapsed. Although this was the Sky Dome realm, be it the spatial structure or the spiritual energy in the ground, they could not compare to the Kunlun realm. However, Xiao Chen was very satisfied with the destructive power of the Great Sun incantation that was 30% comprehended. Although he wasn't as proficient in immortal arts and divine abilities as he wished, he wouldn't fail to cast them as easily as he did with martial skills. Xiao Chen's greatest bitter cultivation over the past 1.5 years was not the improvement of his strength but the stabilization of his mental state. Between the gains and losses, Xiao Chen underwent a complete transformation. Now, his mental state was as strong as those old monsters that had lived for hundreds of years. It is time to make a trip to the Dark Church. Xiao Chen withdrew his technique and looked in the direction of the ancient desolate land as he spoke calmly. Since the appearance of that mysterious person from the dark church, he had been a thorn in Xiao Chen's heart. He kept feeling that this person's origins were closely related to him. Xiao Xiong chasing him out of the clan might have something to do with the dark church as well. Now that Xiao Chen was strong enough, he was confident that he could protect himself even if he faced the true body of that mysterious person. He would know what kind of dragon's pool and tiger's den the Nether sect was after he entered it. Half a day later, Xiao Chen arrived at the heavenly extermination lake. When he arrived above the island where the dark church was, he could not help feeling slightly stunned. When he scanned the island with his spiritual sense, he could not find anyone on it. With a trace of doubt, Xiao Chen landed on the island and walked around the various buildings, bunkers, and secret rooms, feeling the lingering demonic qi in the air. Xiao Chen verified that he had not come to the wrong place. This was the Dark Church's branch in the Sky Dome realm. However, for some reason, they suddenly withdrew. Where did he go? The abyssal demon world? Xiao Chen scanned the island with his powerful spiritual sense. He did not let go of any place, searching for something that interested him. An altar on the island attracted his attention. With a flicker, Xiao Chen arrived at the palace. A large number of prayer mats were placed neatly on the floor of the hall. There were 2 depressions on the prayer mats, which were obviously caused by kneeling for a long time. Above the prayer mats was the altar giving off a dense dark aura. Behind the altar was a shattered black statue. Xiao Chen quickly stepped forward and arrived at the edge of the altar. When he looked down, he saw churning black smoke. There was a mysterious formation at the very bottom that had been destroyed as well. A cool breeze blew, and a nauseating bloody smell wafted out from the altar. Xiao Chen frowned slightly. He did not know how many people had died in this altar for it to give off such a horrifying bloody smell. Even if there were not 1,000,000, there had to be at least 100,000. Xiao Chen's gaze fell on the shattered black statue. With a thought, the heavenly sage laws in his body surged as he sent out a few strands of law energy. The broken pieces of the statue floated before his eyes. Xiao Chen was an expert in this field. It was not difficult for him to restore thousands of pieces of the statue. As Xiao Chen moved his hands, the pieces quickly reassembled under his control. In mere moments, a complete statue appeared before Xiao Chen. The statue was 3 meters tall and completely black. It wore ancient clothes, and its eyes were scarlet. It gave off an indescribably strong aura. It was as vast as the starry sky and as long as a river. A strange scene appeared before Xiao Chen's eyes. He seemed to hear millions of spirits prostrating themselves in worship and singing praises. A formless and mysterious energy gathered towards the statue. These spirits all looked the same, expressionless and numb. The statue seemed to come to life, opening its mouth and sucking in, swallowing up millions of spirits. Not only did the spirits not show pain, but they also showed joy and transcendence. Bang! The reassembled statue immediately shattered, turning into powder and unable to reassemble itself. The scene before Xiao Chen also vanished. This scene shocked Xiao Chen on the spot, unable to recover his wits for a long time. Is this the mysterious demonic god of the deep abyss demonic world? Why do I feel like it's a forbidden technique of the demonic cultivators during the cultivation epoch? After cultivating immortal techniques and rereading some of the foundational knowledge in the Compendium of Cultivation, Xiao Chen could tell that this was an extremely cruel cultivation technique that went against the heavenly Tao. This was a forbidden ability of the demonic cultivators of the evil faction. The Compendium of Cultivation only recorded the cultivation techniques of the righteous Tao. There were very few records of this type of demonic cultivator. Xiao Chen now understood why the deep abyss demonic world had to carry out the demonic god blood sacrifice every few thousand years to massacre the lifeforms of the Kunlun realm. The origins of the Dark Church in the deep abyss demonic world were definitely related to some demonic cultivators of the immortal epoch. However, Xiao Chen did not know why the demons were willing to make such a huge sacrifice to invade the Kunlun realm for him. The Kunlun realm was not a pushover. Although the invasion of the 18 demon monarchs caused huge losses to the Kunlun realm, it would not have a good ending either. In less than 8 years, or perhaps even earlier, the demonic god blood sacrifice will arrive. It is time for me to return as well. Shaochen flew out of the island and paused in the air for a while. Then, he spat out one word, and the sky suddenly turned much darker. The mysterious, Yang character descended. This time, Shaochen did not hold back. He used 80% of his power. Bang! The island hundreds of kilometers around instantly crumbled, turning into ashes and disappearing into the heavenly extermination lake. As Shaochen looked at the island that no longer existed, he revealed a satisfied expression. After returning to the Heavenly Saber Pavilion and spending more than a month relaxing, he said goodbye to Lu Rue and the others. Before he left, he handed the breaking sage pill that he refined to Lu Rue. Lu Rue was already very satisfied with Shaochen remaining in the Sky Dome realm for 2 years. She knew that he would leave sooner or later. However, she also knew that he would definitely return. In the Kunlun realm, Shaochen would definitely become a martial emperor. When Shaochen arrived, the Haotian emperor had sent him over. It was convenient and did not cost him much. However, leaving would be somewhat troublesome. Shaochen had to get the Sky Dome realm's Haotian sect master to inform the people on the Kunlun realm's Haotian star. Only after both sides were ready could Shaochen proceed with the inter-realm teleportation. If he had Emperor Wu's strength, it would be much easier. By the time everything was ready, it was already 3 days later. A large number of spirit stones piled up in the transportation formation opened a space-time tunnel. Then, Shaochen calmly returned to the Haotian star. 2 years have passed. You are finally back. Outside the transportation formation, Shaochen had not expected the first elder, Han Xinghe, to personally welcome him. So he quickly went forward and returned the greeting. The first time Han Xinghe saw Shaochen, he felt a great change. Unexpectedly, he felt like he was facing an expert of the same generation. After all, Han Xinghe was a grandmaster-level martial sage and was already 300 years old. On a second look, Han Xinghe discovered that Shaochen was still an inferior-grade martial sage. However, his heavenly sage laws, which were as thick as an infant's arm, were somewhat surprising. As an inferior-grade martial sage, Shaochen's heavenly sage laws were actually much stronger than those of a regular superior-grade martial sage. However, that was all. At best, Shaochen's combat prowess was that of a medial-grade martial sage. Why did it give Shaochen the illusion that he was an expert of the same generation at first glance? Han Xinghe could not help feeling suspicious. He was sure that Shaochen had undergone an earth-shattering change in the past 2 years. Come, follow me. I want to test your strength. Shaochen followed behind Han Xinghe, flying unhurriedly in the air as he looked around. Compared to 2 years ago, planet Haotian was much livelier. Occasionally, Shaochen saw groups of 2 or 3 youthful cultivators flying in the air. Most of them were half-sages. From Han Xinghe, Shaochen gained a rough understanding of the changes that happened in the Kunlun realm during the 2 years he was away. Now, the Kunlun realm was truly chaotic. The small-scale conflicts between the various races had already turned into intense battles. Occasionally, news of older generation superior-grade martial sages falling spread. The peak powerhouses and sovereign martial emperors of the various races did not interfere, allowing the battles to intensify. Furthermore, they did not allow grandmaster-level martial sages to interfere. Shaochen roughly understood what this meant. The sovereign martial emperors of the various races had started this chaos on purpose. Their purpose was to use the intense battles to give birth to a few more grandmaster-level martial sages before the demonic god blood sacrifice arrived, increasing their chances of victory. When the demonic god blood sacrifice arrived, the true protagonists would definitely be the sovereign martial emperors and demon monarchs. However, the deciding factor would be these grandmaster-level martial sages. The reason was very simple. It would be easy to determine a victor between Emperor Wu and Emperor Wu. However, it would be very difficult to determine who would kill who. The ones who could truly lead teams to kill cultivators and collect spirits were the grandmaster-level martial sages and the blue-robed emperor. The battlefield of the martial emperor experts would definitely be the starry heavens. They would not interfere in the battles of the Kunlun realm. At that time, if one more Grandmaster-level martial sage appeared, the Kunlun realm would have a higher chance of victory. Heroes emerged in chaotic times. Such a chaotic scene was also the best for cultivators to advance quickly. Although the price was high and a large number of older generation martial sages or younger generation geniuses would fall, the effects would be the best. The two of them arrived at a spacious training ground. Han Xinghe waved his hand and had the juniors fighting there withdraw. Then, he stepped onto the training ground first. This action immediately attracted the attention of the disciples of the other sects and the inner sect elders in the drill ground. The first elder, Han Xinghe, was one of the few Grandmaster-level martial sages in the Haotian sect. Not only had many disciples not seen Han Xinghe make a move, but even many of the inner sect elders had not seen him make a move.